and welcome to this course on social media marketing by Simplilearn. When you scroll through your phone for just 5 minutes, you have already seen 10 brand posts, 3 reels, and at least one ad that somehow knew exactly what you were thinking about yesterday or maybe today. Social media is where attention lives today. And for brands, that attention is everything. But just posting content is not enough anymore. The marketers who actually win on social media are the ones who understand the strategy behind it, the tools that support it, and the numbers that prove it's working. And that's where this session is going to break down for you in a very practical, no fluff way. So whether you're just starting out, managing a brand social presence, or offering it as a freelance service, by the end of the session, you will have a clear picture of how social media marketing actually works on the ground. So here's what we'll be covering in today's video. First, we will see how people search and what kind of content catches their attention online. Second, we will look at keywords and content ideas that helps you post and pages reach the right audience. Third, we will understand how to write better titles, descriptions, content that connects with viewers. Next, we'll be covering how to understand user intent so that your marketing message feels more relevant. And finally, we'll look at basic tracking and performance measurement to understand what is working and what needs improvement. So if you want to become a digital marketer, I highly recommend you checking out this AI-powered digital marketing certificate program from SP Jain Global Management and Simplilearn. This is a 5-month online course that will teach you everything you need to know about modern digital marketing, and it's designed specifically for the AI era we're living in right now. The best part is, you will learn how to use AI tools like ChatGPT, Canva, SEMrush, along with 50 other marketing tools that companies are actually using today. This isn't just theory. You'll be getting live interactive classes with real professors from SP Jain Global, work on 7 hands-on projects, and mentor support, and study over 15 real-world case studies. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. The course link is mentioned below. Before we move on, here's a quick quiz question for you. What does SEO fundamentals mainly help with? Options are video editing, search visibility, graphic design, or email writing. Let me know your answers in the comment section below.
Now, this is a graph which shows that there'll be more social network users than TV viewers in the US by 2025. Remove this US part. This is a graph from US, but that's going to be a worldwide phenomenon. By the end of this quarter, 2025, digital marketing is going to surpass TV advertisements. The total spend on a TV advertisement by will gonna be surpassed by digital platforms. You see, so when TV viewership and advertisements were already at the peak, this is where we started. That's why I said that around 2008 and 9 we started, right? And you see the gap over here is huge, from 79 millions and to almost 300 millions. This is the peak number of TV viewers, and we were nowhere, right? But significantly over the last 1 decade, if I'll just say from 2015 till 2023 or 2024, TV viewership is declining, which is ad spend is also declining over here, and the time spent on this kind of platforms or social media platforms is going much higher. And you see this is where the break even almost when the end of December, I read a report that TV and digital ad spends were neck on neck. Like there's hardly any marginal difference in this. And by next quarter, which is right now we are into, TV will slightly surpass the digital platforms is gonna be the biggest platform, or wherein the most amount of money in terms of ad spends will going to be utilized. And that's the reason I believe we are addressing this very topic, right? That why social media marketing? What is in it that every brand is spending their more money on that instead of the other platforms which has ruled the market for so long, right? I am not great that marketing your brand using the social media platform and providing them personalized requirements. And this is related. This question is related to this very phenomena as well. That what is the reason that social media saw the rise in terms of acceptability from brand or the from marketeers, from brands, from products point of view, right? And sharper targeting and personalization, yes, right? So if I'll just say what does social media marketing do, or what is social media marketing, it helps us to connect with your audience, to build your brand. Now, this is where it's get interesting because it does a lot of things, drive traffic to your website. This involves creating and publishing as well. Like in most of the times when I ask why, what is social media marketing and what it does and what a brand should be doing for and what the brands are doing for, a very common phenomena arises and very common factor they mention is to do the sales. Now, do you guys agree to sell their product or to, to market product or to sell their product to increase the purchase of their product from the social media platform? Sales will follow. Very right point that sales will follow. And social media, to be very honest, guys, is not designed to make sales, right? And I'll prove that with bit of concept that I have in mind. Maybe you guys agree with that, but that comes later. Social media, the algorithm of that is not designed. Not algorithm. Forget about algorithm. The design of social media itself is not to do the sales. Sales is a byproduct of what all you do right over there, and sales will follow. And then most common thing that I hear is, and I'll write that down in strong words, that social media is then what it does is it helps you to do all these things and help brands to in terms of listening to and audience, right? But then the very common question arises over here, and this is where I have a different take in that. Were the brands not selling their products earlier? Is it so that Nike or Adidas or any other brand is just started to do the sales part of their product just now after the rise of social media marketing? Does Apple didn't exist before social media or digital marketing per se? Were they not selling products? Was Samsung just born today? Were they not selling products? Were they not doing market research and surveys to listen to their customers? Were they not doing, trying to engage with their customers by means of different activities they plan, or customer loyalty program sort of things? Were they doing it or not doing it? The question is that whether they were not able to do sales before social media marketing or digital marketing, whether they were already listening to the customers and engaging with the customers, yes or no? And if they were doing so, then why this all of a sudden this shift to the social media platform? Because all of the factors we talk about reach, we talk about creating awareness, which they still do by means of TV advertisements, press, OOH, radios, newspapers. They still do. They still have a huge distributor network channel, sales channel. They can still do the sales part. They were still able to listen to their audience by means of different, maybe call customer services, whatnot, right? They were engaging with the customers back then as well. So not that these factors have came into a play just because the digital marketing come into a play, that now you can engage with the customer, now you can do the sales, now you can do the connect with the customers, right? Or you can create brand awareness. These things are well established factors earlier too. They were doing these things earlier as well. Then why this all of a sudden huge force which is guiding the brands and the marketers towards social media platforms? This one, and this is my phenomena. Let me know if you guys agree with that or not, right? This is what I have learned over a period of time. The reason for all this success rise and shift is one factor, which these brands, which in terms of marketing is a very great form of marketing. There's no alternative to that kind of marketing yet, right? And the social media has given an access to at least penetrate in that form of marketing. That is nothing but what you call it is, or say, word of mouth, right? Now, with all the spends, with all the technology, with all the sort of campaigns targeting print media, digital, print, TV, and everything else, there's one form of marketing which brand for a longer period of time has no control over. No matter what, if I'll take an example of Nike because it's a more renowned brand and everyone knows that. Not to demean or not to praise that, just for example point of view. Nike was doing great in terms of sales numbers. They were engaging with the audience. This is one of the biggest sport creating culture brand, right? And they have hired popular figures like Michael Jordan and whatnot. They were engaging with the customers, inviting customers to play around, events, engagements, sort of thing. So they were doing that engagement. They were doing sales. They were listening to the consumers as well. They were known as a rebel brand as such. But for that brand also, there was one thing which were missing, which was missing is to control the peer-to-peer conversation or word of mouth, which to my mind is one of the biggest form of marketing. Biggest form of marketing is word of mouth. An example of that is, let's say Nike being a very good product, but let's suppose if I want to buy a product today, right, and if I just ask among my friends and family whom I trust, and I say I'm planning to buy these shoes, and if 5 people out of that will say no, don't buy it, it's not a very good product, right? Or they are this fault and that fault. Chances are 90% I'll be convinced I'll not buy that. And for a long period of time, brands do not have any control that once they are away from the product, once the service has been consumed, and once they detach from the brand, what exactly they talk about the product and service. They were not able to understand that, right? Today, the phenomena has changed. Today, if I'm buying a product, more than so this peer-to-peer conversation, social media has increased the volume of it, increased the size of it. My friends and family is not the only peer I'm communicating about a brand or service. I'm now communicating. My peer group is much bigger now. In fact, I don't know my neighbor, but I know the entire world for that product who are looking forward to. And then if there is any issue, there is anything wrong, anything right or whatever, the first thing that's an impulse says, and let me know if you guys are agreeing with me or not. The first thing I do is I go to Twitter or Facebook or let's say any other platform, and I'll write about it. I bought this product XYZ and I faced this problem, blah, 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 issues, this and that sort of. And I try to increase the magnitude of that conversation going bigger. If I'm good, then too I write, oh, what an experience. I have went to this coffee chain and all sort of things, and amazing experience I received. If it's bad, I'll write it too, even more aggressively. Uh, right now, what I'm talking about is from brand point of view, that what access it has given to you, given, and why they feel this is going to be the game changer, and that is nothing but to control over a word of mouth, right? So earlier, the conversation which was behind the doors, and I was discussing this, what brand is doing good or what brand is doing bad. Now, have as a customer, when they started to increase the size of this peer-to-peer conversation, instead of discussing that thing with my friend or my family, I'm discussing that thing with a larger set of audience. That's where the brand find a way to enter into the life to control this word of mouth. And because of that, if you notice, if some of you know, in most companies or in most of the brands, they have a team. They hire an agency, they hire a tools like Meltwater, tools like Radiant 6, tools like Hootsuite, tools like so many other platforms, to do nothing but sentiment analysis. Have you heard of this term? Because the social media has then filled the gap, bridge this gap which was there. What our customer talk about once they are not part of the brand or the product or the service, right? Once they are done, what they talk within the peers, within the community, to the people, how good or bad they can influence the audience, and they had no control. But with the rise of social media marketing, since this conversation started to happen more on these platforms, they saw an opportunity to control this word of mouth by means of sentiment analysis. How many mentions I have done myself, like we have license to some of these platforms, and we used to measure, we used to make a report, a very detailed report, that what is the total size of your mention, the mention about your product. Let's suppose there are in a month, if somebody is talking about shoes or somebody is talking about your brand, how many mentions you have overall social media platform. Let's say one out of 1 lakh, you receive 70,000 mentions. Out of those 70,000, how many are positive, how many are negative. We do negative sentiment analysis, we do positive sentiment analysis, and then brand have an access. How? If you can just consider this as a word of mouth, the brand for the first time has a chance to trigger it and increase and make it viral if there is a lot of positive mentions, and make a campaign around it and spread it. Like people are talking about it, thank you, this and that and whatnot, and all those things. If there is a negative mention, for the first time, brands has the opportunity to reach to that consumer and convert that negative sentiment into the positive sentiment, like maybe providing some solution, addressing their challenges, And once that happened, the negative one also talked the positive one. So the conversion of a negative customer, which I might have lost before the social media era, now is getting converted into a positive customer. And that's is one of the biggest reason that shift from the brand point of view happened to these platforms, because everything else, pricing, promotions, place, product, sales, engagement with the consumers, creating awareness, trying to have a wider reach. They were doing it, but they had no control over what you think, what your sentiment is about the brand after you detach from the brand, what you talk among the groups and the community, and can they be able to control that ever? And social media has given access to that. Making sense to everyone at this point? Right? And that's, my dear friends, is the reason that why uh, you know uh, all of these things started to happen. Now the start of this happened, I will just give tribute to those legends. Like, how many of you have tried this platform called Friendster and MySpace? These are the early ones, like the first ones, to be very honest. MySpace, yes. Okay. So early 2000 is something called, so those who think Facebook has just invented this, no, Facebook is just one of the product, but make it more bigger and successful. So early 2000, it was, I believe, Friendster, which was started in 2000, if I'm not wrong. Then there was MySpace. It was a big platform in US back in the days, much bigger than what you see today, Facebook or Instagram. Then what has made these platforms or the social media marketing more global? Friendster and MySpace was there, but some people are using it. Some people were just totally ridiculed it. I believe they were ahead of their time. The audience was not ready for platform which can help people engage over mobile phones or laptops or something like that. It was ahead of their time product. It's like, we talk about movies. The movie was ahead of its time, and that's why there was no acceptability. Same happened with MySpace and Friendster. But there was one platform which has made it more commercialized, or made it more as a common commodity for a larger people to use, which was Orkut. How many of you have used Orkut ever, or have seen Orkut, or been on Orkut? Yeah, so this Orkut was one of the one sensation or kind of a success back in the time, say early 2005, 6 till 2007, till Facebook didn't came, right? And Orkut was the platform, right? It was a global platform. People, and it was a product of Google, by the way. So it's a Google product. Orkut was just first, you can say, first global social media platform, much like Facebook or Instagram today, right? And it was an instant hit for people, because I'll tell you, the millennials, like those who are now called millennials, for them it was a challenging year in the 90s and 2000, because technology was not that evolved. uh, if you leave your city, country, or sort of things after the education, say after your schooling, it was very tough to maintain content, connect with your friends back in the time, right? And then came in Orkut, and all of a sudden in 2006, 5, 6 people, those who have done graduation by then, the millennials, or shifted cities, did their schooling and sort of things, they start to find their long lost friends on Orkut, right? And it become a sudden hit, because for them it was not time like this. People go to college with mobile phones. Even now they have access to mobile phones, or everyone who is going to school or college today will have a social media account, and they can connect for life, right? It was a tough time for getting connected with your friends, right? And Orkut was become a sudden hit, but only remained successful till Facebook didn't came. And in 2007, I believe, uh, rise of Facebook happens. And I believe 2007 onwards. And then Orkut died its own death. Today we call it the most biggest platform called Meta, now Facebook and other products of its, right. Uh, any idea why do you think people have left Orkut, and why Facebook become a sudden hit, even though Facebook doesn't had a first mover advantage. Orkut had it in that sense, global way. But why Facebook become sudden hit? Any clue, if you could just transport yourself back in the time, back in the 2007-8 era, and think of it. All the millennials are, I mean, the millennials were the first ones who tasted first social media platforms. Gen Z came much later, right? So it was millennials who have tasted the social media first, right? And most of the people who are at that age, at that era in 2007, 8, who shifted to Facebook were the millennials and have heard of moved to Facebook because their friends were moving to Facebook. And also they heard from the other friend that I'm now on Facebook, I'm not on or yeah, FOMO. Yeah, that's very true, very true. Because now all my friends with whom I connected on, with whom I wanted to get connected with, are moving on Facebook. So why should I be on Orkut, right? Very true. And people have moved to Facebook. So all of, even I moved on Facebook because my friends said that I'm on Facebook now, right? And the transition happened. Very true. Very true in that sense. Mobile friendliness much happened much later, Sarthak. Much later. I'm talking about 2007, 8. Remember, Apple was still not there, or just around there. There's huge Nokia phones with smaller screens, so they were like you can access on Facebook on mobile. Same way you can access Orkut as well. So Facebook was not an app earlier. Facebook was a website like Orkut. If you remember the old Facebook, it was a proper microsite, not mobile friendliness was not the region. Yes, and so, Ojas was right. It just people moved on that because of the other people were moving, and word of mouth was played a role. But once they moved, why the Facebook becomes sudden success and which Orkut can't replace? My theory is which Orkut didn't do, and of course there was lack of innovation on human psyche is what's happening in my life doesn't matter. What's happening in other lives, I'm more interested in to know that. What happenings in my friend's life, my neighbor's life, we are more keen to know that instead of what is happening in my life, and to show that we also doing that, to what you call, to show people that okay, I went to this, I went to that, and also to know that what other people are doing. That's where Facebook play a role, right? It was a very open platform. Whatever you share, your friends are share, or you can go to their profile and check that what activity they are doing. And it was, you can say that eve tease, what you call, eve teasing kind of thing, which they have opened, which Orkut didn't open, right? So Orkut was a very limit closed ecosystem. Facebook opened it, and you get to know about everybody what they are doing. You can also flaunt that what I am doing, and that's where they played it very nice, the human psyche, that everyone was more interested in what other people are doing, and that's how the cycle happened, and it's keep on rising, and that the platform become very, very big. Yeah. So the openness of that, and of course the other point that you have mentioned, the superior experience, more technically enhanced product it was. Orkut faced lack of innovation, and more importantly, I'm sorry to say that at one point in time in countries like Mexico and Brazil, it has become the one point source of illegal activities and also prostitutions kind of thing happening on Orkut. There was security issues and challenges, which was noticed worldwide. And then, of course, the very audience who made the Orkut successful have shifted to Facebook itself. Orkut changed to Google Plus later on, and then Hangout. G Plus, it was another disaster. Then Hangout was another disaster. So Google has more failures than success. A small video which will help you understand how the entire journey of social media happened. So you see how the social media journey has started, the platform which we all have access to and started back in time. Today, almost none of that is there, and only the Facebook and YouTube is somehow battled it out, still remain at the top, and there's so many new players entered into the market, right? Just a small journey of last 15 years been technological in terms of changes in the field of social media, in terms of how new players have entered. Today, TikTok is a new revolution is happening in the world. People are moving to TikTok and sort of things. So sort of thing happening. Now, let me open this presentation. Whatever we had discussed, let's understand a bit out of that, and then we will move to something else. Right. So, a learning objective: identify the user features, advantages, and disadvantages of social media marketing to improve business, analyze current trend, explain. For this, I'll show you a graph, of course, to see that how it works. Explain social brand management to enhance the product or brand perceived value, identify the ways of engaging with people, and define an persona, explore social media strategy, understand significance of storytelling, and key social media metrics. So it's an interactive. Why this entire build up in the beginning of the session? Because so that we'll have, as I said, you all have a know-how of the social media marketing, social media platforms, and then the job is even tougher to explain you from different point of view or different perspective. And that's why this entire buildup was. And then we'll see what all things we have here. It's an interactive digital platform that allows users to share content quickly and electronically, and people can share various form of expressions virtually. We have discussed that, right? All these things. Uh, Personal use of social media, connecting with friends and family. This is what it started with, but it's no more just that. It's more of like brand pages and access to brand pages, more brand driven, more product driven. The idea was this, but now it's totally different altogether. It can express opinions. Spreading information is what I have discussed about, right? Word of mouth. And this is one point which has given access to the brands to enter and control those sentiment, control that information which is getting shared. If it's positive, make it 2x, 3x, 10x faster and bigger, the sharing power of that. And if it's negative, control that, try to convert that, convert that, and convince, right? Control, convert, convince the negative one, and then make it positive, right? Then we have different kind of platforms, as we are talking about some of the leaders in social. Not this, I won't see a leader as such when I'll show you the graph, but yeah, more common platform, right? In terms of social media business promotions. Then we are here, right? So better reach. Many of us talk about it has provide better reach. It allows to share messages quickly, help build relationships among customers and followers. Very important point. And see nowhere it if even if it's mentioned, it's not mentioned, I don't know, but sales, always remember, is not a direct factor of social media platforms. It is a byproduct. It may happen, it will happen eventually with time. But it's not, and I'll tell you why also. Once let me finish this and I'll tell you why. Right? It offers growth opportunities. It creates a loyal base supporter. Very important point. It creates our loyal base of supporters. It boosts inbound traffic and increase conversion rate. Now, brand loyalty is a very important factor. So many of you have talked about it. Creates awareness. It helps us to create engagement with the customer and connect with the customer. That's nothing to build community and build relationships and build connections with the consumers, which was earlier missing in a way, right? So creating an emotional connection, sharing relevant and timely content, providing values to the customers, and interacting with customers regularly. This is what has helped brand to not only create and develop brand advocates, but also continuously leveraging that potential on platforms or in some different ways to not only promote their product, but also in a way to create fan followings, to create brand advocates for them to make it a viral factor, right? Then we have other advantages. Improves customer satisfaction, as I just talked about. Converting negative one into positive one. Address the issues more conveniently, more easily. Right. Help improve search engine ranking. It is cost effective and efficient because there's a lot of flexibility when it comes to cost to promote your brand. It's customizable based on your requirement. You can create brand pages. You can create your own communication. You can have your own what you call metric budgets, budgetary issues. You can solve that. You can optimize which part of the social media you want to advertise, what kind of advertisement you want to do, and all sort of things. And then of course influence market insight is what I mentioned. This is not only market insight but also the sentiment that you can control that comes from product point of view or consumers point of view. Then we have other advantages. For presence on social media help us to brand keep customers engaged and updated. And if I light on a light note, I always say that social media platforms is another is a direct way now for products or for brands to do the product launches. They make the announcement over here. Also, if you see, if you can, do you think social media nowadays or specifically one platform serve as a customer service platform? The de facto of that platform has turned out to be announcements and as a consumer service platform. Do you think, is there any platform, or do you think is X? Very right, because the way X operates or the Twitter operates, this has become more of like a customer service platform. And most of the brands today, you go and you see that most of the brands today at least available on Twitter, because the first thing people do about good or bad about a product is they tweet about it, right? And many times I have done that. Please let me know, say yes or no, that if you had any problem with any product or service, what you did is you went to Twitter, you write your tweet that I have a bad experience, blah blah blah, this and that, and the next thing you get is like, please share your details over the directly to us, DM us, and and the team will get connected with you. Yeah. Yes, I have done that quite a few for quite a few product services that I've consumed, and we do get resolutions much faster compared to their own customer service platform. So de facto, it has become a active service platform for most of the brands, where consumers go and complain, and the brands also listen to their voices. If you remember, I mentioned about this listening and engaging with your audience and control over it, right? So this has become a de facto platform to address the complaints, serve customers issues, and they our brands are now in a way, if not willingly but forcefully, are there, because then otherwise people will talk about anything negatively and they will not be able to understand that what is happening. Okay, now next, right, create a favorable perception. As I said, word of mouth is all about the perception building, controlling over that, and generate a narrative, drive website traffic. I mentioned that already earlier, and monitor general opinion. This, my dear friend, these two things. Monitor general opinion, because word of mouth plays a very important role. What people are in general talking about, that whether they are talking about positive, negative, neutral, so that we can also improvise, they can also optimize, and they can control and convert that, right? Influence decision to purchase, and that's why I said sales. It's not the sales which is a direct byproduct. It's just influencing people by all these means to maybe converting the consumer into buying their product, because they are influenced enough by these things which has been happening over there on the platform. Then create attractive online offers, develop target market, right? This help us because this is more data driven. What kind of audience came, what kind of age group is interacting with your product or service on the social media platforms, how it's working, what they're mentioning, what they're commenting about, what they liked, what they didn't like, and it helps them to design the develop or target market. Then significance. Global news, mostly Twitter, help to influence the purchase. Customer service, I just mentioned about that how it is one of the important tool to serve the customer. Many a times they do not put very lot of importance on their own website to serve the customer, or to have an active customer service, but they are more active on social media platform, and that's why there's the rise of social media agencies for the brands. And you might have heard that we handle their social media, we handle the social media of these celebrity or these products or these companies, because that's an important platform to be there, to communicate and to serve the customers likely. New product and launches, right? As I mentioned about, these are now the platforms wherein, and in fact, I work for an automotive brand where we have done the entire product launch of that product on social media platform, and then we did the ground activation activity later on. So social media become the digital first kind of a thing, and we did the advertisement first on that, and then move to the offline activity, right? Now, types of channels: organic, personal profiles, blogs, business pages, all that you can do, and in organic, paid advertisements through let's say meta ad platform, which we will learn at the end of this session, not today's session, but this entire overall social media marketing session, that how to create ads and how to do that, much like what we have done with Google, right? And organic also is a huge role to play in terms of making your content viral, reaching to the largest set of bigger audience, organically develop a community, engaging with the consumers and sort of things. Then significance, it's kind of repetitive this part, but social media can be utilized to express thoughts, share knowledge, influence others, and gather feedback. Now, all these things work and align with the brand's need and the requirement which they have to do to understand the thought process, to share and to influence and get the direct feedback from the consumers. There's no third party in between. The direct feedback through the comments that whether the customers are liking it or not liking it. There's no filtration to that, right? And then they understand it clearly that how which direction the brand is moving to. Significance of social media examples, express thoughts, Twitter users' opinion about a baseball match. So it's more opinion. We will understand each of the platform also more in detail, and that's when we'll talk about these things. That what is the purpose a particular brand? If you make a social media strategy, what kind of platform you choose? What is the purpose to be there on a particular platform? How the entire algo works? What is strength is kind of thing. So we will spend some time in the next coming sessions in understanding each of the platform as well. And yeah, introduction and launch of the products over there. These are just some examples. Influencing and the database kind of a campaign to make customer support or customer service on Instagram. So this is a brand called Airtel, which is an India telecom service. They are operating on Twitter, working as a customer support platform, right? And then here you see Tesla cars advertisements, creating curiosity about its cost and features. So total advertisements or promotions by means of videos or photos on social media platform. Then comes features of social media marketing. Requires constant creation of content and engagement with the audience. Is time consuming but worthwhile. Requires minimal time and budget for campaign launch. Now, this is what you all talk about. It's cheap product and everything else. Yes, but it's not cheap. Rather, as I said, it's more flexible in terms of minimum requirement, maximum output, or minimum budget, and you can go ahead with that. So there's no caveat that you have to only spend $1,000 or $2,000. Then only you will be able to access the marketing platform to advertise your product, and that's where most of the small businesses or the startups today, there's a wave of startups, the culture of startups, and you see they can easily access social media platform to create brand engagement and also to influence the decision making. And you see it's mentioned over here, provides opportunities for smaller businesses. So very rightly said, right? Then we have more data driven is what we talk about. So it can manage, monitor, and analyze the content regularly, which means you can optimize it. You can go back to the boardroom and see that what has worked for me, what is not working for me, and then you can save your money. More than that, you can make your campaign success even if it's initially not able to see the kind of result you want to. Ensure availability of resources and utilize effective tools to reach key audience, which we started with, that it can help you to be there with a wider set of audience, reach a larger set of audience, or also as in smaller as you want to. So you can filter that out how you want to communicate, and accordingly you can be reachable to the set of audience you want to. Then what are things that you can help, or what are the goals that you can achieve from using social media? It is playable, right? So you can increase followers and subscribers. Basically, these two things, you can increase followers and subscribers and build community, which is very important. We're going to talk about the importance of community building, generate leads, increase app install and usage, promote sales and conversions. Now, when I'm saying, you see, not sales and conversions, but promote. You can promote and then converting that into conversions and get leads, which will eventually help you to increase revenue. But this side, the creating awareness, influence traffic, increase followers, and generate leads is larger or bigger topic that we can address using the social media platform. So we'll limit our slides till that, and we'll not further go into presentation because there are other topics which we will go back to it when it's needed, right? But I will. Is it clear to everyone so far? I mean, nothing to be not clear about, but still, as I need to ask, right? Now, Let me show you another graph or another chart before we move further, which is, let's say this, or rather before this, let me ask a question that what do you think is one of the most biggest platform? Of course, you guys have seen the video, so it's easy to answer. But apart from just what you have seen, in your mind, what do you think is one of the biggest platform today, right? And why do you think uh, it matters? And if you think there's another platform which is where the audience is moving, like much like from Orkut to Facebook happened, which platform is that, and why do you think that's happening? Okay, Satak says TikTok. Any other? FB to Insta. Sheetal, yes. From larger perspective, it's Instagram. TikTok is not available in some countries, like it's not available in India. US, things going on. Let's see how it will happen. The latest update is, which I wrote a post about also on my LinkedIn, that now TikTok most likely will be the operation part of it, most likely will be handled by, earlier it was everyone wanted to handle the operation of TikTok in US, say Microsoft or X or Google or anybody else, Meta. But Oracle, a software company, is most likely be the winner, succeeding to handle the US operations. Not clear how what will happen to the priced algorithm of TikTok, whether they will handle that as well to US entity. Because if that happens, it's like digging the grave for TikTok, right? But yeah, till now it's available in US, so we can say that. So okay, Instagram, the movement is happening, but we have already seen the video. Let's see the photo. That if and then I'll have some questions from you all. Let's see that what your take on that, right? So is it visible to all? Right. Much like the same graphical representation of what we have seen in the video, it's more static, so it can hold here and we can see to it. Now today also, one of the biggest, now people say that Facebook is dying, and this is very common thing. I have heard. I visit some of the universities and colleges as well, wherein mostly the Gen Zs are going to these colleges and they are spending, of course, they spend a lot of time on Instagram. TikTok is not accessible to them. Twitter is not their league. Maybe so Snapchat and Instagram is most likely they are using, and they like last month I was I was taking a master class of in one of the universities in Mumbai. All the MBA students, it's a huge, let's say 220 students, and I asked this question that, how many of you over here use Facebook or aware of Facebook or which platform you're using? They said Instagram, anonymously, everyone in one voice. Facebook, most of the people said, I mean, I would say 80% of the audience says we are not using Facebook, right? and and they said Facebook is dying. Facebook is not relevant, right? I can understand from their point of view also, because the average age group in that cohort or in that group was around, say, 20, 21, 22 at max. 22, not 20, 20, 22, 24, 25 at max. The question is that if Facebook is dying, and if the product of Facebook and Meta is the same product from sorry, Facebook and Instagram is product of Meta, right? So if we can see that, is it so that Meta is not aware of, or Mark Zuckerberg, who is smart person, maybe smarter than most of us over here, doesn't know that, or is he on purpose allowing Facebook to getting killed? If he can revamp Instagram or make it popular, he can just do the same thing for Facebook as well. At the end of the day, the same group, right? I would say why Instagram also, sorry, Meta also knows that Facebook is now, most of the young generation is not there, of course. But the older generation, the millennials who moved to the social media first, are still there, they're still using it, right? For them, they may not be on Instagram, but they're still connected on Facebook. Also, the strategy is now, if you heard of this term called uh, Facebook Marketplace, right? And they are now promoting Facebook more as a marketplace than a social media, and Instagram serving the purpose of social media and community building. Also, from brand point of view, if you think why that Meta is not doing anything on Facebook and still the numbers are increasing, still their 2.9 monthly active users, is because from advertisements point of view, Facebook sits on a huge set of data. In fact, Instagram is dependent on the data from Facebook. data point of view, Instagram is also dependent on the data that Facebook has, and Facebook has a huge set of data. Now, why Facebook is still one of the biggest platform in the world, and rather one of the biggest platform on of social media platform when it comes to ad spends, because the brand is the products, the companies still stick to the Facebook. The reason is, and here I'll think a little maybe different. The reason is, you see, most of the Gen Zs today use Instagram. But if I'll ask you a common question today, that whom do you think will have more purchase parity? The millennials, who must be in their mid 30s and 40s now, and those who have joined Facebook when they were in their 20s, or those college going students whom you called Gen Z? Whom you do think, on an average, I can't generalize it, but average, who will have a more purchase parity? They are now in their mid 30s and 40s. They go to office. They have big, deep account, deep pockets, deep accounts, while the Gen Zs are still on pocket money and sort of things. Barring the fact that some of the Gen Zs are rich and they are doing something, or on an average, millennials have more money, more purchase parity, and most of the brands with whom these millennials connect, or the kind of product they consume, the kind of product they use in their service, are still on this platform for a reason, because the millennials still access Facebook. They have the purchase parity. The ad platform which serves the basic money earning tool for Meta are getting run on Facebook equally or maybe more than Instagram, because people consume ad on Facebook, and then the people who can purchase the seeing the advertisement can click and purchase the services directly are more on Facebook than on Instagram. And that's why Facebook still dominate the space. Even people keep on saying that Facebook is dying or this and that, and Instagram is taking the lead. Yes, Instagram is taking the lead when it comes to engagement factor, but Facebook, when it comes to data, Facebook, when it comes to advertisements, Facebook, when it comes to an audience, or the demographic of the audience, who can still spend more money on Facebook than on any other platform, right? And that's the reason we have these kind of numbers. They also know that the millennials are there, they have the purchase parity, but this new generation which is there, soon they're gonna be in the workplaces, they have the money and they are spending. They are spendthrift generation. They'll be spending more money rather. The millennials were more saving driven. The Gen Z is more spendthrift, right? So they want to also want to cater that audience, and that's why they are developing Facebook as a marketplace. So the next question, when I ask to people that, okay, those who are have seen of Facebook, have they tried to use Facebook to buy some products, and they said yes. The Facebook marketplace offers them second-hand goods, sustainable products, and sort of things, wherein they can go and check the products, right? So Meta also knows, but they just wanted to create this division, keep on keeping that, because they know that Facebook will survive for a long, because Instagram is dependent for data point of view on Facebook itself, and the marketplace they are growing up to. If they will make it big, the kind of hold the Facebook is will remain unchallenged for even for more years. And again, the data that they have. Why this rise? Because brand will still stick to FB ads for campaign. First, the kind of audience the Facebook has, the purchase parity, and from advertisement point of view, the targeting capacity and the capabilities to advertise. And if you go to the Facebook still has this feature called brand pages, right? Brand pages, and you have followers of those brands on Facebook, right? Community kind of thing. Like you go to any automobile, you go to any Apple, Samsung. They, like, once upon a time, Coke, Pepsi war used to happen on Facebook, right? So all these brands, if you just go after this session, I request please go and check Coca-Cola or Pepsi, and you'll see their official brand pages over there, and they do the announcements over there, right? They are available over there in all good sense. Engaging with the consumers, launching the products and advertising over there, promotion over there. You check Coke, you check Pepsi, you check any of the automobile product that you like, maybe the common products, brands that you have, and check all the brands which you can think of are there today because of the brand repute and the brand awareness, have their pages, exclusive pages on Facebook, business pages, which you might not see on Instagram. This trend you see because largely the brands are still sticking to Facebook because of its Facebook ads, campaigns, and the kind of audience they have. Until that time, brand will be there, the platform will survive, because at the end of the day, the money comes from the products, not from the consumers, right? They are spending money in terms of ads, engaging. They are the ones building community and all sort of things, right? Now, the other thing you can see is YouTube, as it was in the video itself. YouTube is, so this is 2.9 billion monthly active users, which is, if you just convert this as a country, one of the biggest country in the world would be Facebook, with highest population in the world, right? The second is YouTube, which with 2.5 billion active users in the world, but this is largely the video kind of advertisements and the video content you see. We're going to talk about that in detail as well about this. And then I'm not considering WhatsApp right now, because direct advertisements is not allowed on WhatsApp right now. So you can build a community, you can engage, but you can't advertise directly on WhatsApp. So far, it's still not, it started it for our good, thankfully. But yeah. Then we have Instagram. We talk about, this is WeChat. WeChat was there in India for a very short while, but now it's banned. It's not accessible in India. WeChat is a super app of China. It's governed by Chinese government in a sense that you can do everything. So you can do your KYC, what you call it, KYC in India. You can documentations. You can pay electricity bills. You can also use it as social media platform. So it's a super app in China right now. And then we have, if you see these two things, TikTok, which is kind of sensation. I just talk about the kind of algorithm. This is one of the biggest, most fastest gaining successful platform in the world today. You talk about the brands, they are there, right? And I'm going to talk about that TikTok in detail for separately for all the platforms, much say. But the algorithm is still not unmatched. It's still unmatched, and none of the other platforms are able to match it to the kind of algorithm they have, the kind of virality factor they have, and the kind of success they have tasted, right? So it's also short video content platform. And if you see, there are two TikToks over here, the kind of TikTok and Douyin. No, it's not desktop or mobile version. TikTok is a global platform which they serve. Now that's where the Chinese government also play a role, right? So the algorithm for TikTok, the kind of content you see, people say it's a big conspiracy. Some people say, some people believe in it, some doesn't. The TikTok platform is for the global audience. Wherever this is accessible, like in US, you see this version. Specifically in China, you have this platform, Douyin, right? Because in China, Chinese government has a huge control over the platform, and everything, every platform, social media platform has to have a government intake into that. So for China, that's Douyin. Also, if some of you have able to access that, I have some connection in China, and I've just spoke about this. The kind of content you see TikTok worldwide, like all those at times just the nonsensical kind of content that you see on TikTok, just to keep the audience engaged, the youth engaged, and the kind of content you see on Chinese TikTok is hugely different. There, it's more education perspective. There's more about nurturing the youth and sort of things and developing that and sort of things. The other TikTok is totally different, right? So just the differentiation is, let's not get into that. This is only, Douyin is only for China, the TikTok version of Chinese audience. It's TikTok, but with different name. And TikTok is for the global audience wherever it is available, right? Then we have all other things, all the platforms over here, Snapchat and Twitter. One thing, if you guys have noticed, is this one prominent platform which was there in the, and I mentioned that, okay, it's not very popular, but yeah, you can consider this, right? LinkedIn is not there in this chart. Everything, when you are into marketing, you have to think from brand point of view. The moment you think as a marketer in a brand point of view, you will get all the solutions. Now, see, all these platforms over here, all these platforms, at least most of the platforms over here, brand used to connect and engage with the audience, right? By means of advertisements, promotions, and sort of things. The moment it comes LinkedIn, first, it's a more serious audience, not so the kind of campaign you could do in TikTok or on Instagram, you can't do in LinkedIn. The second thing is that brands doesn't use LinkedIn direct as a promotional kind of a platform. They do it like mostly in B2B, but it is, they treat it as, treat it more as a mirror website or a secondary website. Now take you as an example, right? Let's suppose you want to know about a company, you got a job offer or whatever, you go to their website and check, and the second most ideal thing, or most, I believe the second best thing you will go and check is their LinkedIn page. Correct me if I'm wrong or right, whatever, right? because LinkedIn serve as a mirror microsite or a mirror website of a brand, right? And since it's work as a website can't be same as an advertisement platform or a tool. A website is more different, more what you say, information oriented, more about themselves, about themselves, and this and that. Like for any brand, you can't see the kind of thing they have. A Nike will have on their website, and the Nike running a campaign on social media platform, because campaign you have a more creative flexibility or the liberty, right? And that's one reason. Second, of course, as I said, the audience itself is very different. The more serious audience on LinkedIn, and they are using it for a piece of information. Now, information can always be, people consume less than the entertainment, right? Entertainment is always on a higher side than information. All these platforms are source of entertainment. Somebody said in the beginning. That's why there's no LinkedIn over here in this series. Seeing this graph, if I'll ask you, like, uh, what are the trends in, let's say, I will come to this topic later on, Facebook, of course, when we'll discuss the social media platforms. But seeing this graph, if I'll ask you, what are the trends that you could see? Is there anything that you can see in this? If I'll, as a marketer, if I'll ask you that, conclude 3 or 4 learnings if you need to design your marketing strategy or social media strategy from this graph, if you want to conclude something that you need to implement in your social media strategy, what are the things you think would come to your mind, or what are the things that you have in your mind you can make out from this graph? Okay, if I'll see to this graph, and if I have to say, let's say I have to bring two or three kind of uh, uh, inputs from this graph. First thing, of course, what Jitendra has already mentioned, uh, that for advertisement, Facebook is still the thing, is still the king, right? So brands, I would say, brands are still sticking to Facebook ads and Facebook platform for community building and advertisement. So for my campaign, I can't ignore Facebook as an advertising platform. I like it or I don't like it. I consume it or not consume it. But from advertisement point of view, Facebook is still a thing, and I will have to keep a focus on that. That's one. Yes. Then a second, if I'll see the graph, is if you see YouTube, Instagram, the rise of it, and TikTok, all these platforms are gaining the momentum, and rather are more popular, which means, and also YouTube is there. So video content will be preferred. Rather, more importantly, if you just summarize that YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok, right, and they're all now featuring in the same direction, there will be the vertical videos, the content, the brands which will be promoting vertical videos will be decisive, will be decision making, will be more engaging, and these are the kind of content that will help us to connect better with the audience. So the rise of short videos is very, very significant, and it is going to, yeah, shorts and reels, but vertical videos, like back in the days, if you remember, people used to watch videos on a bigger screen. With the short videos concept, people watch in a landscape mode, no, vertical mode, and watch videos in a vertical mode. They don't even do landscape because it's become tough, right? So mobile phone, and then the rise of vertical videos platform. Vertical video is gonna be more decisive and gonna play a very important role in terms of branding and advertisements. Now, in that, if I just, so I'll just write it down first. Trends, first being this I have read recently, like that as per a report, there's a sudden rise and spike in the video consumptions of vertical video consumptions, and 30% more rise of 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 vertical videos and all the social platforms because of these kind of videos. If I'll ask you, do you guys have any idea what is the average time spent per visit on YouTube? Let's say YouTube is bigger platform, so we'll talk about YouTube for now. What is the average time spent per visit? Not like in the day, if you go to 10 times, then you calculate it. If you go one visit, what is the average time spent on YouTube watching the mostly videos and short videos? See, after the rise of this 2 hours, that's very long, but it's okay. I believe the way things are going, 2 hours won't be a distant thing. But in one visit, I mean to say, in one visit earlier, the average time spent on YouTube. Say, I'm taking YouTube as a one platform, not just generalizing for all, but YouTube. As per the report, it says that if any single visit, the average time spent on YouTube earlier was around 7 minutes. How much? 7 minutes in one visit, and that's it. But the other factor now comes in that today, with the rise of vertical videos, if you remember, YouTube was not primarily into vertical videos, they were into full-fledged long-term content, long content, and you can watch, keep the mobile like this in landscape mode and keep on watching it. It's not like, continuous scrolling and sort of things. But from the time YouTube also launched it as a Me Too product, seeing success of TikTok and Instagram, right? The average time has increased from 7 minutes to 25 minutes, which is almost what? 3 times of their earlier time, a 3-time engagement or time spent on a platform, which is a significant number in its own right. So if I just write it down, third and fourth one rather, see, one is about the advertisements. Second is about seeing these trends, video trends. We can say the vertical rise of videos. The third is that brands now can't skip WhatsApp, even to the advertisements. Advertisements are not allowed on that. But for community building, for engaging with consumers, WhatsApp is going to dominate the role, and soon it is going to be the one factor to not only engage with the consumers, but also as a customer service platform, personalization of content in terms of reaching one-on-one, because WhatsApp is largely one-on-one, right? So while YouTube and while on Facebook and on YouTube or on Instagram, you can advertise to larger set of audience, different one ad being seen by thousands and hundreds of people, but not on WhatsApp, because you can't advertise on WhatsApp yet, right? So what WhatsApp excel is to have a personalized reach. We talk about awareness, reach, personalization. Personalization is a factor that will be played out by WhatsApp, because there you can reach one-on-one, engage with the customer, may say that, okay, sir, you are not okay with us, you can take 50% discount. The same product, other customer, we can say you can have something else, you can have one-on-one free or whatsoever, right? Because we have a team over there. And you can also talk about feedbacks and surveys and market survey, seeing the engagement factor, seeing the kind of as a customer service platform. So WhatsApp is going to play a very important role, and that's the reason. I'm sure most of you people are also now these days getting messages from your products and services you're consuming. So please get in touch with WhatsApp or chat with us or something like that. Do you guys get it? You get? Yes. These days now, all of a sudden, this increases. So WhatsApp is going to play a role when it comes to personalization, customer service, and engaging with customers on one-on-one basis, right? Fourth, and a very important factor is that the future also, if not future, but the customers, apart from promotions, apart from ads, apart from these kind of one-on-one engagement, are, yeah, they also get subscription features, right? Very true. The fourth of what I can see from this is that customers soon, if you see from here, right, these are all, barring this, mostly the platforms like maybe Pinterest, maybe Quora, Reddit, Twitter are information driven platforms. So the fourth outcome that we can bring it out from the graph is that customer are significantly becoming more aware, and they are seeking more and more information driven content, and hence also spending significant amount of time on the platforms which not only just do promotion but teach them or educate them in that sense, right? So these are the four key takeaways that I can think of from this graph. I don't know. It's more of like, it's still mostly like a customer service platform, not advertisement, because advertisement, The very meaning of advertisement is that you advertise something and it reaches to the largest set of audience. Like you go to YouTube, the same ad can be seen by many people. That's why it's advertisement, right? In this case, they are reaching one-on-one to you, so they are not flashing out something, and you have to just be there. They have to be in your window, and it's like a message service. So they have to. It's like one-on-one, and that's why they are not. They can't do direct promotion right now because it's not yet open to that. That like how you can see advertisements, how that thing will also materialize on WhatsApp. That's a thing to see. But like the way you can see advertisements, videos, or thing on Twitter, on YouTube, or on Facebook, or on Instagram, you can't still do on Twitter. So they and using without you been asking for it. At times you don't even know you're asking for it. Like yeah, indirectly they say that you are giving permission us to connect with on WhatsApp, and that's when they connect with you on WhatsApp. It's like a connection service, not promotion service. So we were talking about social media marketing starting yesterday. We talked about very briefly. We discussed about the type of what is the reason for the rise of social media marketing, why we need to do social media marketing. We understand it's one of the most important aspects, which is from marketing point of view, is following the population, and secondly, also that its ability to connect and build brands, drive traffic to your website, and involves publishing great content, and more importantly, this part which is called word of mouth or peer-to-peer conversation, which for a long brand were want to have a catch hold of want to control that in some way, that what is the conversation happening among the people about the product or the services or the brand, and how can they utilize that when if it's positive, or if they can make it as a marketing tool out of it or marketing campaign out of it. And if it's negative, how can they convert that, how can they convert the negative sentiment into positive, and also how they can convert a negative customer into more positive customer or a loyal customer in that sense. And the rise of social media marketing has given access to that peer-to-peer conversation. Not only given access to that, it increase the volume of it. So the conversation which used to happen behind four walls or among two, three, 10 people, now it's happening to the entire world, to the largest set of audience, and then that the effect of that also is equally that. So if it's positive, brands are happy because then it can work as a ripple effect and enhance your brand equity, brand value, and kind of campaign or messaging that you are doing it right. But if it's negative, brand have to be very quick because it's a two-edged sword. Social media is, and then the brand have to be very actively not only do the control the negative PR which is happening on social media platform, but also try to convert that into negative. And then we have seen many a times wherein all of a sudden a brand done something, or even if the brand has not done something, someone associated with the company has done something, and then the brand is getting to trend on social media all over the world for the negative thing, and then the brand have to come up immediately to release to do the counter PR, or to try to release their side of the story, or to counter that and sort of things, right? So that's one thing that the reason that the brand or the companies have moved to these platforms, because they know if they will not be on this platform, anything happening in the industry they are in, anything happening for the brand they are in, if there is anything goes bad, right, then there will be no control, and the negativity which was earlier between 10 people can go to millions of people, and then they will lose a huge amount of brand equity that they have built over a period of time, right? And that's a very important point for them to at least ensure that to have a control over all these peer-to-peer conversation, which and control the impact of it if it's negative, spread the impact of it if it's positive, right? That's what we have discussed quite a few more things in terms of, we have seen some video and some graphs, and we try to figure out the kind of trends that we can see in the coming time when it comes to social media marketing. Be it Facebook, which is a giant, and people say this it's dying, but it's still there. Which in a very small way we talk about why it's there. Then we have spoke about vertical videos on the rise, and how there was 33% or more a rise of short videos content and its consumption. And that's one thing I missed to mention over here. This is a global phenomena, right? And this 33% rise of short video content is a global thing, but also a lot in that is getting contributed by TikTok, right? So not like YouTube or Instagram. They are there. They also have their vertical videos. Largely, Instagram is vertical videos, but YouTube has also started that. But a lot of contribution in this at a global level comes from TikTok. As we know, that TikTok is one of the biggest platform when it comes to content wise, uh, uh, vertical videos, right? Okay. Great. So the point is, and then yesterday we also talk about that the we also talk about that social media platform de facto is not mere for sales. It's purely for promotion, and more than promotion, it's for engagement. And the other most important thing with the brand does is there's a sudden rise of, and this is what every brand is trying to do today. This is the new phenomena. You might have heard of these things many a times, right? And it's not like anymore that we have to promote, or we have to just promote, or we have to just do the sales campaign or generate leads. On social media, it's largely about community building, because once you build a community, you know that this is a loyal fan base kind of a thing that you have created. You are creating a brand advocates, which in presence or in absence of yours will also be will be your army for the brand to defend on social media platforms, right? And most of the brands today are in this phase of building community. At least mass driven brands, they build community. They are, as I said yesterday as well, that brands were able to engage with the customers earlier as well. The mediums were different. They were able to do sales as well earlier. The mediums were different. They were able to hear to the voices of customers, as the medium were different, right? They were doing ads as well earlier. But there's one thing which is called community building, which was there earlier only for the sports teams or sports fan base. Like, you are a follower of a particular football club, your IPL is going on, and you are a follower of a particular IPL team. But for brands to create such kind of fan following was tough. You can have engagement, you can have a bit of loyalty sort of things, but fan following is a different league, because then a fan can defend you even if you're wrong, right, whatsoever, right? And today, all the brands are in this race of building community. A very classic example of this is that how build community building or use of social media platforms can help a brand to revive its position also. A very good example is of that is Coca-Cola, right? How many of you have heard of this thing called Share a Coke campaign by Coca-Cola, right? And that's, for example, so the Coca-Cola overall strategy, or most of the brands today, be it Nike also you talk about, be it Adidas also you talk about, Coke, Pepsi, whatever, their larger strategy today is to build, share content, engage with the customers, but for a longer go, to build a fan base, to build a community of their customers or something like that. And for that, what Coke does is, now what example, Coke is a very old brand, right? It started ages back, hundreds of years back, right? And the first, second, third generation of users have used Coke. Now, this generation, or the new generation, they have done a survey in a country of Australia, random, right? And they found that almost 50% of the audience, 50% of the youngsters rather, or the new generation with whom usually consume more of cold drinks sort of things, have not even tasted Coke once in their life. Now, 50% of overall population, or overall young population in Australia, it's a huge number for a brand like Coke, because their entire business runs on that, right? And if 50% of the population is not even tasted Coke, you can remember. So their sales were depleting. And this was just 10 years from now, from today, 10 years back from today, right? 50% is a great number, yeah. And to counter that, they have to think of something to bring and engage with the new audience, that what they could do to to get in the eyes of new customers or the new audiences, and also at least bring them closer to the brand. Now, they were doing advertisements. Not that they were not doing advertisements. They had a sales team over there. They were doing all kind of activities, promotional activities. But imagine 50% of the people were not even able to connect with the brand, and they were not used the product. They have not tasted once in their life the product of Coca-Cola, because they were not feeling this essence of connectivity. So the next phase of advertising is more about community building and building connections. So no more the days where you can just promote it and then they will buy it. It can happen. But if you want to stay long in the game, if you want to look for a long-term vision, long-term picture, you have to have something like community building activity for them. So what they have done is they come up with this share a Coke campaign, right? And first they started in Australia, and then they developed that worldwide, that kind of a campaign. So what they've done is they have encouraged users to share a photo. If I just maybe go to here. Yeah, so this was a campaign that they started, that you have to they are on social media, there are QR codes and all sort of things. They also did offline marketing or retail kind of marketing, or all those things, wherein all you have to do is just share these names of your friend or your name and something like that, and Coke will they also integrated that in dispensing machines over there, right? You have to write in the name, and the Coke can will come with your name or your friend's name added to it, right? You can see the video on YouTube later on, fine, to see that. Now what it has done is that it's connected so well with the new generation 22, like the Gen Zs or the millennials. It's connected so well with an audience that, there's something called personalized touch that Coke was providing it to them, right? And what this all said is, whenever you have this drink with your name or with your friend's name, when you share a Coke, just share your image or something like that with us on social media platform, on Facebook, either on Facebook or Instagram, right? You will be amazed. Forget about sales. Their sales increased by 7 to 8%. Most of the in Australian market, and then overall worldwide also, their sales share increased by at least 8 to 9%, which is a huge number when you talk about Coke. 8 to 9% rise in the sales itself. We're talking about millions of dollars, right? And what they also achieve out of it, more importantly, is that their social media platform. Now, this is very important part of community building. Hear me out. That a brand which was struggling to penetrate among the young audience in the market, right? And I spoke about the numbers. Within a month's time, at least 5 lakh photos of Coca-Cola and users were shared on social media platforms. Now, 5 lakh photos, user generated content. So almost social media platforms were flooded with Coke hashtags, Coke campaign, which was Coke done nothing. Coke did one campaign, and it's all user generated content, which has flooded the social media platform. So kind of media inventory they were able to create, right, for free was huge. Getting the point? Not only that, it has increased the brand engagement, uh yeah, this Sumit is sharing this. Yeah, share a Coke campaign, right? Not only that, uh they were able to increase their brand engagement by 20% among the customers. Now, 20% is a huge number when you talk about a Coke, which is already a known brand. In that, increasing 20% is a huge number, right? More important than that is that they were able to build a community of the users. Those who were never tried Coke, now are a fan of Coke, right? And it is the same audience, the same people whom they are struggling to build the connect are now fan of theirs on social media platform. They are promoting that. They are sharing photos and all sort of things. So 5 lakh photos for a brand in 1 month was a huge number. Imagine, for one brand, users are sending 5 lakh photos and flooding the social media platform. Can you imagine the kind of media inventory that they were able to achieve for free, right? Guys, I can understand it's Sunday, end of the weekend, but bit of excitement, bit of energy would be fine. Share a Coke. I will just write it down so that you can remember this example. Now, why I'm writing this? Because these things are not there in the slides, right? So I'll just give this as an example point of view. Encouraged users to share photos, creating. Now this is very important. That has created a viral trend for Coke. The Coke did, right? So the point being, what I'm trying to say is, today, if you're using social media platform, even if you're using it as a startup or your own company, or something like that, right? Do not just see social media platform to do sales, because now this is where the difference come into a play, right? You think of you as a user. When you go to Google, when you search something on Google, your intention is usually either to buy the product or to consume that content specifically about that particular matter, right? So you go with an intention to at least buy, check the product or something like that. So you are almost there. You are not going there to spend your time looking for a content to do time pass sort of things, right? But when you go to social media platform, even if it's you as an individual, the same person, your intent changes. You go to social media to spend your time to find some relatable content with which you can find a connect, right? Or you can have some good time over there, right? So social media works totally different compared to the search engine marketing or search engine platforms. What majorly people the goof up is that they treat both as same. They run a campaign on search. They also treat social media also as a quick fix to their sales, which is not. As I said earlier, also sales will happen, but here, since the user itself is not coming with an intent to buy. Now think of like this: if every brand on social media platform start to scream, "Buy me, please purchase me," and this and that, will you find it irritating, or you find it like soothing for you too, and you feel like to go to the platform again and again? I believe in most cases people will be irritated. You are not irritated seeing the ad on Google, because that's what you go for, right? That's what you go for. You know that on Google I'm coming for a product to achieve. So your intent is there, you're mentally there. But if all the same brands start social media to just promote ads and this and that, it will be irritating for you. That's why you have to blend the campaign also. That's why you see the campaign also on social media platform in a way that it doesn't scream buy me or purchase me or do the sales or something like that. It's largely to build a base for you. It's largely to build a connection with you. And then with de facto, if sales happens, great, right? Right. So whenever you think of your brand also to strategize, think of social media as a platform wherein intentionally customers are not coming to purchase. Intentionally customers are coming to consume. Once they find it relevant or become a fan of yours, they come to your platform, your page again and again. The sales will happen, right? And a very good example of another example is Starbucks, right? Now Starbucks is a great example of utilizing social media platform, right? So Starbucks utilize their Facebook as a hub of customer interaction. So they share, they release their, we are coming up with a new coffee flavor or new taste or new food, or and also interact with the, if consumers share their can of Starbucks or whatever the cup of Starbucks, with that they interact with them on social on Facebook, right? And they want user to do that. So not that Starbucks were not able to sell coffee earlier, but the point is now they are giving this sense of belonging to the consumers, right? That even if you share an empty can of Starbucks or your past can of Starbucks, they interact. Also using it as a platform wherein they are interacting with the consumers and doing the launches or informing the consumers about their new products coming in, about the new launches which is there, right? And what they are, what other things that they are bringing up, that they are bringing to the market, right? So that's a very good way to connect with the consumers and give them this sense of belonging. If you are not able to create that, you will not be able to succeed on social media platform, right? Or very, if you guys, some of you guys have might have, if seen this shows like Shark Tank and all, you might have heard of that some of the brands who come up with and say that we have this much of data and on social media platform, they say, I believe one of the judges over there have said that, on social media it's all about community building. So we have built a community of, like Boat, for example. Like Boat headphones is an Indian headphone company of manufacturer of headphones and all sort of things. And if I'm not wrong, he said that we have built a community of, what you call, had there's a term he used. I'm not able to remember that, but he used something like that, right? That we have built a community of headphone users or college goers, and there's a particular tagline they use it, right? There are so many headphones in the market. That is it the first headphone ever? Boat heads, yeah, boat heads. So they build a community of boat heads, right? That's a very strong term. Now, is it the only headphone? To be very honest, the best headphones that ever created? No. Is it the first headphone? They have the first mover advantage? No. There are many headphones much before the boat even come into a play. We have been using headphones since our from our college days, much earlier days, right? But what they succeeded in terms of breakthrough to do their marketing on social media platforms, and they were able to create that community of boat heads, as the right term been given by by Jitendra, right? Right, boat heads, and he said it that we have built a community that is strong now, that my community member itself promote my brand to the other fellow members. Also, if they need a new headphone, they will not look beyond boat, because now they are into that fan. We have created a fan base or sort of things, right? And that's the important of creating a fan base or building a strong community, right? Harley Davidson, yes. For example, Royal Enfield also in India, which is one of the biking, right, company. Now, so what should be the messaging? Then important question comes in, that when it comes to social media platform, what are the things that we should be keeping in mind uh, when it comes to messaging element, right? What are the things we could do or we can think of? Now, this is a no-brainer in a way that you all are aware of that, how to write on social media platform, what to write and all those things. But there are few things which you need to keep in mind depending upon the kind of category, the kind of product you are into, right? But obvious when it comes to social media platform, and when it comes to building or creating the message, what are the elements that you keep in mind? First, it has to be focused upon brand awareness, not brand selling or product selling, right? So because social media is a platform, it's cluttered platform, and there we have to create a niche for yourself. There you have to cut the clutter in a way. So you have to do a campaign. Even if you're doing a campaign, you're doing a content, you're writing a content on the social media platform, you have to create some content in a way that should create a brand awareness and will able to create a recall in the consumer's mind, right? Or recognize your brand among the clutter. And it should build a connect with the target audience. And that's why when I go further to talk about every platform in detail, we'll talk about that which platform serves what, right? And it should have a consistency in terms of branding and promotional content, right? Coca-Cola, they are stuck with a theme, and that's what they do on social media platform, right? So I'll write these things, but before that I want to explain. Now, other thing, if not brand awareness, the other factor should be in your social media content should be value for customers, right? It should communicate the benefits. Now, in most cases, if it's not a mass driven brand, it's not a mass driven brand, what you have to do is you have to create the benefits. You have to talk about the benefits and what is there for in this, what is there in this for the customers, right? The customers should feel the sense of pride. When I'm saying not just like USPs, okay, I have this, others have that, and this and that. Whenever you talk about the value for customer, it should be around an aspiration, that why customers should sense a feel or sense of a feeling of pride, right? Uh, Owning that brand or owning that product or consuming that product. It could be by means of just content. It could be by means of, let's say, just asking them to share a photo or something, or connecting with in that sense, maybe a video, or the story that you narrate is so important that the customer should feel that connect, right? It could be something engaging and something valuable. Now, valuable doesn't mean that only the product USP or the product features. It should be valuable in terms of emotional as well. You're giving some emotional aspect to the story, that's where they find the value in your storytelling, right? And for example, a very good example, so let me quickly write it down as well. So first thing, of course, value or messaging element is brand awareness, wherein it has to have brand recall, or something that keeps you at the top of the mind, right? Increase. Right now, this is, don't get it wrong. As I explained, also it could be something aspirational value, something emotional, whatever. But there has to be some value to it, right? And also, this is where you need to be very proactively addressing the customers' likes, dislikes, and make them part of the journey, right? And that's where you will, what you are doing is you're making them part of the journey. Means you are creating a brand advocate for yourself by means of anything. It could be by means of case study, could be by means of content itself, that you are giving something emotional to them, or testimonial. Yeah, but make them part of their journey. Very good example of value for customer kind of a content is uh, uh, if I can think of Dove. Dove is a very classic example wherein they what they do is they teach the customers. They don't promote that on social media platform or anywhere else, right? What they do is they talk about skincare products in terms of creating health, right? The name is a Real Beauty Campaign. So if you go and check, yeah, right now you can read about this. I can go to their website itself. Now, as a company level, since Dove is also from HUL, I don't believe that on one side you talk about beauty, or on the other side you're creating the differentiation about the color, skin tone, and all sort of things. But if you just see product Dove or the brand Dove, that's they are utilizing in a very effective way. They never talk about, that Dove they never talk about that in terms of just buy Dove for this reason, because it can make your skin this and that and whatnot. They talk about, see, you can see that on the website itself, different ways, or different, right, of different type of skins or sort of things, different kind of hairstyles or whatever. And that's what they have generated a huge connect or community building on social media platform, right? They did uh, uh, kind of a campaign or a case study, or trying to engage with the audience, the female audience worldwide, saying share. Yeah, overall, it's called a real beauty campaign. Sometimes they come up with the skin, sometimes they come up with the curly hair campaign sort of things, but it was largely the real beauty campaign. That the real beauty campaign comes in all shapes, size, color, sort of things, even if it's hair for skin and sort of thing. And they said, share your journey with us, or share your photo with us, whatever you are, from wherever you are, right? And that has built them in terms of some value, some emotional value. Somebody who has not been considered beautiful, maybe, or have some incident, some story sort of thing, or uh, some bad or good experience about it, right? They started to share and narrate their story with the customer. Now, in this case, the value they are talking about is not the product, that my soap is without maybe without chemical or this and that, or it's made of this and that. No, they have created a value for the customer in terms of, we are here to listen to you, right? In form of your story, in form of your case study or the testimonial, but we are here to listen to you. And that's the greatest value they have created for the consumer. And that's why they were able to build a strong base, or strong community base, right? So I'll again give an example for this. Example. Yeah. Yeah. Great. Yes, the Sensodyne can also be considered in the same league. But they are more in a very direct approach, like, okay, Sensodyne, this is what you do, and your teeth sensations and all sort of things can be cured. Dove takes it to another level of being very emotionally driven. Yeah. The third factor, when you consider in the messaging element, either brand awareness, value for customer, the third is differentiation. Now here the things become a little tricky. Let's suppose you already is a big brand, and you don't want to create a brand awareness, and you are not in a category wherein, with like Coca-Cola, with all the health thing and healthy living. Coke may reduce their fan following, and that's why they have to continuously keep on engaging the consumers to build the brand awareness, right? The other value for customer means you have to go on an emotional lane, or talk about their stories like Dove I'm talking about, right? And addressing the larger issue. Now there may be a brand or a product, and I'll give an example as well, that they already have a brand awareness, and as such people are aware of it. They can't get into this line of on social media campaigns wherein they can talk about share your story and sort of things, right? But in that, then comes the third element called differentiate. If not, set your brand apart from the competitors, and what makes you very unique. Your message tone, your element should be in a way that you are not even in the league of your competition. You are totally different, and that's what you want to stick at. Like you are something that you want to be known as. You are creating a differentiation. You are a different league altogether, right? So set your product slash brand apart from, right? And usually the content also should be like that. Right now, a very good example which I can think of, I know it's a repetitive example which I've given many a times earlier as well, but it's called, it's for me, it's always an Apple. Right now, it's phone market that's, it's hugely cluttered, and more of like every brand is giving the same thing, but brand is well known. They don't go on the emotional lane, but their campaigns now, apart from that iPad campaign that I talk about, their campaigns is usually they're trying to bring a personality to your brand, right? Like if you carry an Apple, there's a different personality altogether. They don't go by the features or sort of things. It's largely about some bit of added value in your personality, and that's where the Apple play, right? So I don't know if I'm making sense to you all, or if you guys have any other better example. They kind of play in a zone where they kind of bring a personality to a brand, like this is something unique, something different, which none of my competition can offer you, even if it's all a clutter market, right. then there's some then there are some small elements that you need to consider when you create a messaging element. It has some accessibility, depending upon the goal that you have, right, which means a clear call to action, easy, you can engage with the users, what you can listen to what they are saying, it a clear call to action, that to make them visit to a website, or what you want, like you want to share their photos or whatever you want from a campaign or expect from a campaign. It should be accessible to the users, and very easy way to explain. And last, I believe, is the way you tell your storytelling. It's a very important thing, right? Storytelling connect with the audience through compelling narratives and authentic experience on cloud tech campaign. Okay, Jitendra, right? So the storytelling point which I'm trying to say is that you need to connect with your brand in through a very compelling story narratives. Like you have to build a narrative. Like Share a Coke campaign was building a narrative that we are here, or this product which I mentioned about beauty campaign, or a real beauty campaign, right? You have to, the storytelling should be in a way that it feels authentic. It should not be like just you are doing it for sake of it, right? So you should connect with the audience through a compelling narrative. And let me write, in this last term which I mentioned is very important, because social media, as I said, is a two-sided sword, right? And you have to be very authentic over there when you share your story, or when you talk about anything, or whenever you the story you bring into the user, because users uh, believe, and if their trust has been breach over there, it will be tough, right? uh, and if you're sharing something authentic, it will quickly help a brand to build the trust factor, right? And since you are playing with the emotion of the users, if it's go wrong, right, it will be very tough to come back from the kind of negative impact it will create, right? a very good example of storytelling these days, which has come up, and you guys may agree with me that many of the brands today, uh, when it comes to build that personality to the storytelling, or build that connect with the users, or try to build a more authentic, give them a more authentic experience in the narrative, in the add a kind of narrative in their storytelling, is they share the behind the scene kind of content, right? Must have seen that, even if it's a fashion brand, or a food product on social media, or a restaurant chain, or any hospitality industry sort of things, they share behind the scene kind of content, that okay, this is what had, like sometimes the brand share that what went down to create that particular ad which you have seen, or like for a share a coke campaign, later on they release that how they have executed. It was a hefty task, how the names will be printed on the coke bottles, how the entire campaign will be executed digitally. Later on they share behind the scene, that give a more of authentication, an authentic experience to the users, that it was not a gimmicky thing, it was really the team has went and spent a lot of time into that, right? Okay, so one of the examples of storytelling currently is Formula One Drive to Survive on Netflix, where they share their experiences. Yeah, very right example from that, right? And behind the scene, I believe, is one of the very crucial thing in, if you have a kind of a brand or a product where you can share the behind the scene content. It uh, for some reasons, I don't know, right? It has found its audience base, and audience are liking it. For example, and that's why if you see, you've started to see the trend also now, that after every movie at the end, they begin to show the behind the scene kind of a content, that what went through the shooting of a movie. Have you guys have experienced that? Yes, no? Yes. uh, uh, that the same is getting utilized on social media platform as well. Many of brands, like like for example the Dove. So they show that when they meet the particular person to tell their story, how was it, and what she shared, right? So a very raw form of content, which which feels more authentic, and create a very compelling narrative over there, right? And some, I don't know the reason for sure, but it has been accepted by the audience for a long, and that's why many, as I said, the movies also started to show behind the scene kind of a content, because it's a direct way, a good way of storytelling. Many a times people like the behind the scene content of 10 minutes behind the scene content more than the entire content itself, right? So these are the few fine things that I believe is needed whenever you build your strategy over the social media platforms to drive traffic, or to create engagement, or to create brand awareness for the product. Please keep this in mind. Now, is this the only thing that you have to do? No. Is this the like bible of utilizing social media? No, right? But at least we, as it's ever evolving, the social media platforms are ever evolving, the audience are ever evolving, the marketers itself are ever evolving, and there are different things keep on happening every alternate day, right? So it will change, but these are the few things which I have experienced, that brands overall build their narrative around these junctures, around these elements, which I wanted to share with you also, that when you go to the social media platform as an individual, as a for a brand, for anything, please keep that thing in mind, right? Yeah, so it started with the yeah, and that's what people started to believe, because earlier people used to think a very nice point. But people used to think that it's all VFX and it's not real stunt, and then a man is flying and kicking everything else, so there's no hard work into it. It's all VFX, and that's when a very nice point. Thanks, Alan Jitendra. That's when those movie makers have started to show that no, and that aligned with what the topic I've shared is authentic experience, and that's where, because people was thinking that it's all fake, or it's all VFX sort of things, they started to share those behind the scene content of Jackie Chan movies, that no, there's a lot of hard blood, sweat, and work goes into to create that kind of action scenes. And they started to show at the end of the behind the scene that he's really kicking, jumping, and sort of things. And then later on, it built a lot of connect among the audience to know that what we're seeing is something real, something really, human driven experience that they are showcasing to us. Yeah. Very true. Very nice point, Jitendra and Sumit. Yeah. So that's from there on, it's picked up, and then the brand also, it will show that we are not just there to do a campaign. We really put in what went into to create such a masterpiece for you all, right? And you also, if you are in a kind of business, you can use this. You can use these kind of things. It really clicks. If you just go to some of the platforms like Facebook or Instagram and restaurants, if you'll see, they mostly see show behind the scene kind of thing, that how they are flipping the dishes and making the dishes, the fire and the chaotic scene in the pantry by a restaurant, and how they are managing everything else. Those kind of glimpse connects better with the audience, right? And that's why even all these brands or the products also started to do that on social media platform. Now we are since we have covered just basic elements, and social media is all about the multiple platforms. So now we will get into to understand most. Now this part you already know, but we'll try to understand more in detail, right? Most popular social media platforms or social media marketing platforms, strategies, and we're going to learn about that, since most of the platforms you are already aware about, right? But we'll try to understand that how, even if you're catering to the same set of audience or maybe different set of audience, how the platform plays a role. Remember the 4 P's of digital marketing when we started with digital marketing landscape session, the first session we did. How many of you remember that? Don't say no, please. It'll be heartbreaking for me. Yeah, but product place promotion was normal marketing mix. Then we talk about 7 P's of marketing. Then we spoke about 4 P's of digital marketing. Not the traditional 4 P's. 4 P's of digital marketing. We talk about platform, people, process, physical evidences. Remember that? Right, and the first P in that was platform, right? And that's why, so coming from the very first session we did, now it's coming back to over here to understand the platform, because the platform will decide the success of a campaign itself, right? So why the platform important? In this series we try to understand that what kind of platform is designed for what kind of a campaign you could do, how it can, what kind of a strategy that you can think of, how it differentiates from others, and how you can leverage the particular platform for the success of your product, service, brand, and utilize it, right? So this is more from the perspective of that, how different, even though the purpose of all the platform is same, but even then, is there a thin line difference where it can differentiate from the others, and how the platform is very important for you to understand each of the platform before even jumping to build a marketing strategy or doing a campaign on and utilizing any of the platform. And then in sense that how you can leverage that, what you should be doing on this platform and what you should not be doing in this platform to leverage your brand presence or the brand campaign that you are doing. People, process, platform, and performance. Yes, right. So of course we're gonna learn about that. And if you're talking about most popular social media platforms, of course the first thing comes is Facebook. We have seen it yesterday that it has a huge number still, right? It still is one of the leaders when it comes to monthly active users, right? So first, that thing what we have learned, I'll write it down over here, and then we can discuss more in detail. 2.9 billion monthly active users is what we have learned about, right? And this number is by, I will not say exactly current, but 2024. So we just 3 months from 2024, not much of a difference, right? Anyone who can say what would be the demographic for this platform? Now, of course, the audience will cross over into all these platforms. We cannot say that there's a distinctive distinctive audience for this platform and distinctive audience for this platform. But for understanding purpose and the mindset of the audience, mindset of the brands over here, we'll try to understand, right? So any idea, since Facebook is 2.9 billion active, billion monthly active users, what is the demographic for Facebook as a platform? And then we talk about key strategies, how it is different, and other things. 30 to 50, okay. Yeah, so see, to be very honest, one thing I would say, it's Facebook is still caters to demographic wise. It caters to a very wide range of audience still, right? But it is particularly popular among the users of say 25 plus to 54, largely from 30 plus to 54, but I didn't say 25 as well, because now they're on the marketplace, right? Why 30 plus to 24? Because it's largely catering to the millennials. Remember the yesterday thing, the purchase parity, and the millennials are the first users who ever tasted social media, tried any social media platform, and they largely for a long spend their time on Facebook, right? And they're still there, right? So it caters to a wide range of audience, yes, but it's mostly, so I will write it down here. Right now 54, 55, whatever you can say, but this side will be on the higher side in terms of user base, right? Now Gen Zs are not, Sumit, Gen Zs are not most likely to be largely on Facebook. They are moved to Instagram. But millennials, yes. Millennials are still one of the biggest Facebook users when it comes to content utilization. Yeah. Now, what are the key strategies that we can look for? Why the brands are there, right? Now, before I go further to deep down into Facebook, see, I told you yesterday that most of the brands are there today. Let me just log into the Facebook. Let me just stop sharing my screen first, right? And is my screen visible again? Yeah. Okay. So if I'll go to see Facebook, and meanwhile I just put a search term over here, right? You can see most of the brands today. Now this is where the difference come into a play from Facebook to the other brand, other social media platform. Here it's more about building fan base, right? Followers and all, it's okay, but fan base. If you go to, and why I'm saying that, let's say I go to Coke, right? Now Coke has its own community page over here. People can interact, share, comments, and talk, and all those things, and they can announce it. Uh, Back in the days, to be very honest, back in the days, I used to like these business pages or the fan based pages on Facebook much better than what it is today, because it's more I believe now Facebook is trying to be like Instagram, right? But earlier it used to be very different. That's one. Secondly, why it differentiate in itself is, you see, this is all Coke. It's around 1.109 million likes and 109 million followers. Okay, right? But and similarly, you can check for Pepsi also. Yeah, so this is Pepsi page, a business page over there, and you see, they have like 36 million followers over here. And sort of things, they have all the photos, content, user generated content, they share, and all those things. But if you just uh, also see one thing is that they allow different users to create their own face. There are communities on Facebook which is not owned by the brands, but is a huge discussion points. Like if I just search for Coca-Cola again, apart from just a Coke page, or let's see, I'll search for no Creta. Yeah. You see, now this is where the Facebook differentiate itself, because it's largely community building or fan base building platform. Apart from the company owned page, there are fans who create their multiple pages. So for any, you see, for Hyundai Creta is a automobile. It's a car by Hyundai, right? Now you see, this is Hyundai Creta owners, which is 61,000 members, 119,000 members, 27,000, 8.4K, 12K, whatsoever, like, right? Some of the groups are very big, some of the groups are small. But there's a multiple groups which it is getting created by the fans itself for the product, right? So for a product, it's very easy. So what they have to do is, they know there are 19 groups or 19 Facebook brand community for my product is there on Facebook. Whenever they launch a campaign, they directly provide a link on those pages. You might be also following some of the pages, some of the brands. You see that even if it's not an official page, it's very easy for a brand to know that what kind of fan base I have, how many communities which are there on the Facebook, and I can directly reach to them, directly share the coupons or sort of things, and they're my primary target audience. Yes. So from targeting point of view, Facebook is very easy based on the data, based on the business pages, based on the community fan pages has been created, right? It's very easy for a brand to build or target the audiences, also utilizing the database of Facebook. And that's the reason also, as I spoke about yesterday, the most of the brands are today, you talk about, let's say, any other brand you would like to, Nike maybe. See, with their details over here, and they are here. So most of the brands, and you see in their content also, connect a lot of comments, these things and that which they share, right? And if you just search Nike randomly, not this is the brand page, right? And then there'll be multiple fan base pages by itself, which is not promoted by the company itself. You see, this is the groups that people have created out of love for the brand, right? And Nike is happy with that because they see the kind of fan following. So 47,000 followers, 102K, 500. This is a big group, right? Nike shoes 3.6, 91,000, 51,000, and all sort of things. So for a Nike, it's very easy to know that how many groups or the fan base is there on the Facebook platform. They can directly approach to them and create a fan movement at any point in time, much like the Coke has created. Are you guys okay? Aligned with the thought? Is it good so far? Yeah. So that's where the Facebook takes an edge over. So if I write about the platform itself, right? So what is the key strategies that you have that is there that makes the Facebook unique, right? The utility of based on interest, behavior, and location. Of course, this is what we mentioned about. It has a huge database. So this from organic point of view, and as well as from campaign point of view, because there are so many fan pages, fan bases, and the data that Facebook has collected over the last 20 years, it's make it very easy for a brand if they want to organically just reach to a different to the similar mindset of people, or to the audience where they feel that the connect will be easy. They just have to post the content or reach to this fan bases or community pages over there, and their job is done. If they want to make an advertisement out of it, they know that the data that Facebook has or the Meta has in terms of demographics, age, interest, behavior, which kind of pages the user are. That's why I've showed the page, that what kind of pages user are a particular user is following, and then it becomes a direct or the indirect audience based on the likes or dislikes of the fan or the pages they are consuming content from, or make our fan base of, right? And directly they can put the ad on such kind of pages. So if I'm an automobile campaign and I want to promote, I know that these are the automobile. I only want to target automobile as a category. These are the pages where, most importantly, my ad will reflect, right? So the kind of data it has, uh, the kind of mechanics it has created, the Facebook has, it's still unmatched, right? right? And that's why Facebook still has one of the highest active monthly users. Not only that, that Meta is keeping Facebook as an old aging, but a very significant contributor to their entire revenue sort of thing, because the targeting capacity that Facebook creates, it's yet second to none, right? Also, this is where a bit of difference when it comes to Facebook and Instagram, right? Video content now, it's all integrated. Like the other day, who just was sharing that, if you put something on Instagram, it's asked you to share the reel on Facebook as well. A disparate attempt to revive Facebook for the young generation. But when it comes to video content, that is where the differentiation between the Instagram and Facebook appears, because Facebook can still leverage to have a bit of larger content over there, right? Instagram, I don't know. Instagram has to be between like 30 seconds, 60 seconds at max, right? Facebook still have a mix of it. So if you go scroll your own Facebook page, if you are there on it, you see the reels, you see the stories. But apart from reels and stories, you'll also see some of the groups which you follow. Maybe those who are the content driven pages, right? They share the long videos as well. Maybe downloading from YouTube, or directly providing a link of YouTube, or releasing their video exclusively on Facebook. But there are also a flexibility to release longer video content, which people will not see if it's on Instagram. So that's where the differentiation come into play. Even though the Instagram is leading when it comes to short videos and sort of things, but there's always an audience who not everybody is looking for 30-second videos, right? I need entertainment. I need to follow a page wherein the comic videos are released, the longer series of videos, and I can see that. So in a way, this is where the differentiation Facebook creates for itself, which means for a brand, that from video content you can leverage that facility. Yeah. So this is how you can leverage the platform of Facebook. Even though you feel there's a correlation, yes, but a bit of differentiation Facebook creates when it comes to video content, right? We'll talk about the YouTube later on also, because that's a giant in video content itself. But this is what Facebook is now. As have shown you some examples of fan basis pages, a very great platform for community building, right? Using right? So this is a very unique feature, and that's what I've shared with you all as well earlier, right? Why I've taken an example of Creta, because I was just scrolling to the Facebook, I've seen there's quite a few groups created by users. There's one group of Creta itself, and wherein the group is much bigger than the Creta share their own. If there is something happening, they share on that fan base, and the people interact with over there. And I have seen it's like why I've written the discussion around the brand, because people discuss that what is new thing happening, what is the new product happening, what are the changes done by Greta, and people talk and respond to each other in that group. So the fan base building ability of Facebook, and a strong fan base building ability of Facebook, where people not only just make a page and then disappear, they interact, engage, and talk about the brand, is very powerful. And that's what I've seen, that many of the brands go to these fan bases and really talk about the rewards, that what is the new thing happening. They talk about the product launches, and it works in the favor of the brand, even if it's not an official fan basis, but they are the product fans. They go to a level that they create a fan base. They are doing the job of a marketing for these products without getting paid or anything, right? So very win-win for a brand, like a situation. And this community building or fan base creation thing ability of Facebook is unmatched yet, right? And that's the reason Facebook is still leading, because at the end of the day, it's not only the users who will drive the force on a social media platform, it's also the brand, because at the end of the day, it's the brand who pays the money, right? and the brands are still sticking with Facebook. Reason, it creates an ability to create a discussion around a brand. The more the discussions, which means the more the mentions of a brand on a social media platform. And social media is nothing but all about the mentions. How many mentions about a product will give a leverage to a product in terms of its share of voice. We'll come to that, what is share of voice, but that's what it does. Right? So what's different, if I want to conclude this platform and move to other? It's robust targeting capabilities, measurable campaign when you are looking for a paid campaign, right? And making it a powerful platform for paid advertisements and community level engagement, right? That's what makes Facebook different. It's robust targeting capabilities when it comes to paid campaign. The kind of data it has and extensive analytical tools allow highly specific measurable campaigns, and making it, the other point is making it a very powerful platform for paid advertisements and community level engagement, which we have just discussed about and seen that how it works, right? Okay. Now, just whatever we have learned, summarize it from this point of view as well. So, whatever we have discussed about in terms of Facebook, outline the evolution, various elements, role of Facebook and page and messenger, and categorizing different type of post that Facebook does. Right. So, this is what uh, Facebook has evolved over a period of time from just image to video driven content, as we just talk about through reels, but also the bigger kind of content or a bigger, longer videos over a period of time. Facebook has proven its mettle when it comes to video content. It gives an edge over other platforms, not YouTube, but comparatively, right? Now, right now, the social feeds in Meta reflect algorithmically recommended content. So a lot of AI integration is happening when it comes to Facebook. So you have to be careful of that as well, that you should be along with the trend, what is there in the industry and what your communities or the fan base is talking about, right? The content of groups that are not followed are also displayed, see? And there's a drastic change in the scope of social feeds, right? So a lot of AI integration is happening. Then in terms of organic, so the term now they use is called edge, refers to any activity performed on Facebook. So it's called edge ranking on Facebook. Earlier it used to be called edge rank, right? The edge rank was used by Facebook to rank the feeds for priority, to prioritize the visibility of a content based on that what kind of likes and things that a particular activity is achieving. They call it an edge rank, right? And accordingly, if the algorithm finds it better, it used to provide or push that content more in the feeds to increase the visibility of that particular content, right? So EdgeRank is defined as the algorithm used by Facebook to decide the user's news feed articles that you see in your news feeds in the Facebook. So Facebook today is kind of trying to be Instagram plus Twitter mixed together and a bit of YouTube also into it. So it's a bit of confusing state for maybe users, but that's what they're trying to do. And then a bit of Amazon also, because they are creating a social media, social marketplace, right? Facebook marketplace. So it's kind of why they are doing it. It's kind of trying to be a platform for all set of audience, all different type of audience or demographics that we have. to provide something for everyone, right? Or maybe a master platform. And in that sense, maybe not content wise, maybe not very engaging as the Instagram is, but at least it facilitates all kind of users is what their try is, right? So the algorithm creates the feed rank by considering the product factors like affinity, decay, and weight of the content. That how much you can associate with a particular content, or the user can associate. What is the is it getting old? Is it kind of something fatigue which is creating, or what is the weight it holds in terms of overall engagement value, right? And based on that, the edge rank is getting created for the organic content, not the paid one. This all is not for the paid, but the organic one. Then integration of machine learning is happening. It helps to predict the type of content people will see in their feeds on Facebook, right? So calculate the signal score, applies demotions to content, and calculates a post final score. So all this at the back end happens. That's why you see some of the organic posts get more engagement on Facebook. Some of the posts doesn't get engagement on the Facebook, because the algorithm is right now keep on predicting that okay, this kind of content people are utilizing more, or this kind of content maybe not get a value in their feed, and they will not push it, right? So they calculate the score for each kind of content which is getting published. Accordingly, they create the ranking, and then if they find it, we won't know that what are the other ways the algorithm works on Facebook. But if they find it better in terms of ranking and evaluate it in a better way, then those kind of content will appear more in the news feeds of the larger audience base. Then we have ranking Facebook feeds. How? So bit of explanation of the same, that machine learning algorithm that uses, but what are the features that machine learning uses to define that ranking, right? So first thing, of course, if you are an authoritative person who posted the content, if it's a brand like Coke or a Pepsi or a Nike, then it's become like a more influential or more powerful brand, or more powerful people have been utilizing it. That's defined on consistency and the user base that they were able to create, or the fan base they were able to create, right? Then what is the type of content, whether it is informational, whether it is engaging, whether it is entertainment value, or is it like kind of negative. So that also it measures. And then what is the number of interactions on the past posts, right? So whether the brand page or the users have been, that's why I said consistency matters a lot on all these platforms, has been consistently posting and able to generate good numbers. If all these criteria been checked, defining upon, and then the machine learning play its own role and push the feed to the larger set of audience base organically to find the content there in the news feeds. I'm showing it to you all because I've explained the platform in detail, what it does, how it differentiates, what all things you can leverage, but also how the at the back end, which things which is beyond our control at times, and we don't see organically. Like campaign we can control, but organically, what are the things, how things are defined. So you will not be puzzled that okay, why this is happening or what is happening. We all have been using Facebook for not we all have are using, but must have used it for long. But these things at the back end, maybe it's like something like edge rank, right? Or integration of AI and ML, which is done by Facebook. Maybe not everyone is aware of, and that's why I'm touching upon these points. Yeah. Then comes ranking Facebook feeds process. So it evaluates and assigns a score to the post, which we will get to know based on the features that I've discussed earlier. Based on all these parameters, it assign a score to the post, and then arrange all posts in descending and non-chronological order. All posts in that category, right? And accordingly, it sequence in the news feed of the users that what kind of content will go in what order, and then repeat the process when a user refreshes the feed, right? So it evaluates the rank, evaluate and assign a score based on the scoring. The algorithm, much like the Google, right? They in that they add the content or the website in terms of depository. Their indexing happens here. They just arrange all the content in for that category into an order based on the score the algorithm has created. And whenever the user will go to, the higher the score, the earlier it will appear on the news feed of the users. When you refresh it, the other one will come into a play, right? Then the steps to align post using ML algorithm are: post informative content, create authentic content. This is what I have explained you already earlier, that you should have brand awareness, you should have something informative in terms of testimonial, have an authentic content which should be engaging with the audience and all those things. And then a page should be the content owner should be engaging and connecting with the customers. I've just explained that earlier as well over here. The kind of brand elements, messaging element you need to keep in mind in more in detail, but it's just a representation of the same, right? So post informative content, create authentic content, and engage with the audience and connect with each other, right? Very important thing. If you're doing these things, algorithm notices it, and then chances are organically your content will be spread faster and to the larger set of audience, right? And then now this part, optimize Facebook stories and reels, which is a new feature, not very new, but yeah, after Instagram, this is also there on Facebook. You already have experienced that, so you can also optimize your content being placed over there. Now, this is what we talk about. Facebook interactions helps the community to know the significance of their post, photos, stories, and articles. And this is, since you talk about the community, it's very important, because then the pages also can go and interact with them. So Facebook interactions is very important, and that's why all the brands go and also interact with these community pages, and they sometimes post their new things or new something new which is coming up, right? Because it helps Facebook to predict what content is significant and what must appear on the news feeds. Then we have ranking content, so we'll not get into that, how the ranking get done in terms of liking and commenting and all sort of things, which influence the entire algorithm. So these are smaller things which you are already aware of. Yeah. What more important for me is this. So what are the other elements? There's something called personal profile. Yesterday, somebody asked me that whether the Facebooks are paid, right? No. So there's something called personal profile, like which you and me use is a personal profile. You can convert a personal profile into a Facebook page as a brand page. The same is the process on Instagram also, right? Then we talk about the groups, like I have just shown you Coke, Pepsi, or Hyundai Creta groups. So there's are three ways. One is called personal profile, other is a brand page, and then there you can create groups. Then you can create Facebook page. Facebook feeds is decided by the algorithm what comes into a play, and then all these things are the paid ones. Like you can have Facebook. This is marketplace, which you know that you can list your products today, right? And these things are like Facebook, like you can start. This is primarily the paid version, which we talk about towards the end of this series, how to set up a Facebook ad campaign, like much we did in search engine marketing, right? And then
Mehboob,
this, so type of
sorry.
posts that we could
Hello.
create: storytelling, from motivational, engaging, and personal. This is I talk about, right? There has to be something motivational, promotional, or educating, or other
Mehboob, I
kind
have
of
a
emotions, be it
question.
humor or be it personal, that you could create. So I've already written it down for you all. Some value, there has to be some value for the customer, right, into the content that you are delivering to the users. If not, it will not be able to create the kind of, and that's why I said storytelling is a very important factor over here. Connect with the audience through compelling narratives and authentic experiences. You have to create that, else you keep on. How long you can advertise on Facebook? You have to increase your organic fan base as well, and for that, these are the type of elements that you should include in the messaging of yours. Then there are public profiles created for various organizations and offers following features. So we not get into that, because these are all public profiles, maybe politicians or the brand itself, or maybe some influencers.
Hello, Mehboob.
So you know how it works, and I will not explain more time on that. It's one thing is very important over here, that if you are kind of working for an NGO or a political group, then you have to comply with Facebook policies a lot way. Otherwise, you might have heard that the particular page of a particular group of a political page has been removed from the Facebook because of that reasons. This, I believe, you can run ads, track analytics. I just talk about that, what a difference, link to website and increase brand visibility. This is what I talk about, huge analytics capabilities, and you can run an ad and track that more efficiently over there. This will talk about that what in which kind of demographics it's more importantly popular. So I talk about 25 to 54, then various languages it's appearing, it's a worldwide, apart from China, I believe available everywhere, all set of genders, all set of age, but primarily 25 to 54 is what it is importantly there and actively there utilizing the content, right? So this is I want to get into. And then lastly, the another integration of Facebook Messenger. Now, I want to ask a question. How many of you think that I'll ask it first. So it enhances customers journey for a seamless experience, enable precise targeting and lead generation. It is effective marketing strategy and improves customer service and automates messaging, engage with bots and tracking metrics. Now you can also integrate Facebook Messenger in your ads, like people can directly message you. We'll see to it how to do that. But if you run a campaign and you want the primary touch points maybe of Facebook Messenger, I believe you can still do that. Earlier it was there. You can integrate Facebook Messenger into your campaign, and people can directly, for any query, any questions, they can directly message you on Facebook Messenger, right? And yeah. So what are the benefits? It ensures customer privilege. I don't know this part, but yeah, if you can share information conveniently via links, files, and photos, provide quick and responsive services. As I said in the ads, you can also add the messenger facility where people can directly connect with you. See, you have to create, for a business page, also have to create a profile, right? And then you convert that profile into a business page. Now, if you are, use a personal profile when, let's suppose you are an individual connecting with people socially, maybe an influencer, right? And you yourself is a brand.
Okay.
Yeah, when your identity itself is a brand. Let's suppose like you are a celebrity, or you are an influencer, or you are some known personality. So your name itself or your face itself has a value, and you itself you are a brand in itself, right? In that case, never turn to a business page. Be a personal profile, because that will give you that engagement with the audience that you are interacting with, and keep that personal touch rather than just using it as a promotional tool or a platform, right?
Okay.
And when you should convert on a business page, when you have a brand or a product. Let's suppose you are a person and also you are an artist, right? But more than you, your art has, like you mentioned, more than you, your art has a value, that what you create in your art, what kind of paintings or whatever, right? Then people should be seeing the art that you have created more than you, right? In that,
Yes.
and then also see, when you are a celebrity, you can't advertise yourself, right? That you can
Yes.
use the tool of Facebook ads and advertise that, okay, like me and something like that. But once you are an artist, you can advertise the art of yours, maybe that buy this piece of art, or just bring the people to like your art more, and so that it will become viral. In that case, also because you also have to use the ad facility. If you are in a type of category, let's suppose like an artist, then you convert it into a business page, because then you can also boost your post or the content through using the analytics and using the ad platform which it provides. In a way, yes. See, because on a personal page, let's suppose whenever you are a personal page, at least you will be, if you want just to promote your content, but what is the end goal you are driving out of it, right? For a users. So analytics performs but better because there is a tangible or some better call to action for the users when it's a profile or a business page, like maybe driving sales, driving promotions, driving asking them to share their photos, whatever, right? And also the policies also differs, no? For Facebook policies, which is huge policies, For a profile page and the business page, the policies differs. That what you can do on business page, what you cannot, what you can do as a personal individual, right? So I believe everyone must have used Facebook, but these insights a bit added some value to for you for understanding an 2 decade old platform, and as a marketer also, that how you can approach to this platform. And thanks a lot, Sheetal, for asking that question. It's very important, and I believe I was able to address that. Yeah. Then the other, let's talk about, I believe, as in we have, so let's talk about the other platform, which we have here is called. Now, before addition that, I said I have a question. Now, Facebook treat Facebook Messenger as a different entity altogether, also, right? That you can download Facebook Messenger from App Stores or Google Play Store. I don't know, but I just want to hear from your point of view. What do you think? Is it a good move, or is it like some good strategy, or what do you think? What's your opinion? That when it was part of the Facebook itself was better, or using it as a different messaging platform and different app altogether is a better idea? What's your thought on that? Right. So most people think it was better when it was more integrated instead of just using it as a different app altogether. Yeah. Because right now, I don't know if you use a Facebook app, sometimes I find a glitch to not able to message, right? You have to just add a different message altogether, messaging app altogether, which is like already creating a clutter. That why, I mean, a messenger and then a Facebook and then a WhatsApp and then different platforms. In fact, it was when it was integrated on in the app itself, even I find it better. For me, see, I'll be very honest. When I have to see that people whom I am, who are part of my life and not physically connected, not nearby, what they are doing and sort of things, what they are sharing, what they are doing in their life. I check Instagram these days, which was earlier on Facebook, but now on Instagram. For me, Facebook now is more of like a library of entertainment and content from the brand point of view. Yeah. So that's what I do. So from me, Instagram is fast paced and more about, let's say, just to get the attention. I do something, I vent something and do that. Facebook is now largely about kind of a content library or for me to consume, or any news things or something like that in detail from brand point of view, or the kind of groups or the pages that I follow to know more about that. That's where I can think the difference in me personally. So then let's go to Instagram now. Right now, Instagram, one of the popular platform. It's part of Meta, so it's right, and it's part of Meta, so it can utilize the capabilities that Facebook or Meta already has. We have seen that earlier. That's one of the most popular platform among one of the most popular platform with 2.35 billion active users, or rather monthly active users. Again, I will write since 2024 till 2024 because yeah. Then, so what is the demographic over here? I will again ask. I would like to understand more from your point of view, rather. Demographics, where you think it's more popular and why? Anyone or everyone can answer that. One of the campaign wherein he need to target a specific set of audience, high network individuals, or maybe politically influenced people, right? And for that kind of audience, especially among the millennials and above, it was just the Facebook which helped him a lot to target and reach to that set of audience, right? Instead of any other platform, right? And that's what we have been also talking about, that it's quite actively been used by millennials and above. also the kind of engagement and the kind of as it's not very fast paced compared to Instagram, right? So it's easy to connect over there with these set of audience, right? And it helped him. So that's the reason also that Facebook is not dying and Facebook is still there, right? It's largely about the community and the fan base created. So if you go to Facebook, you see there'll be a regional communities as well, like some, a group of Rajasthan or group of Tamil Nadu. I didn't wanted to quote that example, but maybe there'll few international audience in the group and they will not able to relate to it. And that's why I took a brand type of examples. But yes, that's where true, which is kind of a USP for Facebook now developing into it. And that's the reason they are able to encash that into marketplace, because the kind of penetration they have deep down to the tier 2, tier 3, tiers and small town areas and the village areas, that they can utilize that marketplace to reach to that kind of people, that you can sell goods from tier 2, tier 3 cities as well, right? So yes, there's a huge capability over there they're developing on. So demographic wise, I will not write something illegal over here. So I'll go with the legal age, and I will say very, very popular among, to be very honest, 18 to 34. I am writing 18, you can consider it from 15 and even at times 12 or 13, but 18 is the legal age to use it. So I'm writing 18. So this is a very young, fast-paced dynamic generation, and this is where the larger, when I'm saying, see, you can't say that, okay, I am 35 and I'm 39 and I'm using Instagram. It's not like that. When I'm writing the demographic popular among, which means most interactivity and most amount of engagement is on Instagram is coming from this age group. Right now, you can be 40, 45 as well. You can be 40, 50 as well, and you be there on Instagram. But the group that create the difference on this platform is what, from marketing point of view, is what I'm mentioning about, right? So that is between 18 to 34. 1 second. Yeah. Okay. Now, of course, as I talk about for Facebook and all those things, I'll talk about the key strategies. Now, this is very similar to Facebook, but bit of difference over there. And you can see the use case when you use the platform itself. Strategies, right? This is Facebook is more about the, as I said, fan base, content, writing, and everything else. Instagram is more about visual storytelling, right? You can't write like on Facebook, you can write a paragraph or an essay or entire journey. Like I also do that at times on Facebook, right? Instagram is not a place for that. Like you write this big story and people will read to it. It is out and out visual storytelling platform. Facebook is both visual plus text-based storytelling also, right? You can connect, you can engage, you can share your thoughts, people will come back, you can create a thread out of it, and all sort of things. But Instagram, nothing doing. It's out and out visually appealing, visual storytelling platform. Yes, do you think? And focuses on very high quality content, high quality visual content rather. How many of you agree? That's the reason if you go to Instagram, upload a photo, on Facebook you might not, but on Instagram you get like from start only, not now. Not now, every platform is trying to be every other platform, but Instagram has those filters over there, right? And they have their entire USP is that even if you share a story, even if you share a post, right, even if you share a general photo, this huge amount of a filter which is excuse me, filters which still can't be matched by any other platform, right? Really, really nicely integrated filters. Which when you share a reel, when you share a story, right, you can swap about the kind of filters they provide to you, that you can use it to make it more visually appealing, right? So Instagram is out and out visual storytelling platform. That's their key element. And which means focuses on high quality visuals. At times you feel like there's something called Instagram catalog, right? At times you feel like there's a if you see the brand page, you see like you are seeing their product catalog, that high visually content they prefer, right? And that's what they need, right? So focus on high quality visuals, leveraging, right? Yes, but the other area, this is the key strategy, like you're more inclined towards visual appealing content. But the other part, which Instagram, now Facebook is about community and sort of things. We talk about community building, forums, pages. The edge where Instagram now differentiate from itself from Facebook. Right? This is where the differentiation by and large comes into a place, that Instagram is out and out a platform for influencer marketing. You must have heard of I'm Insta influencer. Facebook influencer, very very rare. I mean, it's just a replicate, the same person maybe posting the same content on Facebook. But Instagram over the last couple of years has evolved as a tool for influencer marketing, and all those influencers that you see is largely on on Instagram, and brand can capitalize the using the benefit of these influencers to promote or reach their product to a larger set of audience. A big differentiation. So this is where the brands from face is also there on Facebook for its analytical capabilities, community forums, and more genuine content, wherein people, like thousands of people, you and me, are discussing about a brand or product. That's for Facebook. When it comes to leveraging a particular individual or my credibility to enhance my brand reach, to enhance my brand promotion, they should go to Instagram, because that's where they can leverage the flexibility of influencer marketing. They can tie up, and you might have heard of this brand collaborations or collab marketing, right? For that kind of thing, Instagram's take an edge, and that's why there's if you need community-based targeting, if you need fan-based targeting, Facebook. If you need more of influencer marketing or fast-paced video visual content and want to reach to the set of audience, Instagram. And that's why we say leverage the platform based on the goal, based on the objective, and based on the kind of campaign you want to do, right? All these platforms can be called a social media platform, but what you want to do, all these platforms differentiate each other in some point in time. With some different features, and influencer marketing is one of the biggest feature which comes with Instagram, and it beats others in that, right? And then the other form, as I talk about interactive content. When I talk about interactive content now, this is also a part of Facebook, but largely, I don't know, people go to see reels on Facebook as much as they see reels on Instagram, because Instagram is the core of Instagram is about reels and stories, right? And you can run polls and creative interaction. So when it comes to creative short-term interactions like use of reels and polls and boost what would be the right term? Boost engagement rather, right? Now that's where the Instagram come into a play. And then what's different in Instagram? So of course we talk about that. What's different? It's about lots of Instagram marketing is about aesthetic value that you create, aesthetics and visual appeal instead of just the content. And also it's an ideal platform for now. This is where it's also differentiate from Facebook, right? Facebook is for all kind of category, like Sumit has shared, for political or high network individuals he want to target, and it's there, right? Then you have to, like Chetan has shared, for vernacular or regional content, you can find it. For brands, mass-driven brands, be it Coke or Pepsi or Nike, you will find it. For maybe B2B kind of companies, you will find it. Eco-friendly, sustainable product companies, and they have a page and they have a community base and fan base over there on Facebook itself. Okay, but Instagram is largely, now all kind of companies can be there, yes, and they are there. But Instagram over the period of time has been found beneficial or more, what you call, an ideal platform for 3 or 4 categories like fashion. You go and check the Instagram, what are the more prominent industries there on Instagram? And I believe you will be able to correlate with what I'm saying. Fashion, beauty, lifestyle products, and food, like restaurants or food joints. These are the 4 most used categories on Instagram, or the audience that you will see. The audience that you will see, mostly the Gen Zs, right, are around these, are following these kind of products. Fashion, beauty, lifestyle, and food. Yes. Somebody is speaking. No? Okay. And that's why if you go to these shows like again Shark Tank, elevator pitch, into the Dragon's Den or something like that, most of the companies who comes for the pitch, which are into food, lifestyle, uh, fashion and beauty, like somebody's beauty products and fashion products or food, they say we are strong in terms of community, or we have a this many followers on Instagram. Yes or no? If you guys see this ad, if you can recall some of the things, right? They don't mention Twitter, they don't mention LinkedIn, they don't mention Facebook. They say we have, especially for these 4 categories, if there's a pitch, they say we have this much users on Facebook and we are driving sales also and consumers based on personal community building or interaction building on through Facebook. Yes. So that's where the Facebook differentiate. It is for all kind of industry, but it derives best results when it of one or more industry here and there also, but when you it's around these industries. Why these? Because these are largely catering to Gen Zs, or the young millennials, or the Gen Zs, and those who are living in fast-paced life. College students want to have a beauty products, changing fashions every now and then. They want fast food, lifestyle sort of things, right? So our audience, which is more in terms of kind of showcase and fast paced, right? Apart, instead of just who are looking for a long term relationship and fan base kind of the thing. These kind of audiences and these kind of industries, Instagram shine out and give better results. Yes. Okay. So that's what was there for Instagram. Largely, then after that, I didn't mention other things like in terms of advertisements also, because advertisement on Instagram also run through Meta itself. So you can utilize the Meta capabilities and directly run an ad on Instagram. So all the ads that you see on Facebook pages, sorry, Instagram pages, reels, and stories, that can directly run through Facebook itself or Meta itself. So that we will get to see when we'll do the practically setting up an ad and all. So that's where it's again close to Facebook, because it's same platform. All you need to do is all you as a user, as a brand manager, as a marketer, need to decide that which kind of inventory, much like that we learn on SEM, search engine marketing, which kind of inventory you want to place your ad, and then accordingly you can target the audience over there. Right. Also, one thing, it's I am not using it over here, but I was not planning to use it, but hashtag plays an important role over here. Like hashtag marketing is also great way to promote your brand on, which is not doesn't matter much on Facebook, to be very honest. People add hashtags on Facebook, on LinkedIn also, which is important for search point of view, but hashtag marketing plays a better result or better use case when it comes to Instagram. Yeah. Now let's see. So what we have learned is maybe We'll summarize, use various features on Instagram to promote maximum usage of the platform, identify how businesses use Instagram to make their products and services, gain insights into Instagram reels and effective tips to create, okay, and identify the role of influencer marketing. See, this was not part of the Facebook, but here to drive highly engaging marketing campaigns and identify the different types of influencers to match the brand's requirements. So we'll see about that, right? So this is Instagram. Now, it's a photo and video sharing social networking services owned by Facebook, blah, blah, bit of history. A very good study about the rebranding, right? If you are not able to recall or uh, associate a brand only with this logo, which means the rebranding worked well. If not, then rebranding didn't well. So always look for these hidden elements also in any study that you do, right? It's a clear case of a rebranding activity by Instagram once it was bought by Meta. Instagram is also part of Meta, right? So if anyone wants, this was the old logo. This was the old logo of Instagram. And you see here, this is the old to new transition. Yeah, so Sarthak, very nice one with the camera, right? To be very honest, I like the old one more in a way that it used to tell me what it's all about. A camera, and you see these filters, multiple color filters. This, I mean, now I can associate with this logo as well. But yeah, if you go to more in detail, see 2010, 11, 16, 22. This is the new logo, right? So it's a very good case study of rebranding, which you can also use it for your own learning later on. I just wanted to share that. Anyways, and I believe this is the only major social media platform which has changed its logo in totality. None of the other social media platforms, if I can recall, have changed it so much. Like Facebook is still the same, YouTube, yeah, the same, LinkedIn, same. Twitter, yeah, Twitter is in recent times. Twitter is one of the biggest challenge. They have changed the name itself. Forget about the name. So it's a rebranding, everything, right? But yeah, so Instagram and Twitter are the two brands which is social media platforms just changed totally and went for a total rebranding. Rest all remain the same. Facebook, I believe 2005-6, and yet the same logo. Yeah. Same is with LinkedIn also, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. Okay. Let's go to the point then back to here. So this is different. This is some historical facts which we don't actually need to know that which year which version came in. So first it was available only for iPhone, which was used to give it as a premium feeling for the iPhone users because it was only there for iPhone. Then it came to Android so after 2 years, almost 2 years later on, came to Android. Then different use case, right? This is where the features are. It is largely about post shared by a few posts shared by followers, use messaging services, add stories, view with stories within 24 hours. So this is like the recent thing, not recent thing, but the story feature. Share stories, upload photos and videos. This is the bigger game over here, and edit it. So these two elements is what make Instagram even more popular because editing and organizing the kind of, as I said, they are largely into the aesthetic value of visual appealing value of that, right? Okay. Then, so content in terms of content, photos, videos, stories, reels, Instagram TV, and Instagram shopping, right? So all apart from this, all of this is largely about the visual aesthetics and good amount of visual aesthetics that you can promote organically or inorganically to attach or to connect with the users, right? And that's what we talk about. So a shared video appears on Instagram feed like any other photo or video. You all use it, so I don't have to explain this. I go further rather, and yeah, so Share photos through feeds, direct messages, profile pictures, header, as well as stories. And these are also why we are showcasing these things, because these are also the areas where you can utilize the meta ad targeting capabilities and put your ads as well in these sectors. Stories, feeds, direct messages, profile pictures, and headers. You can also do advertisements, paid advertisements of your product. Then comes temporary stories, showcase latest happenings, disappear after 24 hours, and allow anyone to view. Right now, why we are talking about this? Because this is a great kind of impulse testing of consumers. Right, it will only be 24 hours, so it kind of create that fast-paced environment to Instagram, which it is known for, and the kind of target audience which is largely you can target over this platform. And you see they are vertical full screen videos with maximum duration 60 seconds. So the rise of vertical videos, Instagram plays a very important role in that, but largely TikTok. However, after TikTok, its second is Instagram, and also more available in most countries, right? It's offer filters, captions, interactive backgrounds, and stickers, wherein a brand can capitalize about sharing a short story, a very fast-paced story, to their consumers in a very short span of time, because consumers also don't want to see a big ads, right? In that sense. Then comes ways to make impactful Instagram reels. The following factors make Instagram reels more impactful. So those of you who are looking forward to create reels and want to be a kind of small influencer or generate a more better content on your pages and connect more with the audience, you need to be consistent. That's I have been telling you. You need to be consistent on any of the social media platform. It should have a hook word, right? We'll learn about the hook words later on, but it should have something which can attach or get the attention of the users. Captivating cover pages. Use right cover page for your brand, for your profile or whatever. Must be short duration and viral audio background. Trending music on Insta. Very right. Now this is not on Facebook, right? Trending, like you might have seen most of the Instagram reels or the videos share a similar kind of videos. Some popular, like I remember a few, like same when it comes to emotion, something like that. When it comes to fast pace, similar audio background, because these are trending music and promoted by Instagram itself. So those also add value to your content, right? So always use these viral audio backgrounds, which is provided by the Instagram, if you want to become a real creator and want to be an influencer in that category. And ideal posting hours, we're going to talk about that, but it's not like that you can post at any point in time and every point in time and you will get to see by maximum set of audience, right? So leverage the timing as per your audience and the content that you put in. Okay. What is Instagram TV? Is just a diversification of Instagram itself. It works as a different platform altogether. IGTV for a long form of vertical videos. Remember, and that's why I said that's where the Facebook takes an edge, because within the Facebook environment itself, you can put long-term videos, right? And you can target the audience, you can tell your story, you can narrate your story and everything else. But when it comes to Instagram, it is specifically made for short content for our audience, which is Gen Zs largely, and a more younger generation. But if you want to post a longer videos and want to captivate your audience in that, then you have to go to a different platform altogether. Instagram in its isolation doesn't allow that. So you have to then go for IGTV or Instagram TV. You activate it and then use it, right? Then Instagram shopping, it helps to this is just an extension from learning from Facebook Marketplace, and for the type of category that I talk about, like fashion, lifestyle, and food and beauty. Instagram is also, you can shop the products. You can activate a shopping account over here, so you can discover brands and products, get recommendations, make immediate payments. So the payment gateways are also getting integrated in the Instagram shopping app, and reveal products details, right? Again, much like Facebook, you can have personal account like you and me and everybody else using it. Then you can have a business account. You can convert your personal account into business account altogether. It's very easy. You have to go to the settings and then switch your personal account to a business account, and your account will become a business account, no more a personal profile page. but a business account. It's very easy. We'll see to that. And then you can also create a creator account in that, which is largely the influencer creator account, right? So we'll understand what is personal account. Allows individual to share photos and videos, has a profile picture and a bio, are private or public accounts, allow to link the account to other social media platforms and expand audience reach by sharing with a wider audience. So it's like how you, me, and everybody else utilizing this platform to share our journey, our story, our photos, videos among the community. If you just keep it like just the followers, or you can make it private account also, only your followers or only your friends can see to it. If you did not make it private, anybody can see to it, sort of things. This is, I believe everyone knows that, right? Then it is business account. It helps business promote their product or services. So the moment if you think that more than individual, you have a business or a product that you need to promote, you can convert your personal account into business account, which you can allow to link accounts on other social media platforms, expand audience reach by sharing a wider audience, contains content information like website and phone number. So you can then in the bio also share the website and the phone number and use analytics to effectively target marketing efforts. Again, so adding to the question what Cetal has asked, once you convert the business profile, you can access the analytics in a much better way to advertise your product using meta ads both on Facebook as well as on Instagram, right? So that capability get enhanced when it comes down to business accounts. Then this is the Instagram creator account. Maybe some of you want to be, right? It's designed from content creators, influencers, and public figures. Allows sharing photos and videos. Rest of the same things remains the same. It's just a creator account. Has a profile picture and a bio. Provide additional features and insights tailored to meet their needs. So what kind of influencer you are, and also based on what kind of things you want to activate, you get some features based on your requirement and the needs as per the kind of category or kind of creator you are. Enables linking the account to other social media platforms and facilitate sharing photos and videos across platforms for a wider reach. Yes. Then, so this is where as I said, you see fashion, travel, food. Okay, I missed the travel industry as well, but yeah, I covered lifestyle. So you can say travel, also travel and lifestyle, one category. So business use Instagram for marketing their products or services. It is useful for businesses such as fashion, travel, food, beauty, and lifestyle. Also, I will add it. They only saying 3, but beauty products and lifestyle products are also very great in that category. So 3, 4, 5 categories, which is where the Instagram takes an edge and perform better, is what I said earlier, and that's what we can see in the presentation here as well, right? Features such as stories and live videos encourage the development of creative content for these categories. Then again, you see, so Instagrams gives equal opportunities irrespective of business size or type. Established brands promote new products or services. Small businesses improve awareness and drive sales using their different tools and the platform that offers, and influences marketing that build brand and expand the reach. So this is where a very unique concept which you can utilize on Instagram using the influencer marketing in a very great way, which you can live largely, as we talk about, that knowing the platform help us to leverage the platform for our content to reach to the bigger set of audience, right? And influencer marketing is an edge that is provided by Instagram, which is not there on the other platforms. YouTube is also provides influencer marketing, but YouTube is a different case altogether, which we will learn as you go to YouTube. So this is what it does: attract more likes and comments, increase the reach of post. Largely, it's about reach and quick announcements, right? So to avoid appearing spammy and discouraging potential followers, use hashtags sparingly and thoughtfully. So you have to use the hashtags, but not just spam with hashtags. Use it with very thoughtful, and also the prime focus of Instagram is to direct to in a very quick manner increase your reach of the post and attract more engagement from the users. Not a fan building, but more engagement at that point in time for your content, for your advertisement, for your product, for your services that you have posted upon. Analytical tools, I will not much go detail into that because it can help you to identify influencers and brand ambassadors, track competitor activity, and leverage Instagram real results using the meta data analytics, improve marketing strategy, understand content performance. This is very important because, as I said, it's largely short form content and visual appealing content. So what kind of content is performing on Instagram? You have it helps you to understand in that way, in a great way. So Instagram ads, this we will talk about. It can help you to reach and target the right set of customers based on the interest and behavior. We will set up the ad as we come closer to that session, and we'll show it to you all. Then, yeah, tips of creating Instagram ads. I will just leave it for now because once we will create in practically when we'll do the session, I believe that will be better way to do that. So I'll just skip this slide over here right now. Yeah. Then influencer marketing and types of influencers. So this is very quickly we can run through. Influencers are social media users with a large following that can help you to enhance your brand reach and build trust among the users, utilizing the trust that these influencers are able to build among their users. So paid post caption, make use hashtags like ads and spawn. Paid partnership you can do with these influencers, and then we'll learn about, as you said, it helps to replicate the trust and the credibility these influencers has towards your brand, right? And then you already have a huge set of audience following, so you don't have to do things from scratch. You can utilize their potential, their influencing capabilities, and their fan following to transfer that for your brand or product, right? And then, yeah, so these are the different types of influencers: mega influencers, macro influencers, mid-tier influencers, micro influencers, and nano influencers. Among all these, this one category is on the rise. The micro influencers category is highly on rise among the small to mid-term businesses. Why? First, they also have a good set of audience through which these mid to small business want to reach. Second, they usually comes with a very lesser cost. The mega and the bigger influences comes with a very huge cost, right? And that's why among all the influences category, this is what is highly in use, and most of the brands, especially new startups, uses this micro influencers more importantly, more strategically rather. So among all the influencers, this is most shout out because these are at times very expensive, which not most of the startups will be able to afford. This is affordable and good numbers. Let's see how. So mega influencers, they are the most popular and the influential social media users with over 1 million followers. And you see, so generate brand awareness in a very great way. 1 million followers is a big number, right? Then we have macro influencers, which is about 100,000 or to 1 million followers. In between that, they are the industry experts, slightly less popular than mega influencers, but have a good engagement level and have a right set of audience because they are more into industry expertise. Around 1 million to say between 10,000, 1 lakh to 1 million followers, and they're called micro influencers. Then we have mid-tier influencers, which is between say 50,000 to 500,000 followers, right? 50,000 to 500,000 followers. They have very specific targeted audience, niche audience, limited but good potential audience through which you can promote your brand. So whenever you are hiring an influencer, please remember these terms, that what you are hiring, if at all you are hiring for your business, and what you can expect from them. Then comes the category which I talk about. They are the everyday users with 10,000 to 50,000 followers. Now, why I said it's more in the rise, micro influencers, because the number is less. Second, they are more of like regular users. There's not brand names. Like let's suppose any celebrity kind of influencers. No, it could be you, me, anybody else who are there in this session and having a 10,000 to 50,000 followers, and we can use this as a micro influencer. Now, any small business or any small startup who want to reach, let's say initially for about 20,000 or 10,000 audience directly, impactfully in a one go, they can take use of this multiple micro influencers to reach different set of audience, and usually, and more importantly, that these influencers comes with a very lesser cost. At times they don't even charge you, they just collab with the brand to get get paid in kinds. Let's suppose I'm into hotel industry. I'll say you will promote me and I will give you a two night stay in my hotel, or a restaurant or something like that, or I'll give you free goodies or the accessories of my product if you will promote my product. So the cost part from the brand point of view is getting saved here a lot many ways, and you can hire multiple micro influencers to reach to the direct right set of audience. And it will give you also kind of not doesn't make you feel like a highly paid promotional campaign, because it's like anybody, maybe not very known, very famous, but it's like any common users can be a micro influencers, which you and me, on whom people can trust more, right? Because they are like any girl or the guy next door. So that's micro influencers. And then last is nano influencers, which is with 1,000 to 10,000 followers. They can help you in some ways to get the initial momentum or create initial reach for your brand to the right set of audience. And then, yes, how to find the right influencer. Very important is define the goals of the campaign, that what you want to achieve. If your goal is to go ambush and just in one go target the highest set of audience and all the audience in that category and create a huge amount of brand awareness and recall, go for the mega influencers. Search for the right influencer in the category, and then among the type of influencers, who is the right influencer for that product or for your product, and then contact the chosen influencer, and then of course deal with them. Nowadays they're also called influencer or influencer management agencies. You want micro influencer, you want mega influencer, you can go to those agencies. They can, based on your requirement, they can recommend that okay, you can take this influencer services, and they manage these influencers by them. So there are different kind of businesses popping up these days. There's something called, earlier there was celebrity management institutions, now there are influencer management institutions as well. Right. So that's all in the nutshell for Instagram. And I believe that's also, seeing the time, we should call it a day. So we cover in detail both the platforms in terms of how it differentiate, what you can do, what should be your strategy, what other things you can approach upon, and all those things. Now, so what we did is we discussed about social media marketing, what is the reason of the rise for social media marketing, and we discussed that in detail, of course. We understood that what is the reason that digital marketing is today one of the most popular tool among the brands to be there, and they keep it in their entire marketing mix, so that dedicately have a budget for social media. And there's a reason, because a lot of population, when you think about population as a consumer based population, is getting diverted on these platform, spending a lot of time over there. And if a brand will not be able to put itself or put efforts on these platforms to reach to these audiences, it's a huge gap. So then what is social media marketing? I mean, it's just one liner over here, but to connect with your audience, to build your brand, drive traffic to your website. And this involves creating, publishing great content. And in that sense, we understood also the very important factor which comes with the social media marketing, and why it's the power that brings social media brings to the brand owners or the companies, is about the power of not controlling, but at least able to understand word of mouth or peer-to-peer conversation. We took an example that back in the days, people were not able to translate their feelings, or if they were able to translate their feelings, that remains within a boundary, and it used to impact negative. If it's negative, it used to impact the brand dearly, and there were no control over it. With the rise of social media platform, the entire behavior has changed. Today we talk about brands. Okay, today we talk about brands. If it's good or bad on social media platform, the first thing we do is that we need to go to these platforms and then discuss and talk about that how pathetic the journey have been for me with this particular product or with this particular service. Right now, this could have been gone wrong, but it has opened the door for brands to at least understand what people are talking about, and then also opportunity to convert the positive or translate the positive into a larger impactful sensation share of voice. And if it's negative, control over to check it then and there, not let it happen widespread and damage the brand dearly. And then that's the freedom, that's the flexibility that the social media platform has provided to the social media, to the brands, and that's why we see that most of the brands today are available on some of the other social media platforms, especially Twitter in that case, that because it covers as a uh, customer support or the customer service kind of a platform. It's fast paced, but yet brand have to be there, because otherwise that will, if that sets a trend negatively or positively, that can impact the brand image in total. And we have seen in the past quite a few examples that how social media has decided the fall of a particular brand or rise of a particular brand, right? Then we talk about multiple platforms. What were the reasons who went down? We saw a movie. We saw talk about rise of Facebook, and what are the trends today. After seeing the graph, we have visited these few graphs over there. Uh, just in case you guys need to remember that how things are moving. Yeah, this one. So how the TV viewership has been has been always at the peak, and now it's a bit of declining in the social media platforms with TikTok, Instagram, for Facebook and other tools as well. It's always neck and neck, and by 2025, this quarter, the TV audience and the ad spend on a particular on a TV platform will be surpassed by the social media platform or digital platforms, which is a great impact in last just in say 15 odd years or so. Facebook is still a giant, even though most people think that it's dead and most people don't spend time on it. The reason we have explained about it, that it's because of primarily speaking, brands are still sticking with the FB ads and campaigns because of its huge capability of database targeting campaign that it could provide. Also the community building that it can do in terms of brand pages, and we have seen some examples as well. Then the rise of vertical videos, which is giving the rise of the sensational tools like Instagram and TikTok, which is predominantly vertical videos, and sudden increase in the consumption of their kind of content. We took this example, a rise of community building, and that's where the Facebook play a role. We take an example of Coca-Cola, and then we discuss about Share a Coke campaign, wherein how the 50% of the young generation was not even aware of a Coke product. What they've done is Share a Coke campaign and creating a viral trend that will help the brand to increase their brand engagement and build a huge community of Coke on social media platform, and bring fresh air to the brand, and make it alive again among the youth. Similarly, Starbucks, we discussed that in detail. And then we talk about what are the messaging elements that we need to do if it's needed. When you think of a content on social media platforms. So first thing, it has to have a brand awareness, brand recall, some element that can keep the brand at the top of the consumer's mind. Right, increase recognition of your brand among the target audience, and consistent branding and community building is the key that you have to focus on. Today, social media is not about sales. It's not about just you say one side of the story and that's done. It's all about engagement that you build. It's all about the community that you build. Then it has to have some value for customers, communicate the benefits and what's there for the customers in it, address the likes and dislikes, make them part of the journey. Like for example, how Dove has done it in terms of Real Beauty campaign. There has to be a differentiation in terms of set your product and brand apart from competitors and what makes you unique, right? Like being a personality to your brand, for example, Apple, and more importantly, storytelling that defines the entire thing, that how you be able to connect with your audience through compelling narratives and authentic experiences, whether you're able to create it or not. Storytelling plays a very, very different role, or altogether a major role when advertising comes on social media platform, right? Then we discussed a few of the platforms, and then in this series, we'll continue further on. So most popular social media marketing platforms, strategies and differences. We talk about Facebook, it is still one of the giant with 2.9 billion active monthly active users. What are the key strategies over there? How it helps to reach a specific demographics, limitations, along with interest and behavior and location, or as wide as you want to do because of its advanced targeting mechanism that it provides, the meta, right? It's ideal for the video content, and we can leverage Facebook preferences for video plus creating engaging short videos and little long videos as well. And that's where it differentiated from Instagram and TikTok, because there's also a possibility to put longer videos and you can share testimonials, customer journeys, stories of the product launches, and that's a different audience. That there is a kind of an audience who just don't want 30-second videos, but also a longer videos. And more importantly, it's a great platform to build community, like in form of discussion forums and exclusive content. And that's where the USP of Facebook have been so far. How it's different again is targeting capabilities and extensive analytical tools, which specific measurable campaigns and make it powerful platform for paid advertisements. Yes. Then the other platform that we discuss about is of the same family, which is Meta. A little lower than Facebook, 2.3 billion active users, but it's more if you see the demographic, the different audience altogether. Here you can go above 50 as well, right? But here it's predominantly between 18 to 34, and this is out and out visual storytelling platform. Focuses high on quality visuals, and we can leverage Insta for short videos and photos. A big differentiation here is its ability to build influencer marketing and to do influencer marketing as we can't do on Facebook. Very great platform in that sense, because influencer marketing is something that is on the rise. We also discuss, if I'm not wrong, omega, micro kind of influencers, and what kind of influencers play what role, and how which part of influencers or which type of influencers are today we see the rise in among the acceptability from the brand point of view. Again, very good platform in terms of interactive content, and how differentiate itself from other platforms is it has put a lot of efforts on a lot of value on the aesthetic and the visual appeal. So it's an ideal platform for industries like we talk about. I guess it's not mentioned here, but I'll write it, for industries like fashion, food, also travel and beauty products. Fashion is there only, but yeah, beauty products is one for some of the few industries wherein it's play a really great role, because that's the fast-paced industry that matches with the kind of platform it is. That's I believe out and out a bit of things we discussed, or we can also say lifestyle products. Meta is just it's like you call Google as an alphabet. Alphabet is an umbrella company, but it doesn't do anything. Similarly, Meta is right now more into AI and sort of things, but their social media platforms are Facebook and Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, which we discussed already. And then we have WhatsApp, but WhatsApp, as I said when we discussed about this graph, we are not considering right now because you can't do much over the advertisements. We'll talk about it later on, but not from the advertisement point of view. Right now, YouTube is a different. Is a very important platform to be discussed, to be very honest, right? With if I'm not wrong, 2.7 billion active users, second to Facebook, as the graph we have seen. Yeah, roughly around 2.6 billion active users, which is again a very great number in that sense. Right, so 2.6 billion active users. Monthly active users. This is again 2024 number. So let's have now. Why I'm saying it's very strange to define the specific demographic for YouTube is because, see, there's this one also has a kid content, right? Kids content, and you just have to put in like the content is accessible and usable for the kids, and you can also have kids channels over there. So there's a huge the demographic in such way is very huge. You can say that popular across a wide range of audiences, from kids to, let's say, late 50s, 60s or so. But we'll talk about from commercial point of view, wherein a strong engagement you can build on this platform, right? So we'll write it, but we'll try to figure it out why and what about it. Popular among or across wide range of but have a strong engagement among, and this is what my gut is, among age between 18 to say 38, 18 to 38, 39, whatever you call it. right? Now, why I think it's popular over there? Of course, from content point of view, it's a huge range of audience. There's youth, there's Gen Z, there's millennial, there's kids, there older generation as well, and there's something for every generation over there. But when it comes to strong engagement, which means the kind of audience which brings a lot of traction and engagement on these platforms. Others are there for the content point of view, but the generation, the age group or demographic which brings a lot of engagement point of and making it popular, making it more viral, making it let's say for which most of ads been generated today or ads been running today is this platform, is this age group 18 to 38, and you can say 34, 35, 38, whatever, but between this range. Now this is also, this makes very this make this platform is very unique in its nature also, YouTube, because it's first, it's only social media platform driven by Google. It's only successful social media platform by Google in this entire social media network that we have. Google has tried many a platform, but this is the only successful platform that Google has it, and how it's one of the most dominating player in that. But what differentiate this platform in its nature is that this is the only social media platform. Yeah, that's right statement. That's right statement, Sadak, that if older generation prefers it, and but I would beg to differ from the first point that it's just the older generation prefers more detailed and longer videos. Yes, largely they do, but we'll talk about it, that whether it's really the attention span or whether it's really the content or the time. But you rightly said that to cater to the younger generation, they brought shorts and the reels kind of a content, YouTube shorts, which is very appropriate, right? Of demographic, to explain demographic of it will be tough because, as I said, it has a huge audience. But from engagement point of view, demographic is 18 to 35 or 38, what you call it. The point I was saying is this is a very unique kind of a platform in its nature. Why? Because it it behaves as a social media platform, right? And hear me out. It behaves as a social media platform, but it's a search engine in its nature, and that's where it differentiates from all other platforms in social media marketing which we have. And the YouTube is different altogether because it acts as a social, as I said, it acts as a social media platform. And I'm saying act as a social media platform, what does it mean? You can advertise, you have a lot of content, visual contents. People can create, engage, like, dislike, share, subscribe, like any other social media platforms, and then they can build. But it's, so as I said, it acts as a social media platform, but in its genesis, in its DNA, it's a search engine. It's a engine platform. Do you all agree? And that's what makes this platform totally unique in the setup of social media marketing. Yeah. So very unique combination it brings in. While you can use it for social media engagement, build content, and your fan base and subscribers or followers on this platform, indirectly or directly, what it does is it becomes part of your. So it is social media, it is search engine, it is search engine marketing, it is search engine optimization. It does all together, and this is the only platform which does all of these things together. Right. So if you have a video content and if you link it with your website, if you remember the SEO thing we have done, wherein you have to do image optimization, video optimization. If you optimize the videos, link these videos also on the website, it work as a search engine. So it will also impact your search engine ranking. Also, when you go to Google, you can also search content based on video, right? So if you just go to like Apple laptop or something, and you just see over there, and then you have over here we sorry over here videos content, right? And that's largely from YouTube. So you see all the YouTube content. Now this is on the search engine, and then it is one of the biggest, it is one of the biggest search engine after Google itself It's second most search engine platform in the world today, right? So it's very tough categorization of YouTube, because whether you want to put it on social media or on search engine, you don't have to do all that. You just say that it act as a search, it act as a social media platform for its visual capabilities and the kind of content that you generate and the kind of targeting the brands can do, wherein in its nature, it's a search engine because it can optimize your videos, it can optimize the content on your website, bring traffic on your website, and you can also do campaign through Google Ads. If you remember the search engine marketing campaign that we done, we can do video ads targeting YouTube. So in SEM, we have search campaigns, you have display network, and you have a video network, which is primarily YouTube, right? Yeah, so it's a very, it plays a dual nature, and it benefits the brands in a dual, it plays a dual role and utilizing YouTube. So that's why I said understanding the platform is very important, because when you decide about your marketing strategy, what you want to achieve from a particular platform and from your particular campaign, and then deciding the platform. It can't be that you decide the platform and then design the campaign. It could be always that you decide the campaign and then what you want to, your goal should be very specific, that what you want to achieve. Then you decide the platform, that which of these platform will help me to achieve the goal that I have in the longer goal, right? And that plays that will be a better way to do it, right? And why it's a search engine in its own in its ways, social media, but yet a social search engine. I'll just tell you in few minutes. So first, let's understand key strategies. So of course, as Sarthak said, it's good for long form of videos. Use it for, now this is where the difference is, and this is where I'll talk about the time span or time span getting decreasing and something like that, right? Attention span, product reviews and educational content that provides value variance. Now this, let's try and understand. So I say long form of videos, I'm not writing away short form videos. Primarily long form of videos, use it for tutorials, product reviews and educational content, and provide value for your audience. Now let's dive deep into this and try and understand that whether it's really the attention span or it is just the audience is changing. Take an example. Now take an example from what Jitendra shared, that he's looking for a recipe for, let's say, samosa. Those who don't understand, samosa is like an Indian snacks, triangle snacks. You fill the stuff in a multi-purpose flour sheet, and then you fry it, right? So it's a fried snacks. When you and me, now answer my questions in like yes or no. When we go to Instagram, right, we swipe more fast and we see 30 seconds or 60-second videos, yes or no? And then that's the entire purpose of it, right? But how many of us who go to YouTube, like we search for something like, let's say, a recipe, or let's say we also search of how to do basic AI course, or how to use a product. You bought something online like a DIY kind of a product, and you say how to utilize it, how to fix it, or how to cook this particular recipe. You go to Instagram or you go to YouTube? Put your hand on your heart and say that. YouTube, right? Now, when you go to YouTube, do you expect the entire content? Let's suppose you want to understand about digital marketing, or you want to understand about AI, or you want to understand about DIY, that how this entire thing can be fixed and use it. Do you look for 30-second video or a longer video? So, Sarthak, you also can answer, right? Yeah. So you look for a longer video. When you look for, let's suppose, product reviews, where you go? You go to Instagram and you or YouTube or TikTok. You go to YouTube. We look for longer videos, multiple things, like people are debating and discussing. So the point is, it's not, and this is my philosophy, to be very honest. People are talking about attention span and sort of things. I think a little different, and I don't hesitate that I think a little different. I teach this to all the academics, to all the universities where I go. It's not just the attention span. If attention span is the cause, you, me, and everybody else, and this is where I'll take a bit of diversion and try to explain this point. If it is just about the attention span, how many of you have burned your night watching a particular series binge watching it and try to finish it in one night itself, seasons after seasons after season, and episode after episode, and every episode is like 30 minutes or 40 minutes. So the idea is, it's not YouTube shorts are popular, but it's still not able to give benefit like how the longer videos are giving to YouTube. And that's why if you see the emphasis on YouTube shorts of by the YouTube or the Meta, or by the Alphabet or Google, is now reduced. Now they are again back to putting more emphasis on YouTube longer videos, not on shorts. Second, it's not the attention span, it's the audience and the psyche of the audience which changes as we change the platform. And that's the very reason I said that we need to think of the platform before we decide our marketing strategy, because the audience remains the same. It's the same, Ali, when I go to TikTok, when I go to Instagram, my all of a sudden my genetically my behavior changes. So it's more of about the behavior targeting of the audience on the platform than the audience itself. Remember, we have behavioral marketing that we learned about, right? So when it's Instagram, my behavior is changed. I need something quick. I just need an information, short information, or an idea about it. When I go to YouTube, I need detailed structured information or a great deal of information about it, or more of like education. So another line of argument that we can say is, these days there's a trend of podcast. Yes, everybody is doing podcast. All these podcasts that we talk about, to promote that podcast, what they choose, Instagram, cutting the snippets of it, putting on the reels or putting on the channels, right? So Insta reels or something, the best part of the entire podcast, they put it over there and provide the link of which YouTube platform. So the entire, let's say the podcast is 2 hour long, and people do have a watch of podcast, right? Podcast, why the podcasts are so popular? If the attention spans are going less, why? How can people watch 2 hours, 3 hours podcast, sucking in all the information? They should not be doing it. They should watching that snippet of podcast on Instagram, done and dusted. But what the brands also do, when I'm talking brand, this podcasters, they cut the snippets, put it on the Instagram, and promote it. Provide the link of YouTube so that people can go and see the podcast on the YouTube. At the end of the day, same Ali, the same Jitendra, same Sarthak, same Tarun, same Sumit, and everybody else who is consuming both the platform, checking the snippet on Instagram, going on YouTube and watching it. So the point is, it's the platform, and also establish the fact that platforms like Instagram can give you quick interaction, or quick lead, or what you can say, quick awareness, or the brand awareness. So the YouTube is not largely for the brand awareness. Instagram is largely for the brand awareness. And then we come to this point, which I have mentioned over here, right? Brand awareness and then value for customer, right? And the other point is differentiation. So when we need a quick brand awareness to the recall about a product, it is Instagram. But when you need to educate the customer, when you need to nurture the customer, when you need to convert that lead from or interaction that has came from Instagram into a long-term association, or building a fan base or a community, it is YouTube. The person remains the same. The type of the content changes, the base of the platform, in the audience behavior changes, or the psyche changes on this platform. Make sense to everyone? Does this concept which I'm trying to establish make a sense to you all? Right? Because if it's just about attention span, today we will not be seeing the rise of podcast. Now every other person is trying to become a podcaster. 2 hour, 3 hour podcast, and they are all uploading it on YouTube, but promoting it on Instagram. So what we can figure it out from that Instagram is a great tool to promote something quick. You have a product launch, you want to quickly become a sensation, you want to quickly reach to the larger set of audience, reach and make it popular among the audience of your target group, Instagram. But when it comes to conversion from that leads, or when it needs to nurturing that customer, or when it comes to building a trust and association with that audience, or when it comes to building a part of the entire journey, educate them by means of testimonials, by means of product display, by means of product educational videos, it is YouTube. Yes, can we have the agreement on that? And that's where we we as an audience play a very important role. We say attention span, but we go back to YouTube and look for the longer videos in terms of content, recipes, educational videos. Like for example, how to drive a car, how to if I bought a how to use an EV car by, let's suppose, Tesla. You will not go to Instagram. You'll go to YouTube and watch the entire feature, functionalities, product demonstration, all sort of things. You spend around 10, 15, 20 minutes on that. You will not keep on swapping. You want to learn about how the Bitcoin works, you not go to Instagram. Maybe you'll see an ad of Bitcoin on Instagram, but we'll go to YouTube and see that how the entire blockchain of Bitcoin, how the rates has been defined, how the rates coin has been getting, minted, circulated, why this blockchain matters, whether it's secure or not. For that, you go to YouTube and you watch. And I'm giving this example from my personal experience that I use both the platform and how my psyche differentiate between these platforms, and all of a sudden my user behavior changes on that. Yeah. This most people miss it, and most people don't say it. They just say that yeah, attention span is going down. But who will explain to the people who do consume social media platform on a daily basis? But this basic differentiation, that's not just attention span, it's just the psyche of the people. Okay. So then yeah, so demographics, key strategies, long-term videos, use it for tutorials, product reviews, and educational content, which means it's largely about providing value to your audience, not just promotional activity, right? And then the next line is, since we need to optimize video titles, descriptions, also add tags for search to increase. If any one of you have ever tried to put a video on YouTube, you must have known that you also, much like search engine, or you need to optimize the title tags, video descriptions, video titles, ensure that it will become a searchable content on the Google platform, right? And that's why I said it plays a very dual role. Search engine in its overall character, but act as a social media platform, right? Okay, so if somebody will ask you that whether why you should be using between let's say between Instagram and between YouTube, if somebody will ask that which of the platform you will use for your product or your brand, what would your ideal answer should be, or what would your strategy would be, rather, if I can ask you all. Anyone can speak, talk, message, right? What also I need to add in this is, this is also, along with that, it's a very good platform. It's a very capabilities. And another very important factor of YouTube is that Twitch is not, to be very honest, not a very new platform. Signal, since it's totally purely for professional use, if I'm not wrong, right? And that's, Signal is more of like a WhatsApp, since WhatsApp is the more popular platform and yet not commercialized yet. So it will be interesting to see. Yes, the one platform which I was very what do you say, I was hoping that it will create an impact and change the entire dynamics was Telegram when it started, but somehow it just disappointed me, because you know the reasons for the Telegram is used to be a very, it's like a super application covering Facebook, covering Instagram. It has a facility like WhatsApp and everything, and so it's kind of a great platform, but it failed. The entire hype about it for me is just there. didn't make it. Then there are, it has potential, but now I believe it's a sinking thing because of all the kind of bad things happening over there. It's like a very, to give you an anecdote, it's like a studious topper student gone rogue after a point in time. That's Telegram for me, right? Which has a huge potential, and during the school days, everyone thought of that this guy will do something big and something great, but something wrong happened once the guy entered the college and went rogue and totally a bad company. That's what Telegram is. Twitch and Signal, to be very honest, not very consumer driven, Kuhan. So would be interesting to see. Rather, what will be competing with this platform is the same platform which is competing with uh, search engine, which is the AI, right? And the kind of race over there, with the rise of video driven generating AI, generating AI, and all sort of things. It will be interesting to see that area, but I right now will not be able to say that how it will develop. Then we can say that it some of the platforms will come in, and there are few platforms which are creating an impact, but that's very regional. Like some popular app maybe in Germany, like there's something called Shine or something, if I'm not wrong. There's some platform in Germany. Then there'll be some platform in other part of Europe, let's say Switzerland, like in a homegrown platform. Then we have, like in India, there was a platform called Cuckoo Bird or something for replacement of Twitter or X, but it died its own death now. It's no more active because it was just trying to replicate Twitter. So that's where we have to keep an eye that if any of the regional platforms will make it big. Like for example, in China, this WeChat, and there's nothing else. Like WeChat is huge over there. Yeah. For WhatsApp, yes, I can say. WhatsApp, I can say there is one platform which may give it tough, which you guys are also are aware of, Slack, because the kind of penetration it's doing. Now Slack is going to be interesting to see how the overall thing plays a role to compete with WhatsApp, because people are getting used to of Slack, people are using Slack. So let's see. Let's see. Yeah, Hike was there, but I believe Hike is shut down. It's been 4 5 years. I shut down. They couldn't keep it the pace, and they see in these kind of platform. What matters is the kind of size you build up and the community that you build up, and then you need to keep on innovating yourself, right? And that's where the WhatsApp takes an edge because they have the first mover advantage. Today they have what WhatsApp has done is it has replaced. So earlier when you used to use phone, we used to have a phone and SMS. WhatsApp today has replaced SMS services. Now I don't know most of the people do SMS. They do WhatsApp. Now for any other platform to replace WhatsApp, they should bring this habit of changing WhatsApping and doing things. Today we have our photo library, documents, and everything on WhatsApp. So the ease is there already, and then we don't think of to move. That will happen now only when our peers, our network, our friends and family will move to another platform. That's the only reason we would do. We need to understand from a point of view like why BlackBerry failed is that when the people have moved already to WhatsApp and people started talking about let's WhatsApp, BlackBerry didn't open up. They said to have a B2B BlackBerry to BlackBerry communication, you need to have a BlackBerry, and they were first mover. Like they have what BlackBerry chat or something like, and that was kind of a status symbol. Like people those who have a BlackBerry BBM messenger and BBM pin, right? They open to the other networks later on that even if you don't have a BlackBerry, you can download a BBM app and you can use it. But till then the ship has already sailed. Till then the WhatsApp has already taken the market. So that kind of a thing industry need. If there are few times you have the capacity or the capability, but you don't utilize the potential and you lose it. Like BBM has lost it totally. Had that been the case, that they would have opened the BlackBerry just made it an app, and that any kind of a phone, be it a Android phone or be it an Apple phone or a BlackBerry phone, people can access BlackBerry as a messenger and communicate. They would have taken the leap, but they stuck to their legacy that no, people should have the BBM and then BlackBerry, and then only they can message. WhatsApp took the market. Now to replace WhatsApp, there has to be something very really different. In that area, I believe Slack is making a mark, but still, I believe it's only in the professional driven environment, not like a casual talk. Like you can like a girlfriend or a boyfriend or a friend or a group or a family, whatever they can talk about on WhatsApp. Still, it's not there. Now, what's another good way or why YouTube is a very different platform altogether is that its capacity, not capacity, it's a user generated content for brands. Now, there are few brands who totally utilize the potential of YouTube uh, to always being at the top in the category and let user only define their success by creating a lot of content. Any example you have in mind? Any brand example before I quote anyone? A very good example of this is, since you guys are not, is a GoPro, right? And GoPro is how they have utilized the platform. That's why for GoPro, you might not see a lot of things about GoPro on Instagram or on Facebook or on Twitter, right? They are primarily using YouTube and how. So if you go to just say GoPro, right? Now, a lot of these videos that you see is from user generated content, right? And they have got 12K, 131K, 48K, 17K, and it's doing a great thing for them. So they have opened the platform itself, and they said that you share your journey about GoPro in multiple terrains, be it cycling, be it skiing, be it surfing, be it paragliding, or whatsoever that you do, right? Be it just enjoying the sports or road to a specific kind of a road, off-roading, on-roading. And it's a great platform for user-generated content, which I believe none of the other platform offers. So for a platform which is GoPro is a huge in acceptability. They do their own advertisement, but you won't find in on any of the much of the social media platform. They have built a community, as I said, for community building. To build a fan base, YouTube still is a very great platform, and then it allows the accessibility to user to generate to give freedom to user itself to generate a lot of content, and the platform can back it up, right, and build a community. And what they gain out of is a huge amount of media inventory without spending any money, a quality, because users are full of these days creativity and sort of thing. They get a huge amount of user generated content, like for example in this example of GoPro, right? GoPro community, if you see, right, and you see the kind of videos, the kind of engagement they are able to GoPro athletes, feature channels, tapes, most of sports, and all sort of things, staff topics from the user. So whatever the user has created, they pick the best of the videos and put it on their platform with huge amount of views and sort of thing. Then GoPro Award. So the user generated content, which GoPro recognize it and award it one of the best videos sort of thing, right? So go capture the interest, your passion, your life with GoPro. You see, capture your interest, your passions, your life with a GoPro. Submit your best photos and raw clips and video edits here. We'll be granting cash awards for your favorite in video sort of thing. So everything by spending a bit or nothing, they are building a huge community, and more importantly, they are building a huge amount of content or the media inventory for them. Just taking use of the audience itself and the fan base that they have created. Yeah. Now this is Beyond Limits, the Jackson Goldstone series, and that's all. So many other kind of videos, right? So yeah, go. So user generated content, its ability over the YouTube is huge. Another way to differentiate itself. Then we'll talk about something just to officially formalize it. What's different over here is, as we have discussed, the only social media platform with integrated functionality. It's good for long term engagements and extended user interaction. Yeah. So that's about YouTube. And I hope you all like the insight about the platform. Of course, you must be aware of these things already since you all use YouTube in your daily life, but in a way. Then the other platform is that I have in mind to talk about is, of course, because the reference of that came quite a few times already. So let's talk about that. This, I believe, is a very easy one, and I will not spend much time on it because everyone is aware of it in some or the other way. But people today ridicule Twitter and X. It's not a very brand driven. Twitter, before I start to write or before I do to explain further, Twitter is not very brand driven. Like you can't build brands over there, or you can promote it. Of course, you can do the YouTube ads, but the organic mechanism of Twitter plays more important role. It's very fast paced, as you all are aware. It's very fast paced. If it's almost not possible to find the same content over there at a very quick fashion because it's keep on moving, right? And if you see the chart over here again, so Twitter or X is somewhere here, which is around 450 million monthly active users. Not a huge user base in that case, but the impact of that is because also not a huge monthly active users because the people are not coming on Twitter for entertainment. People go to Instagram for entertainment. People can go to YouTube for education. But on Twitter, they only come for the piece of information or just put their opinion. So it's kind of an auntie in your neighborhood who is very opinionated. She is an opinion about everybody in the neighborhood, like bad or good, but opinion over there. And same is what Twitter or X does. It's highly opinionated platform, and hence it's the kind of audience over there is now you can say that there are few abusive audience and sort of thing. Yes, but it's mostly between 18 to 45. So some piece of audience. Yes, that's what I'm coming to. That's when I said it's very opinionated platform. That's what it's about communications. It's highly opinionated platform with a lot of opinion driven content over there. So let me just explain it while writing. That will make it better. So it's about 450 million active users. Again, 2024. Let me mention that so that there'll be no confusion about it. Yeah. Now, when it comes to demographics, it is popular is 18 to 45 with strong opinion, and that's why you see a lot of abusive content as well over there. Now, how it matters is differentiated. Let's understand from a brand point of view. YouTube for education, Instagram for promotion. How does that Twitter fall into a place? Now, it could be individual as a brand or a product as a brand that you have in mind. Also, one reason is on Twitter we talk about we have around 450 million active users. On LinkedIn we have around 900 million users, not active users. Now that's where I will differentiate in terms of why it's also been not made in the chart is that even though it says 900 million users, they are not active. Like most of those accounts are not active. People get active, like larger portion of people get active on LinkedIn when they're really looking for a change for a job, right? Or at that point in time. They have the account, but they don't visit LinkedIn as much as they'll visit to YouTube or Instagram or maybe X. They only become active on LinkedIn, let's say after March, April, or during the October, November, when people are really looking for a job switches and job changes. And then once they find a job, they update it, one post from them, and then gone out of the platform. So that's the reason we don't have actual active monthly users count over there, and that is pretty less, and that's why it's not there in the chart. So just wanted to clarify that why it's not there in the chart. Now let's understand the platform itself, LinkedIn. So it's, as I said, it's roughly around 950 million users, not really active users, but overall users, right? Demographics, if I talk about, so this is predominantly, as most of you have already said, predominantly, my spelling is wrong, predominantly professionals, right? And that's this is only a platform wherein the age window is pretty less. Now you can say there's more people beyond 45 or so, but largely when whomsoever is actively building the network, communicating, interacting, looking for a job sort of things, it's between 25 to 45 age group, wherein larger set of audience is there, and you can do a campaign also to target it, right? Now it is very interesting to talk about LinkedIn because on one side it is a social media platform, but it is not very social. How it is then for a brand, right? Now it's an amalgamation of all the platforms, but in a very serious way. So the moment, let's take in an example from point of view, you as a brand or me as a brand. Now and try and understand, try to answer this question. It's very easy one. That, do you think you can do the same thing what you can do on Facebook and Instagram, and then you can just do the same thing on LinkedIn as well as a as an individual? What do you think? No, right? So again, from the point of view, as you talk about the attention span, it's not just the attention span; it's the audience itself, it's the behavior, right? And similarly, like Monica, Sumit, Sarthak, Jitendra, me, anybody, the kind of post where we do on Instagram, what we eating, our food, what we're going, the salon, the beauty parlor we went to, the saloon we went to, the trip we have made, the friend we have met, any kind of everything that we want to, we can share on Instagram. There's no second thought about it. But the moment the same audience comes to LinkedIn, all of a sudden you visualize that person in a more suited attire, and you don't do that kind of a thing that you do on Instagram. So again, it's just all this platform is about understanding the behavior of the audience and more of a behavioral marketing on that. So LinkedIn is not making a cut in the chart also because of the reason that I explained, because the people are not very active on it. They get active on a seasonal basis and the requirement basis when it comes to job change or looking for a job. Second, it's a very good platform to do the webinar, and this is a very important piece. Let's suppose you got a job from a job uh, request from any company, or say, or kind of an interview thing. The first thing you do is that, of course, you'll go to the website, check their website details and everything else. But after that, what would be the second best platform that you will go and check? Will it be their Instagram or Twitter or their LinkedIn? Just I want to just answer that. In most cases, LinkedIn, right? So what LinkedIn does is, for any brand, it serves for most of the brand. In fact, some of the small brands don't have a website; they just treat LinkedIn as their website, right? And to other brands who have a huge website, they treat LinkedIn as their second best place as a website or a microsite for a detailed information. So what LinkedIn play a role is, it's like more of like a website plus kind of white paper or a news journal wherein you believe more authentic, serious, and time lapsed kind of content. That entire journey, like on Twitter, it's real time. On Instagram, it's more promotion. On YouTube, it's more of education. But you want to club it all together and talk about the overall journey of a brand, like you do on the website, that how it has evolved, how the people at work enjoys our work, what kind of jobs we have, how the job at a particular office or the brand has evolved over a period of time. So the journey, the brand journey, how you can be part of it. All of that kind of a content you see more on LinkedIn than any other platform. Yes, that's individual point of view, Sarthak, that we as a manager, we try to develop ourselves as a corporate entity. But we're talking about the brand point of view. For a brand, they show the entire journey to build a more credibility among the audience, right? And that's why even the campaign over that you see is more about the serious, nostalgic maybe, or the entire journey, that how the brand has evolved from all these decades, centuries, or years. You getting the point? Yeah. So, key strategies for LinkedIn. First thing first, it's a very ideal platform for B2B marketing. Of course, one of the biggest tool. All the other platforms are largely B2C. LinkedIn is the only platform that you can dedicate it for B2B kind of a marketing and get success, like unlike other platforms. So very important factor in that case. To reach decision makers of specific industry, as you rightly said, some of you professional networking, engage with industry influencers. And there is one use case which only YouTube serves, not YouTube, LinkedIn serves compared to other platforms. And that is something I want to hear from you. I'll just take a minute or two, think over what is that one thing that every brand want to achieve. And LinkedIn plays a great role in helping that to achieve. It is one of it, Sheetal. It is a marketing more from HR. You can talk about employer branding, yes, but not in totality. Generate leads that you can do from Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, from all over, Rohit. There's a very different use case, and that's why I said when we talk about the platform in the beginning, I said that we'll try to bring some different perspective about each of these platform, even though we all use it, and that's where a very risky thing that I'm trying to do, that you all use it and you all are aware of it. But let me dive deep. Let us dive deep and try to figure out some differentiation. Valuable marketing, okay. Think more. Anyone? Hire people, okay. Yeah, employer branding you can do, and you can hire people from Instagram. Very true.
Database management, Ramesh.
Um,
Hey,
no, okay. I'll fine tune it from branding or from marketing or communications point of view. That there are few things that every brand want to achieve. Let's suppose they want to become being recalled. They want to be true. They want to be real time. They want to serve the customer best. They also create testimonials. There's one more thing that the brand want to achieve, and in that, LinkedIn plays a very great role. Use employees to advertise. That's employer branding, as I said, Sheetal, where employees only promote yourself and you also try to get people. Right. Now, every brand, be it any product, be it any individual, any product, any company, now they want to do more in numbers. right? They want to do sales. For that, they want to generate leads. There are different platforms that they can do. They want to create a recall so that the what you call the repeat orders will be there. It will become a brand on its own and so forth. And they do advertise on other platforms that we talk about. They want to do real time marketing and as well as try to customer service at its best, utilizing different platform. But when all of these things achieved now, you see there's a one common factor among most of the brands and specifically those who are addressing direct consumers, right? They want to establish themselves as a thought leader. Yes or no? When I say thought leaders, which means after you achieve, after you reach to a pinnacle, what you do is you try to retain yourself as a thought leader in the industry, wherein you talk about the futuristic stuff. All of a sudden, you see that a brand talks about a CSR activity. All of a consumer brand talk about like how women life can be made better. Or all of a sudden, you see a soap brand talk about that, about a village, how they've revamped the village. All of a sudden you talk about a fare forwarding or a logistic company talk about technology and how the AI integration will help consumer demand and how these their company is establishing into that, right? Sustainability is one part. I'm talking about thought leadership. Thought leadership means that even in that category, I am thinking of the future and I'm representing the entire industry. Now I'm not talking about a brand itself. I'm talking about the entire community of that industry or entire industry base from all company point of view, that how I am a leader and how things will move forward. And for that, LinkedIn is an ideal platform. It helps establish your brand, your product, your company as a thought leadership. And that's why you see the kind of videos or the content you see on LinkedIn will be different. They always talk about the larger perspective. There'll not be a 50-second ad or a 60-second ad, but they talk about the larger perspective that as an industry, if let's suppose I'm in an automotive company, I will talk about the product and also sort of things of mine as well. But most of their posts will be talking about that overall the EV market is moving on, and this brand, we being the industry prominent player or the leader, we have taken these steps so that this industry overall will help the nation building, will help the audience and sort of thing. You see the larger perspective they try to draw over there. And that's why you see that brand try to establish themselves as a thought leadership, publishing articles, not advertisements, publishing white papers, not snippets of that, publishing CSR videos or a long-term content video about overall facilities, manufacturing, their units and sort of things, to establish themselves as a brand, as a brand, as a category leader or an industry leader and representing the overall industry in that sense. So the thought leadership is a very important feature when it comes to brand or a brand building point of view. Why? If I'll talk about who is the industry leader today in automotive, right? If who is the industry leader in when it comes to telecom, who is the industry leader when it comes to let's say consumer durables, right? And there's a particular company that comes in your mind. So like a brand recall is important. The industry leadership is very important because that establish a brand ahead of other companies or the product in that category. And that's what brand try to achieve by means of LinkedIn. Why? Because first, the network itself on LinkedIn is all about the professionals. Second, all the decision makers are available on this platform and their opinion matters, because if they will be convinced, they will talk about the brand more in detail, and then accordingly the larger mass audience who most of the time become followers of somebody or get swayed by the particular thought without having their own will talk about it. Establish as thought leadership, publishing articles, white papers, and long format, not videos but content, rather I would say. Establish industry leader. Yeah, That's what my understanding about LinkedIn and what differentiates. So again, the same point, just write it. Uniquely suited for B2B marketing, but doesn't mean that it can't be working for, but primarily and predominantly, it's about B2B marketing or say employer branding. That's you can do. And to, as I've written here, so now next we're gonna talk about is now let's talk about TikTok. Unfortunately, most people here in India will not have an will not be not most people in India will not be using it. The future of that is in US is still in Nokia, but it's one of the most shout out platform in the world today. Fastest growing platform with its unique composition, and it's kind of a sensation in US. It's kind of a different sensation altogether, right? And if you see in the again in the graph, I've explained. You can see two uh, tweeters over here, but if you just club it together, it's roughly around 1.5 billion active users, roughly around here, monthly active users, which is great number for any platform to achieve in a very short span of time, because all other platforms we talk about, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or LinkedIn, is much older when it compares to TikTok. TikTok in that line is pretty new. Yeah. It's a plot by ByteDance. Why it is most shout-out platform is because of its algorithm. Is yet to be unsolved by other platform. In fact, in US they made it. The Trump government right now has given them a 75 days ultimatum that they have to hand over the US operations to any of the US company. I have written, if you guys have, I believe last weekend I shared my LinkedIn account. So I've written a small post on that. I've written a post earlier and then I've just reposted that with some different content, because now the timing is getting close. That within 75 days, if the TikTok will not decide that which they have to sell the US operations of TikTok to one of the US company. If they will not do it, the operation will get shut in US itself, which will be a great setback for TikTok. But why TikTok is also not selling is a very interesting, because what at a cost is its priced algorithm. No brands today is able to solve it's kind of an enigma for them. They're not able to solve the or replace the algorithm of TikTok yet, which is making it so popular worldwide. It's totally a worldwide sensation that none of the brands were able to achieve. Why it is the kind of trending mechanism it has, and the looping the customer into it, and the kind of other what you call uh, recommendations, right? Recommendation this platform offers when you watch a video and groove you into this platform to use more and more is matched to none, like no other platforms. And that's why even the US government is getting into that they want the access to it, because once they get the access, of course they will get the access of the algorithm, and then they can replicate it in their platforms. So earlier brands like Microsoft, Google, of course the second man in the government today is Elon Musk, owner of X and Twitter, was in the race to buy out the US operations of TikTok. But I believe now Oracle, which is a software company, is more likely be getting that. Right? How it will happen? Whether they sell the US operations to Oracle and open the entire algorithm so far, which has kept them very different and very unique to US, or they will just agree to shut down their operations in US, will be interesting to see, or how if there's any third options. But the point is, it's a very unique platform, very fast paced, yet it has able to generate the kind of user base which none of the other platforms were able to in a very short span of time. So today it's roughly around 1.4, 1.5 billion active users. Monthly active users. Again, 2024 data must have been more now. Yeah. And this is where this brand totally shines out in its demographics, and most brand want to target that, right? This is extremely popular among Gen Z, right? And that's, let me talk about, with a strong presence of users 16 to 25, right? So this is predominantly very actively utilized and penetrated among the audience of 16 to 25. I'm written 16 because ideally the age should be 18, but we all know that people start to use this platform much before they reach to the age, and they just fake it, right? It is one of the platform that if in effectively given this trend, if you talk about the trend that earlier we mentioned about, has given the rise of this trend of uh, this thing, vertical videos. This is the platform which really actually started it, and the other platforms have copied it in that sense. uh, Short but very highly engaging content that aligns with the also what differentiates this platform is its challenging mechanism. Over here you might have heard that lot many challenges over the past, like brands were part of it and they utilized this challenge mechanism, and then making the entire globe grooving over it and generating a lot of user generated content. So the only platform which gave access to brands to create user generated content for a very small videos. Like YouTube is there, but usually the content is higher or bigger size over there, like 30 seconds, 60 seconds. And it has given this kind of sensation to the users to create user generated content without any money from the brand point of view, and achieve a huge amount of media inventory or the media impressions, and all of a sudden getting a lot of popularity. Can you all mention a few of these examples that I mentioned about such kind of challenges, and the brand has done nothing but the user being part of the journey and generate a lot of content and make the brand popular. Cadbury has done a few such challenges campaigns a few times ago. Okay, kuch meetha ho jaye ad in Diwali. Okay, a lot many other things that you might have heard of, Kiki challenge, and that just from example point of view, not from brand, but just how the entire mechanism works. Like the Kiki challenge, then somebody move out of the car from a moving car and then walk and then get in the car, kind of a challenge. I don't remember that. Right? There's a lot many challenges which has been popular in between. So we'll talk about that. Let's understand how this platform. Now, I don't have much access. I don't have much of details right now how it's differentiating itself, because since it's banned in India. But why I'm teaching this? But because as a marketer, you might also have to work for a US brand or in Chinese brand or something like that. It's just banned in India, so we must be aware of that. Now, the key strategies of this is, of course, short form of content and addressing to the audience, wherein actually the attention span is less, and also the behavior is very fast paced, that they want something very fast paced and very challenging in that, and a huge pool of content on a particular topic, right? So as I said, Gen Z which is where it's very popular. Short form of content, but very, or rather highly that aligns with the and the trend. So this is like a trend setter. Now TikTok is a trend setter for any brand, that whatever they do on TikTok, it becomes a trend now. If it's been captured or accepted by the audience which they are into, because the Gen Zs are usually these days are the trendsetter in terms of quick fraction, quick amount of time, and bringing the popularity to a brand, right? So anything they do on with TikTok, and if that gets accepted by the set of audience they are targeting, it becomes part of the trend. Challenges, and we talk about a lot of challenges, that few challenges that the brand have initiated and how it has helped them brand. So challenges is a core functionalities, bringing challenges, and of course hashtag is a common phenomena over here. To increase visibility and user participation, which is very important for a short, medium a platform, or a short kind of a video. This is the only platform which is able to crack uh, generating a lot of user generated content from brand point of view, and it has a high virality factor, so highly viral. And again, this is also good for influencer collaboration, right? Now, from example point of view, how many have heard of? I'm sure this was an international campaign, so I'll talk about that. The first challenge or a branded challenge which happened, and that has become that has made the brand popular, that has generated a huge amount of media inventory in terms of user generated content for the brand. There's something called a campaign by, for example, now if you just go and Google about it. So it was a campaign by Guess Jeans, Guess or the Gap Jeans. I'm not very sure. Let me check. I could be wrong. Guess, yeah. So it was by Guess Jeans, right? So we'll stay to that. You see, there you can later on read about the case study as well. That how a brand, and why I'm mentioning that this was really a huge success utilizing only TikTok. So Guess Jeans done this in my denim campaign, and using the challenge series, that you just share your hashtag, uh, Guest has released a challenge like on TikTok, and that's where TikTok is known for releasing challenges, being trendsetter, provide the trend, and let the user connect with it, and then creating their own kind of content around that challenge, like the Kiki challenge and all those things that I've mentioned about. So Guest did it like in my denim challenge. Just share a post about you in your denim and see that how good, bad, ugly, whatever you feel like, and sort of things, share your story. And all of a sudden the brand has seen a huge rise in its marketing reach and its brand popularity, right? And since then, when we talk about later on also, we talk about few challenges and the brand conceptually utilizing it, but right now we'll just stick to it. So in my denim was by Guess was the very first brand to launch that TikTok as a brand TikTok challenge, and what in my denim campaign have garnered them around. Any idea how many how many users they were able to achieve, or how many million views or trillion views or thousands views or lakhs of views they were able to achieve by just this 1 month uh, challenge by on TikTok, which is in my denim. Just take a random guess, which is a free publicity on some of the on a big platform at a global level. Quick, anyone? 10.5 million. Okay, I'll just write it down. I believe half the people are busy watching IPL. Half the attention is there, maybe. Overall challenge. I garnered them around somewhere in between 52 to 55 million media views. Right now, this is huge for any brand to achieve free marketing. 52 million views at a very beginning, and that's where the challenge. And as an audience, if you see the behavior, the kind of audience they're targeting, right? Gen Zs and the youth, right? They are very challenging in nature in the sense that they also could do it, and they are very creative in that sense. So they launched this In My Denim challenge, and within a month or so, they were able to generate 55 million views of media buying a kind of achievement, right? So that's the kind of tool power TikTok is. More importantly, if you are already been part of a one brand, the algorithm is such that it can always keep the content in a loop in a way that the audience will always get to remembered about the product and the brand and keep you at the top of their mind. So very interesting platform in that sense. uh, so I would say it's very simple to use it. And I remember people when TikTok was banned in India, the people who literally cried because of its simplicity in nature, the kind of filtrations, the kind of mechanism it provides, and the kind of accessibility it gives to get viral faster than any other platform. There's so many people who become all of a sudden started to earn their money out of from their content on TikTok. They were earning good livelihood out of TikTok, and when it's get banned, their life become tough, and they almost not almost they cried. I know few in my own vicinity and in my own life, like in my circle, that who are a TikToker, not very famous, they were earning good amount of money from TikTok because they were able to get some kind of views and reach using the algorithm power. And that was the brand also utilized, because the algorithm is such that it makes the content viral even if you have a very less user base. In most of the platform, what happens is your content get very viral. If you have a larger user base, the chances to reach are higher. But the TikTok algorithm is such that even if you have a less user base and if your content is good, it will make you viral, and all of us suddenly you become popular very faster. And that's what most of the Indians also utilize it. Like if you remember back in the time, the people from tier 2, tier 3, or village or towns like area also, the kind of videos you were able to see, and these people were generating good revenue out of it. So when the TikTok get banned, it's really hit them hard, because that kind of algorithm is yet not there in the system, and they were able to achieve something out of it, right? So very simple, relatable, and aligned. And this term is very important. With the right TikTok audience, you might have heard of this term called, these are the TikTok generation, right? Because that's the impact this product has created. This entire generation being called about by a platform, right? It's called a TikTok generation. Why? Because it's fast paced, it's short term videos largely, and the kind of algorithm. Again, you can't see my screen. Is it with most people or just Jitendra facing this problem? What about others? Can you all see my screen? Uh, 1 second, let me try stop sharing, because I believe it got stuck or something. Now, now is it visible? I'm not sharing the document right now. I'm sharing the screen on which Zoom screen. So you might be seeing my name and my video screen. Yeah. Okay. Right. So as I said, relatable and aligned with TikTok audience. This is a very common term utilized these days for a different set of target audience itself, and we might use it as a slang or you might use it in a bad way, but it's an achievement from a platform point of view that there's an entire set of audience named after it, right? So this is very important feature of TikTok, which you can use it if you just need a branding and making it a more viral point of view, much faster than even Instagram. It's not there in India, but if at all you get a chance to work significantly, all by means of UGC, user generated content, and that's where their repute comes into a play, right? What difference about this is, as I said, it's priced algorithm, yet to be matched by any other platform. Algorithm driven content makes it possible for brands to go viral quickly. And this is a very important line. And that's why most of the brands today are advertising on these platforms, even with minimum following. And that's where most of the TikTokers were able to generate some amount of gratification from them, because even if you are minimum following, it will make your content little viral, right? They wanted to give you a taste how it feels to be viral. The platform emphasizes on trends and challenges, offers it's an ideal platform to make viral marketing. There's a different use case, and that's a platform which helps viral marketing for brands. Now, any idea who is one of the, let's say, biggest TikToker in the world? It's one of the biggest influencer in the world today because of the TikTok. 160 million followers. 160 million followers. Before pandemic, he migrated from South Africa to Italy. He was working as a factory labor. The factory got shut during the pandemic, right? And he was jobless, hand to mouth situation, couldn't make a livelihood. And then he found this platform. He thought, let's create a content. He sent one or two videos, 10 videos, 15 videos, and he became popular. And that's how the journey started. Today, the guy is brand ambassador of brands like Hugo Boss, some of the other big apparel brands. He was also, I believe, in talking terms with Nike and sort of things, right? If you guys not aware of who that is, you might have seen his video. This guy, all he does is like this hand gesture and something. With almost 163 billion or 162, 63 billion TikTok users in the world today, followers in the world today, right? You can later on check about it. As I said, the virality factor of the platform is huge. It works. It doesn't work the way it worked for him, for most people. But if you're being consistent, it rewards you in a way. Yeah, Hardik Pandya do the pose. I don't know. I don't watch these days the crickets and everything. But the point is, this brand has established this product or this platform has established a particular individual as a big brand. And there's so many people. This is to establish the fact that so many people in India also trying to were able to generate some kind of revenue out of the platform. From brand point of view, it makes the brand very popular. Once you throw a challenge and the entire world get part of it, it becomes viral very fast. So the entire dynamics of the platform itself in a way that it makes the content very viral, even if you have minimum followers. And if you be consistent on that, the reach is huge. And that's the reason that the brand, the TikTok is having that kind of 1 point some billion users in a very short span of time. In my denim, as I explained, in 1 month, able to generate 55 million views just through user generated content. Right. So very viral in nature. And if you need a quick promotion, very fast paced environment and want to target a TikTok audience, as I said, right, TikTok is the right platform. Unfortunately, we can't advertise on TikTok for any of the brand or for any of our product in India because it's banned. In future, we will see how it does it play a role. In US also, it's, I don't know whether, I don't think it's going to be banned. Some ways will be made. I am sure about it. But that's how it is, right? Now, coming to KB Lam, it's this guy worth around some huge money. It was all earlier. It was there already. As I said, people were making good amount of establishments out of TikTok, but then suddenly got banned. I know at least three girls nearby where I live in my friend circle that they were TikTokers and they were able to generate good amount of money from the TikTok videos. They were trying to do it on YouTube, on Instagram. They couldn't. On TikTok, they were able to because the virality factor is little quick in that sense. Right. So I believe it's almost 6. This is where this is what I had to share from my point of view in a day for also a lot to consume for you all. In that case, let's begin with there's one platform which I didn't mention. One platform which I didn't mention, which is purely a social media marketing. The only thing is that it's there, but it's a very different kind of audience over there, very limited audience, and it is getting executed from the marketing point of view as well, but not as giantly or as bigger as the other platform that we've discussed. But I do mention about that. It's called Snapchat. Before that, I would like to know how many of you over here use Snapchat as a social media platform or for any kind of activity, because most of the TG over here is like professionals maybe and they don't use it. It's a different group altogether which uses the Snapchat, but I thought it's worth mentioning it. So as I said, tried it for a few days. Sarthak, I've not used. Ujas also not used. Sheetal also not used. I also don't use it. Yeah, Sarthak, same realization. I have never been on Snapchat, but seeing the application itself or seeing the kind of some of the some of the friends or people whom I know using it, I've realized that this is not something for me. That you have to make faces and add filters and use it. It's more for Gen Z users. Is yeah, to an extent, yes. So let's try and understand. Of course, it's a multimedia messaging app that has evolved with its dynamic that has evolved into a dynamic social media platform. Basically, it's known for if I'll say it's more known for its innovative features and I believe filters that they have, and also the privacy that it provides. That's where it stand out. So most of the Gen Zs today, they say that we want more private life and we need more of it. I don't think it Apple promotes. It's the Snapchat promotes themselves on Apple. The reason is because Snapchat is, that's why I said the different audience is largely been in use among the group of people who like to more flaunt about things that they are doing. And that's purely mostly the Gen Zs, and also having most of the Gen Zs use iPhone today. All right. So to get the right set of audience, I believe Snapchat promotes itself on iOS platform or more on the Apple Store platform in that sense. But the point being that it's very innovative, known for its innovative features and filters, and also the privacy that also the privacy that it offers in the way that it was the first one, right? That all the kind of stories that you see on Instagram today or on Facebook today, that is stories which are on also WhatsApp, which will disappear in say 24 hours. That was started by Snapchat. Then also that nobody can, if you share a photo with with somebody, they can't they can't take a screenshot of that. That feature which we now see in integrated in WhatsApp, excuse me, in WhatsApp or also maybe on Instagram. It was started by Snapchat. So all these small things, but really a game changer in the overall industry. So you can say, if you remember that the other day we talked about LinkedIn and we talk about leadership. In terms of this, Snapchat has took the leadership to provide features. Then the other giants, the bigger players have end up copying. Be it stories which will disappear in 24 hours. Be it like others can't save the photo or can't take the screen of the photo. So that's why it's more popular among the Gen Zs, among college going couples, and also other kind of these kind of sections, because it provides a bit of more privacy. One can't save the photo, one can't take the screen. It just you shared one time view and sort of done and dusted. Now other platforms are also coping with that or also brought these features, but these were pioneered by Snapchat, and that's why most of the Gen Zs are there on Snapchat, along with Instagram and all of the platforms that they use, but predominantly also on uh, Snapchat. So in terms of numbers, if we go back to the chart, this is where it stands. Roughly around 500 million users over here. So I can write about that. A Snapchat in terms of 450 to 500 million active users. This is again 2024, right? And in terms of demographics, that's where I believe you guys you all have answered, right? That it is. If I talk about the demographic, of course, it's how to say that younger. Demographic. Now, the age group I'm mentioning over here is between 13 to say at max 34. I know 13 is not the legal age, but you know how you can have an account on these social media platforms. This is a very easy ditch that you can do. And most of the time I have seen like school going students, maybe they in their 9th standard or 10th standard, 11th, 12th, they are already on Snapchat. So, and effectively this is the age group which is largely there on Snapchat. So I can't say 18 because it'll be a lie, right? So this is the demographic, and hence it's a ideal platform for brands specifically Gen Z or bit of millennials as well. I get it, bit of millennials. Early 30s. Yeah, that's the audience group. Now, when it comes to a key or what do you call it, how it differentiate itself from others. Uh, I don't have much of hands-on experience on Snapchat. Maybe that's why I'm not able to add that great a value on Snapchat. But seeing the markets, understanding, and from marketing point of view, that since if some of the brands worked on it and I've seen it also from the reviews that I keep on try to get from people, Snapchat differentiate itself from other social media platforms because of some unique features. Like one thing, as I said, the messages and everything else disappeared, right? And within a after a set time. So it encourages more of like a real time sharing, and then it disappears then and there, which is now been copied by the other platforms as well, but pioneered by Snapchat, and hence the audience find it more comfortable, and the trust has been built over there. The audience which was there on went on Snapchat because of the privacy issue. So what started to happen is that most of these Gen Zs, which were there on, let's say, Facebook, they started to find more of their uncles and aunties and moms and dads over there on Facebook, which they don't want. They need to have a private life apart from the family and other friends and all sort of things, just their group. So that's one reason they also moved to Instagram. But for what happened is also the Instagram is now full of most of the common people or also the elderly people. Sometimes you might be getting requests from your parents as well on Instagram also now, or all or your cousins, or let's say elderly parents or their friends. And that's the time they needed more of a platform wherein there'll be more privacy. They can be themselves as they want to be. They can express themselves as they want to be without any hiccups or without any hesitations. And the entire shift happened on Snapchat. And also Snapchat was featuring these offers like disappearing, no one can capture things, so more private. And that was made a trust factor between the Gen Zs, hardcore Gen Zs, those who want all these things, and the feature was already available on Snapchat. So that's where it increases. The other great feature which made Snapchat differentiate from each other from other platform is the early use of, if you guys align with that, early use, or rather adaptation of AR or augmented reality lenses, right? So that's where this is something. It was something that the something different that the Gen Z was looking for. Beyond privacy, what else could do? Okay, you have a photo, you have a video, you send it, but there was no fun element. Be it Instagram, be it Facebook, be it YouTube, be it LinkedIn, be it Twitter. There's no fun element, and this age group which we are talking about want some fun element into their social media platform, not like an album sharing thing, right? And that's when the Snapchat come into a play, that it has more augmented reality lenses and filters, which was so different from the filters like Instagram or Facebook. They could add, if you remember, uh, if you have some idea about the Snapchat, that you can have multiple filters, you can change the face, moving elements, sort of thing. You can overlay some interactive graphics over your photo and the video, and you can do that. What happened after that is that, so file. What happened after that is that has helped gain this audience more engagement, or rather enhanced, right? And that's one reason that they glued with this platform. And that's where the brand found the opportunity, that if there is a set of audience we want to target, which is specifically within this age group, the younger audience, and they want these kind of things. And also this platform provides more of enhancement and more of engagement and creativity for them. And we can also get to engage with them if we speak in their tone. So it helped both ways. The other feature is like, that it's a global platform. What they can do is that they can enable their share their location, and then they can view snaps from around the world. So it's like more of like, it's like building a community. They don't want, Snapchat also don't want to rush to just everybody, and everybody can onboard on Snapchat. They are, what they think, figure it out, is that it's a platform that can help building that foster the sense of, right, around the world. So that and it gives immediate instant gratification to the Gen Zs, that they are part of a larger community, global community, and they are doing something, which has been accepted in the larger spectrum, or the larger globe, at a global level. So that's what differentiates Snapchat. Now, how or what should be the key strategies if I need to talk about? So first, of course, it has become, since then it has become a good platform for some of the category specific brands to do a what you call a product launching tool. Why early days? I'm not talking about now because every other platform can have this feature. So because it's a 24-hour lifespan of stories that can create a sense of urgency among the audiences. And also remember that this audience that we're talking about is hugely impacted about FOMO, the sense of urgency, fear of missing out, or they need instant gratification. There's always a sense of urgency among them, right? And for that, the brand have utilized that platform in a very great way. So they use it like some promotional code only for 24 hours, and they can launch it. If they reach to the store before this snap disappears, they will get that benefit. Otherwise, they will not get the benefit. They could also send some behind the scene kind of a content and say that figure it out, find out one element that we are sharing, and if you're able to figure it out and you reach to the store and you reach to our online and answer that, you will get this kind of benefit. So it has created an immediate sense of urgency that has encouraged the audience as an immediate engagement. So if in terms of key strategies, this is what worked for them. Right. The other, as I talked about earlier as well, which is the integration of AR, so interactive AR integration, which has helped in a great way to promote fun-driven brands. For example, uh, like a lifestyle brand or a fashion brand. So what you can do is they can launch their T-shirt over there, and like any other filter like a dog face or donuts or whatsoever, you can also keep a social media platform. It's like much like IKEA does it for their entire home decor thing, but this is more interesting because this is something about fun. So let's say Nike have launched a shoe and they put it over there as an icon over on Snapchat. What you can do is you can just click your photo, use that filter and see that whether it looks good or not. Like a t-shirt, you can just put that t-shirt on above your photo, the interactive overlay will happen and you can figure it out and you can share, hey friends, I've just used this new say uh, uh, Armani t-shirt, not filter of Armani t-shirt. How do you think? Does it look good? And can I go for the real buy? Something like that. So a huge this AR integration have played a great role in creating more engagement, product launches, and also to interact with the consumers, but in a better way, right? Because of this kind of audience, also it has a good platform for ads. So you can do Snapchat ads, wherein you can promote your website, you can promote your applications, you can promote your product or sort of thing. And more importantly, last but not the least, this again also will help from brand's point of view. Like the example I've taken, they have just used a shoe icon or a t-shirt icon, and so many users have then started to use their Snapchat icon and share it among their friends. So it's a free promotion that the brands were able to generate from Snapchat. So engage. Right. So it's a great media inventory, great way of marketing, engaging with the right set of audience, using their own content, not even driving more of content from their side in terms of advertisement. So that's how Snapchat uh, differentiate itself, and this is the kind of strategies that you can develop when if you have to focus on Snapchat over a for the between your marketing mix, social media marketing mix, and want to promote your brand on using Snapchat. In terms of what's different, I believe part of that or larger part of that I already explained, but of course, high engagement, among young audience, if that is your more trust among the target group or the target audience. And advertising, yeah. If not, then let's move to the. Now, there's one more platform which I'm going to talk about today, and after that, we'll move to further other things. Any guesses which platform I'm referring to? So most people Quora know because Quora is more of like a thread that people can discuss and talk about. It's more of like it's good tool for SEO sort of thing. Okay. Pinterest, rightly said Jitendra. Pinterest now, some people say that Pinterest is not a social media platform. Some do say that it's a social media platform. I would say it's a mix of so many things. And I would like to talk about Pinterest because most of the brands also, or the marketeers or the marketing new guys also don't utilize the capability of Pinterest as a platform, which is a great platform when you just utilize it in a great way, because it's a lot of visual things, and it not only works as a social media platform, but it works as a e-commerce and so many other things, right? So let's understand that this as well, and then we'll move further. Now, this over here, guys, is a very great platform, which is also underutilized or less utilized or not utilized by so many brands or so many people or so many individuals, right? Reason it's not been utilized because maybe the awareness is not there, uh, or maybe they not know how to use it, kind of a thing, right? It's first thing first, it's kind of search engine, not a search engine in itself, but if you just go over there, let's see if I go to the website, right, and say I look for I go for images, I believe I will use the right keyword, right? Over here, no, I can't find it. Maybe because I'm rooted to the different country, but we will stick to it, right? But most of the things that you will search over here, you will find there's a lot of pinned link over there from Pinterest when you do the image search from Google, right? For me, it's a routing through a different thing. That's why I'm finding all this international links over here. But if you just do a search right now, you'll find a lot of Pinterest link. So though it's not a search engine in itself, but the website works in a great way to emphasize your search engine potential when it needs to visual looks or visual searches. This is the only platform wherein it helps in a great way, like the YouTube we talk about. Yeah, like we talk about video searches which can help capitalizing your website from YouTube. So whenever you do video search, you go to the Google and you search for something, go for the video, and you see the links of YouTube from the brand point of view. Similarly, when it comes to image search, Pinterest by far leads and takes charge when it comes to that. And so many brands, if they utilize the Pinterest platform in a great way, you know, it's also a good medium. If you just read there and find the Pinterest link, it's also a great medium to optimize your search engine utilizing the platform Google itself, but by means of visual display of your services, wherein people can see some photo element, some creative element, and they can directly go to. So two ways: either they can go to your Pinterest account and directly purchase also stuff from there, or from there they can go to their website and purchase your stuff and build more website traffic. So it's a great platform which has always been underutilized. So I often say that Pinterest is first, it's a powerful visual discovery tool, not only as a social media platform. It's also and then also a social media platform. So it plays also, it also works as at times e-commerce, right? So this is the only tool which does a lot of functionality, which provides a lot of access, lot of functionalities, but highly underutilized, right? People just go to Google search, at times say the Pinterest link, at times just they use the photo from there, but they always behave it as a consumer. When you behave it as a market, you see that what kind of affordability, what kind of access it provides. It is a great tool to optimize your SEO. It is a great tool to showcase your product in terms of pictures, wherein you can't load a lot many pictures on your website, because your website will become heavy, and your overall then when we learned about the website and SEO optimization, technical SEO, it may become heavy, right? You can, without making hampering your website, you can use the Pinterest platform to showcase great high resolution images or the visual of your product or the brand using the Pinterest, and then still optimize your SEO, because all the results will appear on the search result of photo searches. So great platform to integrate with website and drive traffic in terms of also driving leads. That's one. Secondly, since it's like a platform which uses social media and e-commerce. So at times you can also directly go to the Pinterest link. You can try to purchase it, and if not, they can reroute you to the website to purchase it. So it is more. This is the only platform also wherein you can directly expect some bit of sales. For the other social media platform, like I said, you can't directly expect sales. This platform, you can directly expect some bit of sales, right? And that's what makes it very unique composition when it comes to Pinterest. I am really fascinated by the platform, and yet being underutilized or under commercialized by most of the brands. I saw the ad in IPL on Jio Hotstar. Ad of what, Ojis? See, Pinterest roughly around 450, 460 million active monthly users, which is great. But what's make it more interesting about the audience base over here is, we will talk about in some time, 450 to 460 active. Right. Perfect. Now this is a tool where I'm gonna use a different yardstick when I explain the demographics. As I said, I'm gonna use a different yardstick, not just the age for Pinterest. The interesting factor over here is that, and see this, it's very popular. And why I'm saying so, almost 60% of the users on Pinterest are women, which is a great insight, great platform if you want to target, or if you have a product, or if you have a brand which is little bit of inclination towards female audience, right? And that's what makes it very different, because it's much popular among the female or the women audience than the men audience, which is like men audience are also there. But 60% of the all user base that Pinterest has is women or ladies, right, or girls, right? So for a brand which is into some kind of these categories where the women is the primary audience, it's a great tool. For example, home decor, and that's why you see most of the home decor or fashion brands are also using pin boards or the Pinterest in a great way, right?
That's why in ad it was showing three women who are talking about the posting at
That's
Insta
why I
post.
didn't answer that question then and there. I said interesting because I knew I'm gonna come with that. So now you can relate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's now imagine for a brand which is primarily targeting females, it's a great platform. to use Pinterest. But there are other use case as well which I want to share, and why Pinterest is a very great platform in a way. Not very great. I'm not a paid doing a paid promotion for uh, a Pinterest. First, it optimizes. Let me here. Now, first thing is it this platform help you to optimize your keyword integration for your website, right? So you can use a lot of keywords over here and optimize your search engine results using Pinterest. So it is social media, but also helping, because this is the only platform which will come in the result based on the searches that people are doing on the video or on the image section, right? So if you integrate right kind of keyword and link your content with your website over here, it will build traffic for your website. So social media platform, but also integrate descriptions and board names and the pin titles will help you give immediate and good search engine results and enhance that. Second is, you know, if I'll say the visual, as I said, the visual appeal. So you can showcase much better quality of images that you can't do on website, and also the quantity and the quality to build trust, to showcase. It's like a product catalog. So you can use it Pinterest as an online product catalog. Instead of linking it on your website, you can display all the kind of product you have as a catalog on Pinterest itself. And people do use it. There are brands those who use it. I'll show to you also a few examples, right? The other good feature is that if I'll talk about which differentiate Pinterest from other platform is that Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter, or Snapchat, it's all cluttered. So your content has all your content, your product or a campaign or whatever you're doing has a very limited time for it to reach to the audience, right? Like you have launched a story or post or something like that. Since the dynamics of this platform are such that it will be lost if you will not see it, let's say within 24 hours, it will be lost, and then the new and new and new content keep on coming in, and that content will be buried under its own thing. So we'll not be it may not be able to maximize to the largest set of audience. Pinterest, however, works on the duration. It's like a search platform, right? So if you post the content, it will remain and rested there, and for users can check it as and when they search for it. For, let's say, if I post it today, even after a month, I have a chance. After a month or 2 or 3, I still have a chance that I can drive traffic using that content, and traffic will come, or some engagement I can build, or some interaction I can build using that content. While it's not possible on other platform because it's very fast paced. While Pinterest is still not very fast paced, you can put the content over there, immediate some bit of audience will come in, wherein it rested there, and later on also after 2 months, 3 months also, there'll be some kind of interaction and engagement that you can expect to build using the content that you have posted. If I'll just write one line in terms of about Pinterest, if you'll say it offers long term, because that's the point I feel more interesting, long term traffic building and engagement opportunity. While Snapchat just immediately opposite to Pinterest, Instagram also, the TikTok also, right? But Pinterest offers a long-term traffic building and engagement opportunity that brands often, and I will write that, often overlook, or even the marketers, because being into the field, I have noticed that this is the most underutilized platform, yet having a lot of potential but not utilized it, right? It can also helps to boost SEO by its ability to great visuals and integrate with keywords. So that's another point that I can think of. What else could be? Well, right. What else it could be? Yeah, so these are the few of the things that I think of as a Pinterest. The other very interesting factor is that you can, also you can use it as product catalog, use it as product catalog. That's one more thing. Uh, Then you have these features like, promoted pins. You can advertise and you can promote your pins, promoted pins, and sort of thing, and others. Now, the kind of industry that where it's very, very very fashion, home decor is a category where they are really, really great, doing good. Food at times, then beauty products because for the demographic itself, and there's one category which this caters differently and which this platform only caters apart from the other platforms, which is your DIY. Now DIY itself is an industry itself, right? Do it yourself. And for that kind of category, that kind of brands or the products, Pinterest is a very great tool to showcase their entire catalog and then different kind of DIY products that they have, sort of things, right? So good in that sense, uh, and that's where Pinterest shine out. Uh, or example, if I need to quote, right, one second. So one thing for sure is that Pinterest is well known for its aesthetic value. So if a brand is utilizing Pinterest, they have to have a very aesthetically strong. They have to create a good set of visual elements, visual catalog elements or the product elements to showcase on Pinterest, right? A good brand that I can show you an example that how a particular brand is utilizing Pinterest as a great tool, or as a website of they have a different website but also utilizing it as a secondary website to generate more of leads, use it as a product catalog displays and kind of different categories that they're targeting, right? This you might be aware of. This is called, how many of you are aware of this? Etsy. Now this is their website, right? Please let me know if you are aware of it, heard of it. So this is, right, you all are aware of. Great. So this is about, you can different categories. You see men t-shirts, tumblers, stickers. So kind of home decor, utility stuff, dresses, fashions, and this is the category wherein Pinterest shine also. Like, you can see this funny stuff or this good uh, Easter finds, festivities, fashions, and you can buy it from the website. Now I need to just change this keyword over here and say, let's see, Pinterest, right? And then this is, you can see 11 or something million plus followers. So that's what I'm talking about, that how a good brands utilize it to create followers. If they might be not doing it more on Instagram or Facebook, but for them the right platform is Pinterest. And that's the entire reason of these last 2 days sessions, to understand the platform, that there are different brands who have found their utility on different platforms and they grew in number over there as a to create engagement, to create their fan following, or to create some kind of community building. We can't just paint all the platforms in with one stroke saying social media, and that's the idea, to also learn that when we do a campaign or when we strategize for a social media thing for our brand, product or service we need to understand this platform clearly. And that's the reason why the platform is one of the important P in the social media marketing, when we discussed at a very initial level, when we talk about digital marketing landscape. Because platform plays a very important role that what kind of audience, how and which way you can target that. Even if the audience is same, then what kind of behavior they are showcasing on a different platform and how you can target that utilizing what kind of content will go on that platform, right? And that's where the bigger miss is. People think social media platform, the same content can be replicated over the different platforms and then you can expect the same kind of result. That's not happen. You need to have a great understanding first about your product. Second, about the audience that you are targeting, where that audience is and how this platform cater to that audience in terms of what kind of content people prefer to consume on a different content. I can't serve the same kind of content on LinkedIn, which I'm providing on Instagram, and I can't use the same kind of content which I have on Instagram on Pinterest. So you have to find your audience. You have to find your target audience, and much then more important than target audience, along or equally important than target audience, you have to define which platform will help you to achieve the goal that you have, right? So let's go to this Pinterest HC, and you see this is the website, and this is their HC verified merchant, 11.1 million followers. The market to find whatever you are into, whoever you are, and make, buy, and sell on Etsy.com. But you see, right? So as I said, DIY projects, kids, some bit of fashion stuff, jewelries, Etsy fashion, right? Then this is about, you go down, you will find about your home plants and plants. This is like a home decor, in-house plants, accessories, fashion around sort of thing. Then fall and this is like recipes to share, food, all different categories. But you see, this is more like a website. This is more like a website of Etsy.com or a secondary website. They use it over here and showcase it. Right now, if let's see, if I go to any specific category, so kitchens and must-have is about food, and these are the industries I have also mentioned. Let's say I go to men's shop now. You see, it's like working as a proper website. I entered the men's shop section and it opened only for men's section within Pinterest. You see the kind of visual appeal they have created. This now for Etsy on their website, it'll be tough to target all those things like on one page over here, and then they have to, since they are kind of an e-commerce platform, they have to have, but Pinterest serves a different role altogether. Now, if you see, let's see, I'm into men's section, which product I need to buy, I can check it right there using the Pinterest tool as a pinboard, and this is like a product catalog for the brand. If I go up, let's see, this is the kind of sweater I want to buy. I'll see to it, and you see, I can select or I can save it here, and then later on also come back to it and buy it. Also, when it comes to e-commerce capacity, let's copy this. Let's copy this, and let's see it as a keyword, and then okay. Now let's copy this as a keyword, and then I go to Google again. Maybe I'll go this time. I'll go to because again, my laptop is routing to a different server, so I'm seeing all this in euros. But you just do it right away on your maybe on your laptops, and you'll find more of Pinterest about this. So point is that if somebody search for a keyword like this and go to the images, it will show the Pinterest pinboard or larger different options for the users, which work as an SEO for them. And if they reach to the website using this link, it will help them optimize their SEO, right? So it uses a multiple I would say it has a huge different use cases. and help brand to capitalize on social media as a search engine, as a visual display catalog, and sort of things, right? A very good example also is, let's say, IKEA. IKEA also use a lot of, if I'll say IKEA, Pinterest, Pinboard, sorry. This is IKEA India. This is, I believe, more Australia. So they have a country-wise thing. And you see, right? So you can go to IKEA.com through this website. You can see all the quick launches for the sales, living rooms, bathroom, kitchen. So home decor, fashion, the kind of industry I mentioned about. Did I mention already? Yeah, home decor, food, beauty products, DIY is a great industry for this Pinterest kind of it. Also, home decor, fashion and lifestyle, DIY is, or why the industry is also more important or can work better on Pinterest, because the other factor that I've shared is that 60% of the audience is also female, right? And DIY, home decor, they are more keen to do things. I'm not generalizing things. Sorry, I'm not stereotyping, but they have more of this essence within them to keep doing these things than maybe the other set of audience, right? So that's where it plays a very important role. The one thing, one more thing wherein the Pinterest shines out is if I just in a small way I can think of is if let's suppose you have a website and the website is very dynamic, but you can't keep on changing that changing the what do you call the entire look and feel or the content of the website on a regular basis, and it's maybe not as captive in terms of nature as the Pinterest is. If you are into a product or not, if you're not into also product, and you can also, what you can do is you can analyze that what is trending right now on Instagram, what is trending right now maybe on Twitter, what is trending right now overall in terms of Google search, since it serves all the purpose, maybe as a social media, as a search engine as well. You can see that what are the current trends which is happening on Google. What are the current, like if you remember, we talk about Google Trends, right? And what is currently trending. Remember, so whenever I give activity, always think of what all has already been covered and integrate these things, and that will give you a better idea. So when you check Google Trends and see what all things are trending right now on Google, when you see Twitter Trends and you can see that what all things currently trending, if any of those things are, if not actively but passively, in which ways are related to your category, you cannot change much of those or do much of those changes on the website. What you can do is you can definitely create some content related to the current trends happening on Pinterest and link into the website. So while you're not hampering the current idea or the look and feel of your website, your secondary website, which in this case maybe as a Pinterest, you can also jump on the current trend which people are talking about and try to capitalize and bring the audience. Because what happens is, if it's current trend, let's suppose you check the Google trend, if there's certain things which is currently trending, you can use that keyword, right? And why it's trending, because it's hardly been searched on Google. So you can utilize the capability of SEO in Google, and since the result of Pinterest also appear in Google, you can utilize that and using that currently trending topic or the keyword, you can create some content or tweak that content which will be linked with the current trend and then post it. So what you're doing is utilizing the current trend, current right real-time phenomena to create a visual content which may link with your kind of audience and topic, and then drive the traffic to your website. So what will happen is a very real-time current huge number of data that is there searching for certain things will also get diverted. When they will search for certain thing on Google, maybe they will also do video search or a image search. You will able to drive that momentum and build that momentum and generate that traffic to your website or your application or whatever platform you are into, using this phenomena of Pinterest being a visual appealing search tool and the kind of trend that is happening on that. Similarly, utilizing the Twitter as well. So you can always utilize the Google trend or Twitter trend or Pinterest trend, combine it and make a content which will help you to boost the traffic actively indirectly, directly to your sort of things. Right. Then the other thing is, as you talk about that, you can also provide, if I'm not wrong, on Pinterest, some of the contents that you can provide as a free download, right? As a guides or a discount coupon. That will give a tangible, what you call tangible belief. Or if you remember the SAVE framework, wherein we talk about as product marketing, 4 P's of marketing, and then we talk about SAVE framework as now a thing, because it's customer don't need product, just product, but a solution, right? They don't want just place, but they need more about access, right? And they just don't need the price, but the value of money. And they just don't need promotion, but education about a product. And that's where the Pinterest also outshine, because the other platform, apart from YouTube and LinkedIn, is purely a promotional tool. But Pinterest, along with promotion, let's suppose you build a catalog, you can make it downloadable content, downloadable catalog or something, or downloadable guide. Like, not everybody have a time to, let's say, see the video, but they want something like, and that's the reason with every product you see this catalog comes in. Like when you buy a product, you see, especially home decor or a DIY or a fashion, you get this catalog along with those products, which you can read. Why the products send that in the time when they all talk about cost cutting? Because they know that there are an amount of users who like to read about the product in detail, how to use it, what is the use case, how to utilize it before utilizing it himself. That's where the Pinterest also plays an important role, because you can make the entire guide or entire a product thing as a downloadable guide over there, and people can utilize Pinterest as a platform to download it because it's visually more appealing and you can directly link it with your search. So download it, read about it. That is give more educated. That will help to create more education and awareness among the customers about the product rather than just promotion, which other platforms usually help you to do in terms of promotion. So there, along with promotion, you can also create education for the brands, readable content, something that they can download and keep it for long. There's a saying that no plan ever failed on Word document or an Excel. So on Excel, on Word document, it always sounds great. The real point comes into a play when you execute it. About the direction, yes, it's in the right direction. You can utilize all of those things that you mentioned. It's nicely put, nicely thought through, and yeah, why not? Right. So that's in detail about the explanation of different platforms, and I hope after this entire activity and this entire series of understanding the platform, I hope that even though it was one of the most toughest challenge that one have to go through to explain this platform in the age where it's all about digital first age we are in, and most of the users are already utilizing this platform in some of the other capacity, that people are using these platforms day in and out, if not all, most of it. They know about it. Like, I don't have to tell that what is Instagram, people are using it. I don't have to tell what is LinkedIn, what is Facebook, what is YouTube. But after this activity, I believe we are able to enhance our learning and enhance bit of sense, detailed sense about this platform, right? Which brings to, I hope, I'm not claiming that, but I hope we able to achieve that. So then that brings to the conclusion what we have learned so far in this topic of understanding the platform, right? As a marketer or as a user. Let me just switch on the lights. So if I'll say that understanding all these things, what we now know is that to maximize the effectiveness of our social media marketing, and I'll write this entire point. So from my point of view, whatever we have discussed, the learning is that to maximize the effectiveness of our social media marketing, brand must strategically use each platform and its USP and audience demographics, right? So you have to check the platform, what is the demographic, what specific USP the platform provides, and then you jump onto it instead of just decide the platform and then make the strategy accordingly. Rather, you have to define the platform itself, the target audience itself, and then see that whether it's aligned along with your strategy or align along with your end goal, and then you only have to choose the platform. That's the one learning I think is very importantly coming out of it. So to maximize the effective of social media marketing, brands must strategically use the flat USP in AUD audience graphic, right? The other point is by understanding, I believe now we can say that by understanding the differences, it will help us to align our align our goal more specifically, that what can create impactful campaign and where it can resonate with the target audience, right? So that is something by, of course, according to me, has been understood so far. So by understanding the differences and aligning strategies with specific goals, brands can create impactful campaigns that can resonate with the right TG. Right? That's very important. Remember this word, that's where we're going to talk about in some time. It's specific goals, because each platform help you to achieve a specific goal, or help you to achieve your goal in a different way. So you have to be very firm on that what we're gonna achieve out of it. And then in the end, last, from the conclusion point of view for this topic, the key, I believe, is to stay adaptable, experiment with the new approaches that these platforms brings you all, right? In terms of new approach, new ways to do marketing, and continuity is, of course, that's in the end is more important, because then you have to optimize according to the performance data on the platform that you have, on each of the platform that you have figured out. So first, as I said, to maximize the effectiveness of your social media marketing, and then you have to learn the tools strategically and the platform strategically to enhance, to know their USP, and then utilize this platform to reach to the right target audience. Second, by understanding the difference and aligning strategies with a specific goal that you have in mind, and then accordingly create an impactful campaign. Third, of course, that we need to, and which is the key, is to, we need to keep on changing. You have to be very adaptive in nature. We need to experiment with these platforms, that what is working, what is not working, why it's not working, is there a mismatch, not one size fit all kind of a thing that we have to go. And our approach should be that continuously try to optimize our brand presence on these platforms based on the performance data, that if it not work, why it not work, whether the other platform is working, then why it's working, and then you have to figure out a right match in that sense, right? So that's from this point of view. Then the other topic that I have in mind is, I believe everyone must have heard of it, is also there's something called share of voice. How many of you have heard of this term called share of voice, also known as SOV? No, not heard of it? Okay. So first let me explain that. So share of voice is in a way, it's a metric that measures the brand visibility or a presence in a particular market or in a particular platform or overall market, overall platform compared to its competition. So that explains that how much of what is the total market uh, uh, what do you say, potential to have the voice of that category, or potential of in terms of total uh, audience overall, how much audience is talking about a particular category, about the competition and everything else. And out of that, what is my share of voice when it comes to visibility or my presence in that particular market, right? It's a very important metric because it reflects how much a brand dominates in a given space, or how much a brand has been accepted, or how much a brand uh, share is when it comes to audience engagement, or audience been speaking about it, or the customers been speaking about it, right? So whether it's whether it's social media or any other platform, you can say that's a larger metric to understand. As I said, to understand your share of voice, or your presence, or your acceptability, or your potential engagement in that market, in that category among the audiences. So very great way to understand. So if I'll just write it down as a definition for SOV, it's like a metric, or a very important metric that measures brands visibility, to be very honest. And at the end of the day, as a marketer, our job is to bring the visibility to a product, presence in a particular market, right? As I said, compared to competitors. Yeah. Now, this very easy calculation which we can use is used to uh, calculate the share of voice. Though it's easy, but the kind of data that you need to collate is huge. But we'll try to understand it uh, from a very easy calculation point of view. So let's suppose we need to understand that what is my share of voice when it comes to social media platform, and how to measure that. So in social media, what is my share of voice on social media? That will be, of course, based on what? Based on brand mentions and engagement, right? So which means that let's suppose I'm into a particular category. In that category, what is the total mentions by the audience, let's say in a time frame of 1 month, and what is my share of voice? That will help in a great way to understand a product, that where do I stand when it comes to market acceptability among the audience, how positively they are talking about me, and what is the engagement level of us. For example, let's say share of voice in the cold drink category, right? So let's say we are measuring in 1 month how much mention about a particular brand or a product in cold drink category in last 1 month, and what kind of what amount of mentions people have done that. On all these platforms like Instagram, be it positive, negative, or neutral, whatsoever, right? So this is a very easy explanation, by the way, of SOV. It's not just like that, but to explain you all, I'm doing this now. So let's say Coke as a brand are able to achieve, let's say, 1 lakh mentions in last 1 month on social media platform. Then we can say the other competition is Pepsi. So you can say, let's say 60,000 mentions. Then we can say another brand that I see these days is Big Cola, also there in the market. So 30,000 mentions. And let's say the other one could be is this Campa in India is now making a lot of noise. So let's say 10,000 mentions about that as well, since it's a new brand, right? So this is overall Now, so the overall market size or overall mentions in terms of audience engagement or audience voice for this category in the time frame, we can say is 160, 30, 10, so 42 lakh mentions, right? So overall, it's around 2 lakh mentions. So total share of voice or total mentions equals 2 lakhs, right? Now, if you want to see that what is the share, very easy calculation in that sense to understand, what is the share of voice if in this market of the, out of the total mentions or total share of voice that potentially this category can gain. So let's say Coke SOV equals what to say SOV of divided by SOV. This is divided by, so let's not use SOV here, that will create confusion. So mentions of Coke divided by total mentions and this is multiplied by 100, right? So that will come to, I believe, since 1 lakh divided by multiplied by 100 equals 50%, easy calculation, right? So this will help folk to understand that at least we have a 50% engagement in the entire category or 50% share of voice. So if total promotion happening in that category is of X amount, we have at least 50% share in that share of voice, which is a good thing for a brand to understand that, right? Now, for example, Pepsi also need to define. Now, this is very easy way to understand that. I'm explaining. People, brands have to see the larger perspective because share of voice is about overall advertising, overall engagement, overall talking points. So to collating that data will be a tough challenge, right? For me, we just mentioned 1 lakh mentions and all those things, but for a brand really to find out their share of voice is really a huge amount of data that they need to gather, not only about theirs but the competitions, then overall industry size, overall industry mentions, promotional activities being done by the other brands and the competitions, how much of their mentions are there on the social media, and then they calculate the share of voice. For of course, we will not be able to do it that kind of data collection right now in this class. So easy calculation for our understanding. Now Pepsi SOV would be around what? Similarly to Coke. So just copy paste this. Right, and that will comes down to, again, I'll just copy this. Here I'll change the number. 60,000 divided by 2 lakhs equals, I believe that will be around 30%. Right. So now Pepsi has a 30% market share or share of voice in this category. So that's how you can understand. You can understand the share of voice in a easy way, but of course the calculation is much deeper and more of data is needed. Now the important question comes in is, and this is where I need to hear from you all, if you guys are okay, what can brands achieve? A few more things is, first thing, it will help us to understand when it comes to what can brands achieve with high SOV, is that of course it can help us to understand that a brand with a stronger presence of SOV means top of mind, and which Sumit also rightly mentioned, brand recalls, right? So top of mind when customer make purchase decisions, which means it will help dominate. Having a higher share of voice means dominate need consumer attention, right? This helps, which means that the particular brand, which is right now we are calculating the SOV is dominating when it comes to consumer attention, because that's why there's a larger mention over there. And the brand is able to achieve a more dominant positioning, more dominant attention among the consumer, or the because all these brands are in the same category, fall in the same category, fighting for the same amount, same consumer or the same customer. And if the higher share of voice for a particular brand means higher attention, higher brand recall, or top of the mind, is which we've talked about many a times, right? So, and as a marketer, this is what we all want to achieve: top of the mind position, top of the mind. When consumer make purchase, because I have the loudest and the highest share of voice in the category. Second is, now this is also related to that, is it can, if you are a website driven campaign, it leads to better web traffic, and also what you call more leads. Yes or no? Because since we are, which means there's a lot of mention about me, about my product, lot of mentions about my brand on the platforms. If high, which means higher the impression, or high visibility, which means higher the visibility, even if you take 2% of the entire visibility as in the conversion, which means more leads or more traffic coming to my website. So of course it will help in enhancing my website presence, my Google presence, and also converting that for free, not free, but indirectly converting a lot of leads from the visibility that I'm able to create. And if I have a higher share of voice, which is a no-brainer, of course, that's what we all want to achieve. I won't say that it's all about ROI, because see, if you're measuring SOV, it's largely about the brand mentions and the presence, right? ROI comes into play, as I said, conversion of leads. You can say that, but I won't say it's a direct approach to it. It helps of this a continuation of this point, maybe from brand attention point of view. It's higher, usually higher SOV means very strong brand presence and penetration in the market, making it tough for competition to take that share, right? So that's what also it means, and that's why tough brand. And last, any other points? This is the last point which I want to mention. Think this is a very important point rather, and maybe directly, indirectly, that's also it. SOV helps to achieve from brand point of view. But just one point I want. Can you all think of what could be? But that's already been done. If I have a highest share of voice, I know that I'm the leader in the industry in terms of market presence.
What about improvement in areas of improvement?
And that's the larger picture. Yes, we can think of, but from achieving a higher share of voice, what are exact conclusion, maybe like a strong conclusion that we can draw out of it? Yes, because this means frequent brand exposure with audience helps building brand authority and reliability, which is nothing but at the end of the day, build trust. And that's the reason people are talking about you. And this, I'm assuming in the case of positive mentions, more or less, right? So yeah, this is one point, this is another point, and this is If not before going into a campaign, once they're already into the campaign, once they're already have presence into multiple domains, multiple platforms to do the campaign, they do. Yes, measuring SOV is a practical approach, not specifically for, let's say, social media, but they do it in overall. And as I said, this is a complex process, and there's a huge amount of database that you need to evaluate, not just like how many mentions and all sort of things. That we did from our understanding point of view. But yes, knowing the share of voice in multiple domains, multiple markets, demographics is a real thing. Then that helps to understand that where do we stand. This also help brands to whether they need to cut down on their advertisements or campaigns, or whether they have to really there's a need in a specific market or in a specific areas to put a lot of efforts into their marketing, because right now this marketing, even if they are doing the marketing, their marketing presence is negligible, and that may be costing their entire sales or their entire reach to the consumers. So they have to go back to the boardroom and decide that what could be the approach. So yes, it's a real practical scenario that brand do practice. More importantly, from the marketing point of view, because to analyze markets, our share of voice, where do we stand, which market we need to push more and spend more money to have our market share or our share of voice enhanced, which are the areas where we can be stable and we can just go ahead with what we are doing, or maybe cut down on a bit and still we have made up a brand way enough that our share of voice will be higher in that market. So yeah, understanding of all those things. No, it can't because you don't know the competitors' allocation, right? So it has to be that when you already done all kind of marketing approaches, let's say 6 months, and then you analyze it. So it's, as I said, it's an analysis process, not like and after that analysis, then you can optimize in the earlier next campaign or next strategy of yours. So let's suppose not only about campaign, let's suppose organically also. For that, that's why I said there's platforms like Hootsuite, there's Zoho, there is Asana, there is Sprinkler, there's Zendesk, there's a lot many other platforms that, and that's why you might have heard of that, social media analyst or social media marketing manager. So what they do is, like all these platforms, when you have like a few examples I have already worked on, or some of my network or colleagues I found working in, they need to present a monthly report in terms of total mentions that their brand were able to gain. So for that, you need to have a specific team and also a specific kind of platforms which measure all those things, or which take into account that wherever your brand has been mentioned and or the competition mentioned, so the kind of keyword you want to target, you can get the reports out of it, and then you present it to the consumer, right? That will help us to understand that, like in 6 months, if let's suppose you consider 4 brands as your competition and you including yourself, what is the total size of the share of voice on a particular platform or on the digital marketing platform? And then out of which, how much is your mentions, or how much is your positive mentions or negative mentions whatsoever, which means what is the market you were able to increase in terms of your share of voice and what you are able to achieve. Usually startups spend a lot of money in terms of advertisement, so their share of voice in the category is usually high, because they, like for example, take an example of Zomato and Swiggy. They are startups and they spend a lot of marketing, a lot of budget into marketing. So in like, thanks for asking this question. So it could happen that, let's say, your market share is, let's say, 10% in the category. When I'm saying market share, we means your overall sales or revenue that you're generating, and there are bigger players who are already having a bigger revenue and sort of things. So share of voice is not direct implication of your market share. It is only about that how much acceptability when it comes to brand, and you are able to reach to the minds of people, that you're creating a brand recall. So let's say for your brand, you are in startup, your market share is 10%. But since you are last 6 months or 1 year, you have been actively doing to build upon a brand. If you remember yesterday also, I talked about there's 2 things like performance marketing and brand marketing, right? And let's suppose you're building a brand now, because Swiggy, Zomato also earlier did experience performance marketing, and now they're huge on brand marketing, right? So in your case, let's suppose your market share is 10%, but your share of voice is let's say 40%, right? So what it indicates is it is likely that you will gain a strong market position in the times to come, because even though your market share right now is less, but there's a huge euphoria that you have created, that people are talking about you. People are now aware about you, which means now you don't have to rely only on performance marketing. People will, in the next 6 month cycle, people will buy your product based on your brand that you have built now. And that's why there's a lot of recall, there's a lot of mention, there's a lot of talking points around your brand. And then this share of market share, which is just 10% now, will increase to 15 or 12 or 15, 16 or 20, 80%. Right? So it's primarily from, the ideal question I would have asked before that what you can achieve is that why does share of voice matters, right? And so I'll explain that, yes. Also, I would like to add this point over here that share of voice is not only purely for digital marketing, right? It is getting calculated for your TV promotions, for OTT, for print, for your PR, for also digital. So if you have to do it different media wise, you can do that. If you want to do it different market wise, you can do that. And if you want to create an overall impression out of it, that clubbing all together, TVCs, digital, print, outdoors, whatever, what is the overall market size or share of voice of in that category, and what is mine, that also you can do that. And then you can do also pan India, that pan India, what is the total amount of mentions, shares and talking points, or what is the overall share of a particular category, and what is my share of voice into that category, that also can be done. Yeah. So yeah, as I said, the other point which I would have asked before, the asking what brands can achieve, right? The important question rather would be is that why does share of voice matters, right? So first, as I addressed from the question of Monica, that a share of voice means that you are in the right direction, even if your market share is right now less. But since you can see there's a trend happening, there's a lot of mentioned talking points, a lot of people are talking, explaining or talking about your brand, which means you have achieved in a way that you have built a brand about yourself. You are no more just a brand who's trying to seed your product into the market and doing a performance marketing, try to do a Google campaign or a Meta campaign, and people will seeing the ad will buy it. Right now, since there's a lot of mentions, a lot of talking points around your brand, and you are achieving a significant or some amount of share of voice, which means that you are now built up a brand. So for a startup, for Monica, as you said, it's very important matrix to know that whether you are just a product or now you are slightly moving towards from just a product to a brand, right? There's a difference between the shoe you can buy from your, let's say, shop next door. There are multiple, maybe local products or sort of thing. That's also a shoe. The purpose of that also is the same. And there's a difference between Nike. Nike is totally, you can buy from a brand point of view, not from a utility point of view. The other shoe, you just go and buy it because it happens to be there. So that's sales, that's brand, right? So share of voice is important for that. So what does share of voice matters for this? It gives a good indication for a product that they are now aligning or moving towards the journey of building a brand or becoming a brand. That's one. The other example that I've shared again is that even if, let's say, your market share is less, but your brand share of voice is higher in a particular category or in the particular market, which means it indicates that in the next cycle or in the next 1 year, 6 months, or whatever time period you set for, definitely my market share will be going to increase, because now we are in the right direction in terms of building a good brand and a stronger brand presence and a top of mind recall among the audience. So while the other players are already there, we are also reaching there, and while their decision making process the customer's decision making process will come into a play, or when they will be deciding to purchase that category of product, my brand is already there in mind. Even if I'm new, my market share is less, but my brand is now penetrated in the minds. So that's where the SOV also plays a very important role. Then as I mentioned, this point, trust, which means you are recognized and you are also creating a competitive benchmarking. What does it mean is that it helps brand to understand that, where are they standing today when it comes to competition, or when it comes to comparing with competition, and what different strategies they should build to increase or as you asked about that particular market, right? So what different strategies or what kind of budgets or what kind of campaign they should be doing it to increase their share of voice and build that this share of voice definitely help brand to make better strategies, right? Or if not better strategies, adjust their existing strategies accordingly to make it better and perform it better, right? And that will help to drive more engagement and customer loyalties and customer attractions. And from social media point of view, if I'll just talk about share of voice, it's a very interesting fact that on social media, if you're able to create, since we're talking about social media marketing, I'll have to take that point into account, which means there's if you heard of this term called, right? Social buzz or social media buzz, which means you are able to create that social buzz around your brand. What does it mean is that that now, since you are able to create a good buzz, you are potentially will be able to create more of brand advocates and brand community. What is brand community? Why it's important about creating brand advocacy and brand advocates and brand communities, we'll talk about later as we'll further move into the course. But a higher share of voice means that you are already aligned or already in line with creating more of brand advocates or brand communities, which is a very important feature when it comes to social media marketing. And SOVs help you to generate that or gain that. If I have missed anything, any other points? No. Okay. And then very important factor is also that it helps you to justify your marketing spend. Like for in terms of startup, it helps you to find out whether you have to slow down or whether you have to go faster or do it better. A brand with a really low SOV or negligible SOV, or a product, it's not a brand, then a product with a very low SOV and means the market share they are able to now generate will also decline, because they can't sustain for a long on just performance marketing. And also that they are not able to build themselves a name about, so that the consumer will come and buy them again. So then in that case, which means they have to increase their marketing or invest into their marketing activities or do something better to remain competitive. So in short, if I'll just write over here, why SOV matters, right? I'll just write very small points. Brand awareness, because I've explained a lot in detail and you all guys know. Market positioning and what could be. So it helps us to create brand awareness, or rather I can also say brand recall, market positioning, where we are positioned, how is the share of voice, sort of things. And the last but not least would be strategic market planning, which is very important, because this helps to decide that whether we are in the right direction, and then we have to plan our marketing efforts or marketing activities aligned with that. Yeah, what that's, I believe, more or less is what we could share of voice help us to understand. 1 second. As I said, you have to, there's a multiple tools, and all the tools I mentioned about is social media only, like Hootsuite, Asana, Zoho. There are so many more tools which analyze the entire social media presence, and then they will give you the reports. Like they will not, the agency will give you the report in terms of what is your presence in terms of share of voice, how much people are talking about your product and sort of things, and then accordingly you have to figure it out. So there are multiple tools, but of course you have to, I believe it's all paid, and you have to figure it out. See, SOV is first not purely for demographics. That's of course is a point over there. SOV helps to understand in terms of your market presence among your target audience, and if you already have defined target audience, say if you go over here, like every product has its own demographic or the target audience. So among the target audience, what is the acceptability? It's like if I'll say, it will be like finding SOV itself is a tough process, because it's a huge kind of data that you need to collate, and you need to bring out this kind of data analysis and for your competition point of view and everything else. Further, if you want to check that which demographic it's working and if it's not working, if I understand your questions clearly, You need to further break down your share of voice into multiple audience segments. Remember the audience segmentation we talk about when we did uh, digital marketing landscape or also behavioral marketing, right? In that case, if you are willing to do that, you can further ask for this report, subject to it's available, subject to every audience or every target audience with whom you target have specifically share their details, right? Then a brand can analyze it based on the age, location, gender, and interest, right? So, but there are platforms, of course. These platforms you need to then particularly filter it out that I need these kind of reports or this specific kind of criteria, right? That based on the interest, how many people have mentioned about me, based on the age, how many people have mentioned about me, based on the particular platform, based on the let's say gender, how many people have mentioned about me. But the entire process will become very complex, to be very honest. What you can figure it out is, let's suppose you can have not detailed demographics, but say to find your fit among the audience, you say whether it's mostly the Gen Z or a millennial who is talking about my product. That will be easy to understand, right? Let's say
Okay.
your market share is 50%, your share of voice is 50%. Out of that 50%, it will be easy to analyze based on the patterns, interest, and behavior, that how much of that 50% is falling under the Gen Z group and how much of that 50% is falling under millennial group. So that will help you to understand the gap, that whether okay, it is highly accepted among the Gen Zs but less in millennials. So which are the areas where you need to work more? We have covered quite a few sessions. We have understood in detail about a lot many things, that what is the region of social media marketing, why we should be doing it, what are the platforms, few examples, how should be the messaging elements, how to differentiate what which platform does what could be the elements that you should know be needed when you design the messaging element and sort of things. uh, what are the what specific platforms provide what kind of deliverables, what kind of reach, what kind of strategy that you need to build, and more importantly, how the platform differentiate. And today we'll do maybe an activity to understand that only, and then we'll try to go more deeper. So in that, we try and understand Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, and we try to understand more importantly for the fact that even though every platform is known as a social media marketing platform, or you can say that it's a social media platform, the difference lies in that, in terms of intent, how users are behaving on that, and also in the sense that what it could achieve for the brand, right? And even if it's same audience, the same person, me and you or anybody else who is your target, who is the target audience for a particular brand, our a use case differs on platform to platform, and then accordingly, and that's why the same content doesn't mean the same kind of results. Even if a content which has delivered or did something really really exceptional for your brand and provide the kind of reach, provide the kind of engagement that you wanted, may not, you may not be able to duplicate the same over the different platform. And that's why that's where the bigger problem or the mistakes happens, because people do tend to use the one shoe fit all and try to create one content and post it everywhere and imagine and expect that the each platform will work in their favor to deliver the results. That's not possible, right? And that's the reason we have understood well in detail that what kind of content, what kind of audience, and what kind of expectations you can have on these different platforms. So from LinkedIn, TikTok, or Snapchat, and then one important platform we learned about is Pinterest, which is largely either not utilized or misused in terms of gaining traction, connecting with the audience, creating some kind of inspiration, and that's a platform is highly underutilized, right? And but it's a very important platform when you talk about social media marketing, building strategies, and trying to develop a campaign around, and how to utilize that also, how to, in what way this platform will come in use. We also have discussed that. Then we talk about okay, so then we talk about share of voice with some very easy example, that what it does, how to measure the share of voice, and why it's very important. uh, what a brand can achieve a higher SOV. Also, higher SOV doesn't mean that you should have a higher market share or higher market share doesn't mean that you have a higher SUV. Those two things are totally different. A higher SUV, it can happen that you have a higher SUV, but you do not have a higher market share, which means there's a lag between your sales, sort of things, and how to do that. How to then you get to know that whether the branding is the problem or the sales is the problem. So that's also help. You can understand from the SUV point of view. And SOV help you get brand awareness, brand recall to be at the top of your mind, of a consumer's mind. Then position your product in a better way, or in a way that how you want to position yourself in the market, and then the strategic media planning as well. That understanding your positioning, understanding where do you stand, you can then plan your next 6 months or 3 months or next campaign or next phase of campaign, and the execution of it accordingly, right? So this is what I believe we have discussed in detail so far today. Just a heads up, I'll expect more from you than I'll be delivering, because we'll be doing some activity as well after all this discussion, because mostly we are now towards the closure of this particular topic. Today is 5th, so we have 3 or 4 more sessions left, right? So we'll try to also understand that how some easy stuff that we'll do today. But yeah, okay, Jitendra is okay. What about others? If we can move further, then I believe there's nobody who's having any questions. So let's start with now. On all these things, if you have noticed one thing that good to go. Okay. On all these things that we have discussed so far, talking about social media marketing as an entity from a different platform point of view, different kind of maybe share of voice, and what you could achieve from a different platform, what would be the strategy, how this can differentiate. There is one thing that keeps on coming, which is, all these platform, all these social media strategies that you will build upon, how the platform differentiate and what it can deliver for you, comes down to, if you just think closely, if you remember, all these things comes down to a very specific point, which is called, all these platform, all these campaigns, all these strategies, differentials will work around and should work according to what is the goal or the objective that you have. Yes or no? I believe I've mentioned this term quite a few times, that it all depends what is the goal of yours, and accordingly you can choose the platform. It all depends what is your goal and the objective, and accordingly you will design the campaign, right? This is one term. So let's talk about that, our goal, how the goal should be. And second, okay. So let's talk about the goal itself. And as the phenomena says, our goal for social media marketing should be smart, right? That's what people usually say, that our goal for social media should be smart. What does smart mean? Any idea? I'll write it down over here. Our goal for social should be smart, right? So specific, it means smart means you also have to be smart for social media platform itself to utilize for the access of a brand, because all these platforms are largely free. How you utilize that smartly and to engage with the audience, to interact with the audience, to gain traction, to gain kind of reach, to gain kind of leads that you want, depends. For that, you need to be smartly utilizing this platform. For that, you need to be smartly designing the strategy. For that to happen, you have to have a smartly understanding each of these platforms in differentiations and how it matters in terms of to achieve your goal. And that's why it's called smart formation of goals, which Monica rightly mentioned. Smart is just an acronym, which means your goal, when you design a goal for social media marketing to achieve anything, or to achieve your objective, it should be smart, which means, yeah, meaningful, relevant, clear goal. But it says specific. You have to be, and that's the reason. If you now ask me, that why we have detailed out all these platforms, because these platforms will bring some kind of specific use case or exclusive use case for your product, for your brand when it comes to social media marketing, right? So your goal should be smart, which means it has to be specific. You can't be trying to achieve everything and anything and everything from any platform on every platform. That's where the goof up will happen. That's where as a brand also sometimes some of the products, some of the new startups fails to understand that where is which platform it fits. Like you might have heard of a common term called market fit, right? Also the platform should fit. Also some kind of a specific requirement you need to, at the end of the day, you need to guide these platforms at what you want to achieve, and then smartly think through to put a proper process, proper strategy, proper objective, proper campaign, and that then it will achieve accordingly, right? So that's very important. You need to put a very specific goal, objective, goal. Sorry. Or goal should be clear and specific. You must know that from a particular activity that you're doing on a social media platform or on a particular platform, what exactly you want the outcome, and then entire narrative changes accordingly. Sometimes you just need a brand awareness, sometimes you need just a collaboration, sometimes you need more of engagement, sometimes you need maybe just driving leads through it, sometimes you just need that people should be just remembering it or remembering your brand in that which category you falls in. Sometimes you just want to develop a larger picture about your product and make it as a brand. You don't want sales right now, and based on that kind of objective or that kind of a specific requirement, your entire thinking process, you're choosing a platform, the demographics, the audience, everything changes around. So everything revolves around what specific thing you want to achieve for a brand and what specific use case you want any particular platform that you're choosing to deliver, right? Then it's measurable. What does measurable means? Of course, your goals, you can't say, use a particular platform wherein there's no metric that can measure that, and then you don't know that what is the KPI, key performing indicators that you want to measure, that whether it's working for you or not, whether that if you're spending X amount of money, whether it's going in the right direction or not, if it's and the very basic for the rise of any kind of social media platform or of course digital marketing as such is that all the tools that you can use, all the type of campaigns that you can use, all the kind of activity that you can do is highly measurable, right? And if you're not able to achieve that, if you're not able to measure that, it doesn't make any sense. Then it will be like going round and round for a long, and you endlessly trying to do something without even achieving what you wanted to from your campaign. So goals need to have a outcome to get the progress, right? Then it says achievable, of course, this is self-explanatory that goal should be achievable and realistic. You can't say that if you have, let's suppose, 1,000 followers on Twitter, and then you say by end of 15 days or 20 days from 1,000, I will be reaching to 20 million followers. That's unrealistic. No platform, even the platform with its full potential, will not be able to deliver that if whatever kind of campaign activity or strategy you're doing, unless something really great happen overnight. Like recently I've heard that there was a guy watching a match. I don't watch IPL sort of things, but I read a news that there was a girl watching a match, and then she so she gave an expression during the match, maybe excitement or something like that, or something happened, and for her page, it was around 1,000 followers on her page on Instagram. From 1,000, it went to 20,000 followers just after that incident. Now, if so, these things doesn't happen every day. She's also in shock, right? But yeah, if certain things won't happen, you have to have it's like slow and steady progress that you can achieve. You can't develop or make a brand overnight, and then just because social media and just because you're spending money, just because you choose a particular kind of a platform and you have a very specific goal, you say that okay, I can achieve from 1,000 to say 1 million or so in overnight or in 15 days. It's not possible. So you need to have a very set realistic goals which can be achieved, and which should be as per the KPI, which should be measured as a successful campaign or activity that you are doing, right? I have this problem my whole life to write the spelling of achieve in one go. I always get confused between I come first or E comes first. Then relevant. Now, if anyone want to explain this particular point, relevant, what does it relevant mean? We already talk about specific, we already talk about uh, measurable, achievable. Then what does relevant means? How does it different from achievable or specific and then relevant? It should align with your brand, very rightly so. It should align with the genesis of your brand, what the brand stand for, and more importantly, see a company apart from social media or campaign or social media marketing also have a different arms, different goals to achieve, right? Your branding or your marketing activity should align with the larger picture that you have. It should align with the broader business objective, right? You should have. It should not be that your branding element or your branding line of marketing team or branding team says something else. Your overall vision is something else, and then you're running a campaign. It should be relevant, aligning with your brand genesis, aligning with your broader marketing is just one arm. Social media is just one part of the overall business, right? So it should be aligning with broader business objective. Yeah, focus only with the brand according to your product, why it's useful. Yeah, must align with the like a very good thought process or very good example for that would be, let's suppose if I take an assumption that most people are here in this group of India, let's say, and then you all are aware of Tata, right? Tata as a group. Now, Tata as business objective or as a bigger company is not as such like profit, that they are running behind the profit or they just want to make money out of it. Their overall business objective is that whichever industry the country will need, whichever kind of a company or wherever the trend is, whichever kind of industry or a company the country will lack or the people of the nation will know, they will enter into it. They will keep people as first priority on the focus, and then everything else. So there's a big line of difference between what Reliance is and what Tata is. Yes or no? Can everyone agree with that? Right? Tata is ages old company, but still is not the richest among the world like Reliance is, and not like huge amount of money they are sitting upon, because their objective is totally different. Their overall broader business objective is not to make more profit or earn profit from the consumers, but to deliver to the society. I could say in that sense, deliver to the society wherever whichever industry, whichever sector the company needs a requirement, they will enter into it and create industry or create a company in that sector, so that country will become self-sufficient. Like when the country needed a airline, they started an airline. When the country was going through the industrial revolution one, they came up with their steel plant. Then the country wanted automobile or off-roading and trucks and all those things. They collaborated with Mercedes and brought the first trucks in India. So sort of things, right? And if you see their campaign also, the Tata's whatever ad that you can see, sort of thing, this reflection will be there that it's a process, it's a people-driven organization, or it's a people-driven product. It is for the good cause, something like that. Wherever you see their advertisements, mostly you will find these kind of essence, and you will find these kind of elements in their advertisement. That's what it means when it comes to relevant. That it should relevant with the broader picture of your broader business objective, broader picture, that on what principles, on what foundations the company stands upon. Yes. And then last but not the least, it should be time bound, because that's what matters. You can't run a campaign, you can't do an activity, you can't keep on optimizing things till infinity. You have to have set, when if it's a specific goal, which means it has to be time bound. So that, okay, I'll run this campaign, I'll run this activity, I'll do this activity on any of the platform or any of the media or whatever campaign that you are doing is to for 6 months, and then we will see that then we will measure, we'll follow all of these things, and then we will see that what we have achieved, where did we lack, what we must have done differently, what we should do in the same manner if you do again, right? So it should be time bound, should have a clear time frame for completion, because as I said, it has to be measurable. You can only measure a campaign, the success or the failure of it. You can only measure the success or a failure of a particular activity on social media platform if it's time bound. Because in the larger go, if you keep on running it, it will become stagnant. You don't even know that what is happening on that, right? Now, if we'll have a smart goal, or we'll follow this process. All of this together, the basic thing, right, that you can achieve from social media platform, if you're following all the things that we have discussed in the earlier sessions, if you make a smart goal for your brand, if you smartly decide the objectives and all those things, and then accordingly if you run a campaign, all these things will help you achieve this. Boost engagement rate on social media platform. At the end of the day, that's what we want. First, it will, why smart goal or a smart framework is very useful, because it gives you you can measure things. So everything can be measurable, everything can be time bound, and you can measure things, the success or the failure, as I said, right? And collectively, if you can measure it, if you can say that, okay, from point A to point B, this is what we have achieved on this matrix, this is what we achieved. So highly measurable metrics that you can achieve out of it. And because of that, what will happen is that you'll able to boost your engagement over the social media platforms, or whichever platform that you choose, because you know that if you can measure it, you can optimize it, whether it's working or not, whether that has been working or not, what had worked for you, and overall, then you will be able to boost your engagement with the audience. Why it's important? Because in the age that we're living today, engagement will decide the new success. Like even LinkedIn is following that. If you guys have found me on LinkedIn, I've recently written a post that even LinkedIn is changing, that now they are boosting engagement more than just the content. And what they are doing is that even in the comment section, if people will be writing a comment on the on a particular topic post, that people can see the analytics of that as well. So I'll go here. See, this is what, right? And now what they're doing is why it matters for the, I'm just showing this because I don't want to explain it further. Just a topic came up with, right? So what they are doing is now they are track the number of impressions your comment will receive on a post. So anybody who's writing a comment also on a particular post, that can also be measured. What it indicates is now it will be pushing what we can what we can make out from this change is that now LinkedIn is promoting more people to comment on a particular post, and also the owner of the post or author of the post, or if a brand page, or if you want to develop you as a personal brand or yourself as a brand, will have to interact with the audience better. We'll have to answer them back or interact with the better and engage with them more prominently or more actively. That's what it will boost, and that's why this entire change is about. So this is what the more you engage in the comment section, the more impressions your comment can track, leading up to greater visibility for your brand or profile. Right now, I just wanted to show that this kind of change is happening even in different platforms, which was not earlier focusing on that. So even LinkedIn is now bringing a different kind of matrix or a KPI or analytics to measure the comment section and see that what kind of interactions, whether the interaction is happening or not, or what amount of interaction is happening, how much people are responding and commenting and all sort of things. That will also becoming a part of KPI and metric to evaluate. So that's the point, right? And that's why at the end of the day, overall, it will boost your engagement rate. Now, let's understand it from an example point of view, right? So let's suppose I'm a company or something, or I want to I'm into any product, any and my idea is that if a specific goal if I have is that I aim to boost, let's say, engagement rate on by increasing the likes or tweets and comments. Let's say I am more about a product centric or a service centric product, a service centric company, and I want to do an activity wherein my specific goal that I want to achieve is that I want to boost engagement rate on X. So I'll also write it as to avoid any kind of confusion. Twitter account by increasing the likes, retweets, and the comment section. This is what why I want to achieve, because I figured out this platform suits well for the kind of industry or the category that I'm into, right? And this is what I want to achieve. Now I have to, in terms of measurable, let's say that now if how will I find it? How will I find it whether the campaign has been successful or not, or whether I'm going in the right direction if I want to optimize something. So let's say if you remember, if any campaign will able to achieve, say, a engagement rate or a conversion rate of 2 to 3% will be considered as a successful campaign, right? So let's say I want to increase the average percent. So whatever it is today, right now, if let's suppose it's 100, I want to increase it by 2 to 4% of the overall engagement activity on across the page that I am able to do. Then what will happen is that I know that I want more of comments, I want more of retweets and likes. By what percent I want to increase it by 2 to 4%, and this should be this is what I want to achieve from a campaign. I have decided the platform, I decided the specific goal, I decided what I need to measure, what kind of KPIs I need to measure, and then it should be now in terms of achievable. What do you think what should be the framework? What should be the framework for this use case? Anyone? How to achieve that? What I should be doing? So I know the what to achieve. I know which platform to achieve that I want to achieve on. But how to do that? What do you think would be doing it to achieve that? Content quality, okay. So now you know that what I want to achieve and which platform accordingly. Now think through accordingly. I know it's Saturday, it's summertime, And also it's IPL time, but people can be more interactive. It's okay. Number of posts. Okay. So I will say this can be achieved, let's say, achieved by posting more interactive content. Now, what should be the content? Such as, because I have chosen a platform called Twitter, so it could be polls, questions, and live tweeting events relevant to the industry I am in now. Now, these kind of, because it's fast paced, people are highly opinionated. Remember, that's why I said that we need to think it about the platform you're using. So it's fast paced. People are highly opinionated, and also it's very real time. So we have to club all these features and then think about what kind of post that you can create on Twitter or on X to achieve what as a specific objective I have set. Right now, Twitter works very amazingly, or X works very, very amazingly in terms of whenever the content is very interactive because it's opinionated, right? So it should be polls, it should be questions, and more importantly, it should be live tweeting because the audience over there are also come to have a live feeds or immediate feeds or real time feeds, right? So these are the compositions. If you'll club together, maybe I'll be able to achieve the objective that I have. If not, let's suppose I run it for 15 days. If not, then I might have to change in my strategy, right? But at least I have a clarity that which direction it is heading, what I have to measure, and where it is heading to. Then it should be relevant. This, I believe, it's of course an easy one because improving engagement and engagement is crucial for any of the brand which is there into, right? It aligns with, it always aligns with overall brand building process by any company, industry, sector you are into. Everyone wants to convert their brand into a convert their product into a brand and position itself in a way that people will remember it. So brand building activity will always be relevant for the larger scheme of any of the product, right? So improving engagement, and since engagement rate is part of brand building process, is crucial for building a stronger community around the brand. Okay. Brand building process. Yeah, clear with our goals, solving problems, and making more positive things in real time. Very rightly said, Miguel. And at the end of the day, which is last but not the least, as I said earlier, time bound. So we aim, let's say, to reach this goal in, say, 24 weeks or whatever. So I set a time bound activity for myself, and that's how I need to achieve that. This is just an example of it. Is this clear for everyone? I know it's easy stuff, but when we develop at a larger level for our branded product, we need to be very specific, and we need to be very aligning with that in short. And we need to keep these things in mind, that which platform we are choosing, why we are choosing it, what we're supposed to do. Smart is just a framework, but it helps you largely defining that where, what, why, and how. These are the 4 questions. If we are able to nail it, every product will be able to deliver it the right thing, the right way, how they want it, which is what, where, how, and why. What to do it, how to do it, where to do it, and why you should be doing it. Yes, always remember, whenever you set a campaign, wherever you do any activity on social media platform or any other marketing objective, marketing develops around these 4 questions, right? So ask these 4 questions to yourself, that what you planning to do, how you gonna do that, why you should be doing it, whether it's relevant or not, and where you should be doing it. If you have answer for these 4 questions, you're sorted. Okay. Then a bigger question arises, why SMART goals? And this is where I would like to hear from you all. Matters in SMM, which is social media marketing. Why SMART goals matters in social media marketing? In order to get desired outcome, as multiple social media platforms are built with different objectives and targets, different set of demographic. Very rightly said. Jitendra, you also mentioned it. It should align with your brand. Very nice. Yeah. Okay. So why SMART goal matters in social media marketing is that first thing first, of course, it brings, it's very easy. It's a no-brainer, right? It brings focus. It provides a clear direction and focus for your social media efforts and the campaign that, or the action that you're going to take. Remember I said what, why, where, and how, which is what? It brings a clear direction and a focus that in what direction you're going to align your brand to achieve what specific outcomes. It brings accountability, right? It brings efficiency to your overall execution of the campaign. Without a SMART goal, you will not be able to bring, it won't be efficient because you don't know that what is working, what is not working, where to do that, how to do that, and what to do it. If you have this, it's like a more process driven thing now, it will bring more efficiency. So what? It brings focus, it brings accountability, and it brings efficiency. That's very easy, right? And at the end of all those things, it helps to build the momentum around the brand. So I'll just write it in a very small note. First, why it matters? Because if you are working for an agency, for your own brand, for your own product, or for multiple brands, you should be focused about that. It provides a clear direction and focus for your social media efforts. Every action taken is aligned with achieving outcome slash goal set. Right? It brings more focus. Yeah. So yeah, rightly said, we will be running around in a circle. Right. So it provides a clear direction and focus for your social media efforts. Now, this is where the differentiation happens, that everybody on social media platform who want to achieve something are, of course, putting some kind of effort. Now, everyone, as I say, everyone is putting their energy, time, money, and efforts. The only differentiation is some are putting their efforts, putting their entire energy in a channelized direction in a proper way, because they know that what they want to achieve it, and hence they get the outcome. Some, without the understanding of social media platform, they are just putting all the efforts, putting all the energy, all the money, or all the kind of sort of things, but it's like shooting in the dark. They are aimless, without any aim that where to hit, where, what is the target. If you have a smart framework or a smart goal for your social media marketing, then then you are more focused that this is what exactly I want to hit as a target. I want to achieve and achieve a specific outcome that I want to. Once you have that clarity, you know that which audience to target, which, where this audience is available, on which of the platforms, what, whether it will be organically achieved, or whether it needs to pay money for that, right? And everything else will be in a clear direction. So your efforts will have some meaning then. Otherwise, it will be meaningless effort, which will lead to nowhere. Then, as I said, it will set accountability. Right? So it makes it easy to track the progress, because remember in my use case, I said in the example that I have taken, in the example I've taken that I said I want to increase likes, retweets, and comments. So I know that what to track it and whether it's moving in the right direction or not, whether I'm failing to achieve that or I'm not, I'm doing good stuff, or that brings a bit of accountability in the overall process. And last, efficiency, the spelling is right, yeah. And which means setting. This is very important point when I write it, because remember, you all have a limited resources. You all have limited money, limited man-hours, limited people, right? And efficiency is what differentiate between a good brand being built over there and brand which is doing a lot of things, but it's product which is doing a lot of stuff, but is still struggling because of the smart framework, because that brings a lot of efficiency. And how you can allocate resources more efficiently and ensure that social media marketing are contributing to overall make sense. Megal has a question: how to, according to you, how to put effort in proper and progressive work? Megal, if you can elaborate on that, what specifically you want, how to put efforts in proper and progressive work, please clear. Because according to me, if you have a set direction to move on, if you have a clear indication that what you want to achieve, and if you know that what kind of resources you have and how to allocate that in terms of achieving what exact goal you have, you'll able to do maximize your you'll be able to maximize your input and the resources in that particular direction that will align with the overall objective, right? If it's not, then you'll not be able to properly align with the business objective. You'll not be able to properly allocate the resources that you have. Everybody in the world, or every marketeer who is working on a particular product, brand, or anything, will have a limited resources, right? The only differentiation come into a play that at what point in time, at and where you need to channelize what kind of resources to achieve a particular narrative, or to build a particular narrative. If you are able to do that, channelize that properly, you will get the end results positively. If you're not, then you'll not be able to. So it all comes to a place that what you want to achieve and how to achieve that, what are the action points that you are doing, and what are the resources available. Then you will have to allocate those resources. Let's suppose you have a limited money in terms of achieving a particular kind of a campaign, and then you know that which platform, with that kind of a money, which platform will be able to work progressively for you, and what kind of reach that you can achieve, what kind of for what amount of time you will be able to run a particular campaign, and what kind of a KPIs you need to track. Then you have a proper process in place, and then accordingly, then you utilize that money to run a campaign, right? If not, then you'll be just burning money. Many times you might have heard this thing that we are burning money on these platforms, but our overall results are not positively happening in terms of campaign. We're not getting the right result because it's not thought through at many levels. Make sense? Okay, so this is about the SMART goal and why it matters, what it helps you to achieve, and sort of things. Now, do you think that now we are getting into a different topic, right? Now, do you guys think that now this is very interesting. This is very interesting, and this is where I believe people do put thoughts and consider that, right? Do you think the color plays a role when it comes to social media marketing, or do you think is there any kind of a psychology which is important to understand when it comes to social media marketing. Wherever I write SMM, it's social media marketing, right? That's what we're going to talk about. Yeah. So the psychology of color in social media marketing, it of course, see, colors is a very interesting thing. Colors intrigue human emotions, influence human emotions. And why I'm talking about, you might feel that I'm talking about some Babaji type gyan, but uh, uh, color plays a very important role when you talk about brand play. Brand comes into a play, into advertisements, and especially on social media marketing, because the kind of demographic over there is different, right? Colors influence the human emotions, of course, decisions, and also the behavior marketing. If you learn about behavioral marketing, it defines a lot about the behavior of a particular individual, right? It evokes different feelings in different human beings, and as a smart marketeer, you, me, and everybody else, we need to utilize the color we have for our brand, and accordingly with that tone, whatever the color the brand already has, or if you are in the making of a particular brand, if you're making in a product and you're in a making of a brand and you're trying to design a logo or something like that, color plays a very important role, that what kind of sector, industry, product, service you are into, what kind of target audience you deal with, what kind of platform you're gonna achieve your or deliver your campaign about, right? And if you are smart, then you will know the strength and the weakness of a particular color, psychology of this particular color or your brand deals into, to develop a perception around your brand, to trigger the action in terms of conversions for you, and to connect with the audience emotionally. So this particular color thing drives multiple things. What about positioning of your brand, which is the perception building about your brand? It triggers action, which means conversions, traffics, leads, and also it helps to connect with the audience emotionally, which means engagement. So three factors: traffic, brand awareness or market positioning, and last but not the least, brand engagement, interaction, or brand advocates. All these factors, I won't say that it will totally dependent on colors, but it plays a great role when it is on the social media platform to derive these narratives. Yeah, so it says color attract and grab attention of consumers, and also tell some of the specification of the products, very rightly so. Now, so let's talk about over here. So why is color psychology important in social media marketing? Because as per a report, the first impression, have you heard of this term called impression? Right? And as it says, the first impression, 90% of the audience are getting to see something or influenced by something because of the visual factors, and color plays a very important role. Remember, we are talking about social media marketing. Social media marketing largely is about visual and aesthetic appeal, barring a few platforms, let's say maybe not LinkedIn, but most of the platforms, especially Instagram or say or Facebook or Snapchat, they are visual, aesthetically strong platform where the aesthetic plays an important role than what you write. Yes. Then in such platforms, 90% of the times, the impression plays a role where the visual appeal of or the visual factor plays an important role for a person to even notice your campaign or notice your content. At the end of the day, if you are building a brand, if you are into a brand, what you have to achieve, what you have to do, you need to be at least noticed by the audience, right? And that can only be achieved if they get the first impression in a positive way. Also, it affects brand recognition. So most consumers, when it was done a survey, most consumers says that color specification increase their recognition of a particular brand and attention span as well, right? So I will write first impression. I'll write just small notes: brand recognition, and then also at times decision making as well. Yeah, so three factors. Now, that plays a role about your color scheme. Now, if I'll tell you a color, I want to hear that since you are a marketing or branding guys, I want to understand that what is your understanding about a particular color, that there are different brands that you see. What does it indicate? So if I'll say color red, how many brands you are aware of? Anybody who is okay and open to speak about, right? What does the color red indicates? Please let me know if anybody want to speak. And you know, what kind of sense it brings in consumers. Red. Okay, McDonald's is not largely red. McDonald's is yellow. McDonald's is yellow, right? If I'm not wrong. See, red indicates, yes, energy and passion, right? Like a very good example of passion driven products, or maybe energy, or as you said, or about being to grab the attention quickly, right? Coca-Cola, I believe there's no better example of red showcasing energy, passion, right? That red and the U in between clearly gets your attention among other things, right? And Netflix as well. Netflix is also red, right? Which talks about, yeah, Zomato, even Zomato to an extent, right? So it grabs, red grabs an attention faster. YouTube, Coca-Cola uses red because it creates a sense of excitement and kind of, encouragement among the audience. For example, Netflix or YouTube or Coca-Cola. Blue represents trust. Yeah, exactly. Right. And that's the reason Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, most of these platforms are blue in color because it builds a feeling of trust, reliability, and it's kind of aligned with a particular platform which deals into creating communications, networks, engagements, knowledge sharing platforms, building networking among people to people, peer to peer interaction, sort of things, right? And for all these things to happen, building trust is important, right? Why McDonald's is yellow, right? Why most of the platforms which is into sustainable products are green? It's why Snapchat is also yellow. Why McDonald's is yellow? Why there's an element of yellow in Burger King as well? Burger King is also yellow, right? So both the food brands or the food giants are in yellow. Why? Because yellow is largely considered as a more youthful color. Yellow is considered as spreading happiness, right? Soothing, right? And that's what McD and Burger King or say Snapchat is all about. When Snapchat came into play, it was not to just being another platform. It was created to create happiness with privacy, with all those filters and sort of things, the dog face and sort of things, right? And that's why this yellow color element into it. Yeah, rightly so. Rightly so. So point is that psychology of color plays a very important role. So apart from your logo, whenever you design a campaign, also see a campaign or a poster or a whatever you create on social media platform as a banner or something, it plays a very important role to align your product with the kind of audience you're into and speaking a story about. If you are designing a campaign, the point is if you're designing a campaign, thought through accordingly. It should not be cluttered with multiple colors or colors which is not leading to any direction. You have to have aligning with the overall business, aligning with everything. But the color scheme in the campaigns, in your tonality suits well. Now, it's serving content, really building trust, but not itself branding. Very rightly so. Now, if I'll talk about Nike, where do you think it will fit in, and what it indicates in its scheme of things? It's black. The shoe sign is largely black. You will see big
Yeah.
holdings also with just black shoes, right? And why black? Also Apple, black logo. Remember that on most of the big holdings there's black, right? So most of the black is you can say it's about timeless look, because it's black is constant from black and white age to color age and everything else. So it's about talking about timeless, right? Which means a legacy. Whenever you see this legacy brands, those big brands, they use the color scheme black. That's one. Second, the black is about authority. It's dominance. It's about seriousness and depth. Now Nike is all about dominance and authority over all the brands, right? It symbolizes power that a brand controls over it, and that's why it's black. Most of the premium brands that you talk about, like luxury brands, usually often you find their logos will be in black, right? So it's talk about premiumness. It talk about timeless look, legacy that they are continuing, and it also talk about elegance and power, right? So it's elegance with power. They are elegant brands but powerful brands. They are dominating. They are serious. They have a depth in their branding, or they have a depth in their product, right? And those kind of brands usually will have black colors. For example, Apple, as I said, Nike, as I said, then what else? Which other brand? Sony, for example, right? Balenciaga is a premium brand using black, right? Which other? Yeah, Prada. Yeah, Prada is a very good example. Then Chanel, a premium brand, also uses black. So most of the premium brands which talk about timeless look, or Cartier, very nice example. Patek Philippe, a watch brand. Patek Philippe is a luxury brand, right? All those brands, Rolex, for example, always use the black logo, right? Use in their branding and in their promotions. Why? Because all these brands, first they show dominance. Louis Vuitton, right? All these brands. So now you guys get the theme, right? That black is a very powerful, dominating color when it comes to branding. It symbolizes power with elegance, which means also timeless look, as I speak about, right? Timeless, that they have a legacy to continue with. They have been a brand from long point in time. They are premium. They dominant. They have a depth in their brand. They are serious about their product. They're very serious product in that case, and all sort of things, right? This is what black indicates, and that is very, very, I believe, uh, uh, factored out when you talk about the examples that we have taken, right? Most of the premium brands is about black color. Yes. Many of the markets, it symbolizes in most of the markets, international markets, before the entire content being read and everything else, pictorial or the visual aesthetic plays a very important role. Now, in most countries, different colors brings different kind of emotions, but also get associated with the color easily, right? There's a reason why the yellow strips win worldwide. Of McDonald's is worldwide renowned because yellow overall, right, evokes cheerfulness, optimism, and sort of things. There's a reason why that in most of the European countries, if you see most of the brands, we will find uh, uh, with red and yellow element into it, right? Because it's in European continent, most of the brands with yellow and red element is accepted better, right? Countries like China, wherein you see most of the brands in red color, because the red is a symbol, is a sign of prosperity in China, right? So the color schemes plays a very important role when it comes to international marketing. Other example I have in mind is there's a brand which has changes. I'm not able to recall. Like in Japan or somewhere. Yeah. So in Japan, red is Japan and China. Red is associated with more of like excitement, happiness, and prosperity. But yellow is about bit of childish or maybe casual, right? Wherein the yellow in Europe is happiness, prosperity, and sort of things, right? So if you'll see, McDonald's often blend with in Japan and China, try to blend more with white and black, or promote more of the red component in their in their entire brand unit in Chinese and Japanese market than the yellow one.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.